so that this process is even more refined. But this is the basic process, and any other suggestions on this are also welcome. But I hope that this helps you and gives you some ideas to start on how you can do PSA time entry approvals as well using flows. Okay, so so that was the demo. Thank you so much. Let's see if we have some questions. I tried to complete it a little quicker. This is again, I'll keep this for a few minutes, and you can all connect to me. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yes. 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 Yeah. Hmm. Sure. Yeah. Correct. So I do have yeah, I can talk about it a couple of minutes just to visually show um, how it will look. So uh, assuming I'll talk about just one project. So let's say there's a project, you're a professional services company. There are 5 people working on a project. Those 5 people are actually, team members of the same project. One of them is a project approver. I'll go into the project record as well very quickly. So everyone typically submits their time sheet like this. Um, they click on new, they enter time for the selected day, they submit it. So that the project approver also in Dynamics 365, the original process is that they come for approvals here. And this is something that I didn't cover, so I'll quickly do that. So the project approvals is actually another entity which I talked about, that how you can, oh, there are no time entries for, oh, there are no time entries for approval for me, but I think for Kuldeep it will be. Um, PSA V3. Yeah. So for him, he can see all the people who have submitted the time entries. He should be able to see in the approvals. So when he selects those and then he chooses to approve or reject. So I'll just quickly show you how this can be done out of the box in case that is something that other users haven't visualized. Yeah. Yeah, so I think he's also using the same environment, so I won't do anything. So I'll just show you that if I select a particular approval, and if I, yeah, so I can approve or reject from here. Approval will approve this particular time entry, but this is an actually approval record. So it will go and update the time entry. He can also choose to reject it. So, the flows approach, which we did by leveraging approvals, is to not do this process and actually directly handle it from your Outlook email itself. There are a few more entities and dependencies, but that is again pretty technical. Uh, that I can answer those questions as well during the day. I'm present all day long. You can connect to me. I'll bring up the slides again, and I think I have a couple of questions I could see in Teams. One is how much time did I take to build this timesheet approval from scratch? Flow, it depends on how much comfortable you're with flows. I began flows a few months ago, and I'm still, learning that. But I think once I got the gist of how flows can be designed, it took me about 2 to 3 hours, 4 hours max. But if you're really expert in flows, you can do it in about 1 or 1.5 hour and just test it out. It really depends on how much if your requirement is clearly chalked out and if you are comfortable with flows, you can do it pretty quickly. That creating flows isn't time consuming. It just takes a little getting used to. Uh, Another question was, what deployment process would you use to deploy flows from dev to test to prod? And would you use flows Power Automate when you use Logic apps? I haven't used much of Logic apps. Logic's apps is also pretty much the same thing. This approach is for flows in particular, and flows is something people are more comfortable in doing. As to Logic apps, most developers are well aware of Logic apps, but flows is something very familiar, and there is a lot of content put out there in terms of flows. Obviously, both of them have their different capabilities, but this is something. Flows is something. It's a hot topic, and it's pretty flexible and easy to use, um, and hence flows. And how do I deploy? Yeah, so I would, ideally bind this in a solution. So in your Power Automate, you can have this in a solution, and you can export the flows and import it in the same environment on your same tenant in your production. It will ask for verification again of all the connections that you've used, because you have to have your connections like the CDS connection or the email that I sent out to who should be the email. Ideally, it is the admin of that particular environment and so on. Uh, so it's just like how you used to do in Dynamics 365 out of the box core CRM. It's just that it's done through the flows portal itself from solutions. So you export the package and you import the package by switching the environment. But that's again more elaborate in details as well. Again, Sumit asks, what if resource wants to recall he and she submitted? So as I mentioned in one of, I can go to the link and open my time entry. If I had shown the command bar, you can have seen that you can actually recall it right there, and then resubmit the time entries. Ideally, if you want to have a separate link that it should go to, they can even open the timesheet. So you're free to do this. It's not bound to just using the same links and same locations or links I used in the flow. But yeah, so the user has to, the resource has to go in and correct the time entry, um, and yeah, that's about it. Sumit, I hope that answers this. And yeah, if you resubmit, yeah, even if you reject, you'll get a time entry notification. You can go and correct, and then also resubmit. So it will automatically, once you resubmit, you can have more extension to this flow saying that, oh, again the status of the time entry was changed to this. The approval was again the same. So just like I did it on create of the project approval, you can have it on the change of the time entry or on the change of the project approval itself. Okay. Um, I hope I covered all the questions here. Matt says, thank you, Matthew. That's it from my end, actually. Can hierarchical approvals? Yeah, there are. So Shilpi asks, there can hierarchical approvals be handled using flows or any other method in case primary approval is not? There are. I have seen a lot of content put out by many MVPs and everyone out there as to how you can do multi-level approvals as well, or if one of that is not present. Particular to what Shilpi asks is one of the responses. So this is if you choose one of the. So what I chose is actually the first one to respond, right? This should serve so that in case the first person isn't present, the second one would approve, and that would anyway be considered as the first response. So that is covered. I hope, Shilpi, that answers your question. But if you want multi-step, that after the first person approves, then it should go to the second one. That is also possible. That's a little more extension to that. But I intend to keep this demo shorter and simpler for newbies. I hope that answers all. I don't see any more questions. Thanks, Shilpi. Thanks, Sumit, again. Thank you. Raz, that was it from my end. I don't see any other questions. Again, I'll reiterate, you can ping me, you can connect to me, and I will be happy to answer all your questions as and when possible. Yes, sure. So this is actually my LinkedIn QR code. I will also put my personal email here, but best way is to reach me out on LinkedIn. Um, this is my personal email. Yeah. So I'm on LinkedIn. I easily see messages if you LinkedIn me, and I'll be happy to take it up from there. And I'll keep watching the chat for some time. And if you have any PSA questions or time entry questions, flow questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I hope today this was useful. Thank you again for all of you for your time, and thank you, Ras, for hosting me. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Good morning. I am joining you from Germany, from the southern of Germany. Yeah. Guten Tag, yeah. Sure. I start. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So then a warmly welcome to everybody who joins the session about, I'd like to show you how to increase the data quality in PSA processes, but without any use of coding. So before I start with my session, just a brief few words about me and my person. So yeah, as we already mentioned, I'm based in Germany. So I'm working now for approximately 5 years for ProMix AG. The company is based in Nuremberg, in the south of Germany. I myself, I live in Stuttgart. This is, yeah, from a global perspective, it's quite close together. From German perspective, yeah, it's far away. But yeah, I'm married, have 3 children. My first contact with Microsoft Dynamics was about 10 years ago, where I have worked on the customer side after my study of business administration. So I was responsible for the application based on was version 4. So it was a Dynamics CRM version 4 at the time. Yeah, this is how I came into this topic about 10 years ago. And since then, yeah, as you already know, or all of you know, a lot of things has changed in the last 10 years. My first contact with PSA, I've had during the private preview of version 1. So this was in the end of 2015, beginning of 2016. This was approximately the same time where my first PSA project have started. And yeah, since then, I was involved in more than 10 PSA related, or with the core component was PSA related projects in several roles, mostly as a lead business consultant or as a solution architect. If there are any questions about me, you just feel free to ask. About my topic today, PSA has evolved and changed in a lot in the past years. On the one hand, certain areas are very strongly protected from a data point of view from Microsoft itself. On the other hand, some areas are open and enables users to accidentally enter incorrect or incomplete data, or to change data which they maybe should not change during a process. If you take, for example, if you take price list, here the PSA team has overtook the price list entity from the sales module, and the price list is an organizational owned entity. That means everybody who is allowed to modify prices is allowed to modify every price list in the system. And this makes it difficult to prevent users from accidentally changing the original price list, which we attach to the organizational units, or which we attach to PSA core parameters in the system. But more about price lists in a bit. So come back to the topic data quality. I see data quality mostly in the context of commercial data of the project. And this is for me or for the customers I've talked to or which I have worked with in the past. This is a central point in the implementation of PSA. So how we can ensure that the commercial data in the system, the users enters at least have a specific quality itself, so that we can ensure that we send out an invoice to the customer at the end, for example, for a period of time, that we have only correct data inside that invoice. This will reduce the discussion points a lot later on. Additionally, it matters if you for example, if you're in your company, you have 20 resources and needs to handle maybe 10 or 50 projects a year, or if you have over 2,000 resources in your company and you have handled thousands of projects in parallel. So it's depending on the company size, how much effort you need to take to ensure the data quality, or what is the data quality itself at the end. But yeah, let's start and took in some key areas I have chosen for this presentation today. So for me, the key areas or some of those key areas. So the list is not comprehensive or complete. It's only my thoughts for the presentation today. So there are some areas about the project contracts, the projects, time entries. Yeah, we have in the previous session we have shown a lot about approvals. So this is not part of my presentation today. But it ends on the invoices. Yeah, we should ensure along those entities and objects in the system, we should ensure the data quality, so that all data is related to those objects have a specific limit of data quality. Without development, from my point of view, means that I am only using the tool set that Microsoft gives us as a consultant. That for me, for example, we can use additional fields. We can use roll-up, calculated fields. We should use business process flows, business rules in the background. Yeah, of course, we Power Automate. A lot of things are possible in the system. So, but for specific validations later on, and specific on time entries, we see that the usage of the classic workflows, mainly synchronous workflows there. So this is not a capability right now of flows to use it synchronous. But with the classic workflows, I call them always classical workflows. So we can set up synchronous workflows and can throw errors which are directly displayed to the user. So that's not not nice from a header line, but it's very effective to use them. Let's start with the first area, the project contract. I start with the project contract because the sales process in PSA is an optional part of the process. So in the project contract then is the first object that should be used in any case to have a full capability about the commercial data, to be able to create invoices. Yeah, the project contract connects to connect the billing side of the project with the project itself. And with the project contract, a large number of important entities are linked directly. So what can we do there, or how can we work with that? The system gives us many informations or countless informations in the background, which are not visible to the end user if we compare it to default form. So how many costs have been incurred, how many has already been invoiced to the customer, what are the next milestones maybe, or even if you take, for example, not how many invoices, let's see that the invoices are linked to that project contract. In an out-of-the-box system, I need to go to the related entities to show them. So data quality for me means as well to give the user all information they need to follow their process. In the central point without clicking around and searching for informations. I've created for that presentation. I've created a demo system, a demo environment. Yeah, where I now like to start to talk about a little more about things I have changed for the project contract. Let's see, where's the... Okay. Let's move to the project contract area. We can start there. You see there, it's very yeah, the default view, the project contract status default view is very colorful. So it starts for me to changing the what does the customer sees to use, for example, some icons or some traffic lights on that to display, for example, trends or something like that, or to see the status of specific projects, to have a first overview along the commercial data about actual costs and so on, to have the right starting point to that. And if I go to the demo contract I created for today, we're seeing that stuff repeatedly. So in the middle, I have some KPIs. So if I open up the project contract, I have, I can clearly see what is the overall status of my project, what happens there, and on top we see for me the created project contract and what happens there, or what I have created. We're starting with a new area, so that contract needs to be reviewed. Maybe this is the right customer, is the priority is set, or is it in the right manner? And if I switch to the next to say, okay, this is from my point of view, the contract is okay, it's right, we can be handled in an internal review. I'm changing the status in the background accordingly along to the business process flow. So the rest of the statuses is completely locked in the system, and I'm only allowed to change the status if I'm moving to the next stages. So normally the business process flow, some of the users will use them, others will not use them. But if we ensure that the user will use the business process flow, then we have always and binding to that stages in the business process flow, we binding the statuses. Then we have always every contract, or later on as well the project, in the right status in the system, and this is important for example for reporting areas. To review for next step, to review the rates approved, or are the contract lines are okay, and is the billing information approved. It's just simple two option fields there, but we can go, for example, to the rate card. This is also a change I normally do in a lot of projects. That means if you go to, or if you refer to a default system, you don't see directly the rates for specific resources attached to that contract directly. Normally you need to open the project contract price list, then click on the price list link to that entity, and then click on the role prices, and then you're on the same screen. So but with the flow in the background, or Power Automate in the background, it's quite easy to connect both entities directly to each other. Then you have the directly possibility to, for example, to modify specific rates for the project. You should do that before you start the project. After you have the project have started there on the price list, or on the linked entity, there are several fields for validity from beginning to end of price list, which you can use if you like to versioning of the pricing, but this is another topic. And we have some billing information. For example, I normally going to use to show the project managers, or what is the backlog in a time material perspective. This is currently empty, so we have no times tracked against, or no expenses tracked against the project contract. One milestone is attached to the contract line, I see there, and we have currently no invoices. In the contract performance, we see some roll-up fields, for example, which calculates the contracted amounts out of the project contract lines. And for if we move ahead with the business process flow, I need to double check that. This is also an easy way, for example, to use quality gates between each step. So in the background, I can store who has checked that the contract lines are approved, yes or no. I can store it in some fields in the background, but if I don't answer it in a proper way, I'm not able to move to the next step. And what we have seen often is just a simple single step. So often companies need to ensure that the contract is signed from the customer as well. And this is why I have there a single step, which is only called signature, where I only need to confirm is this signed contract is received, yes or no. And if yes, maybe you should have another check there. Is the contract attached to the related SharePoint location? That the project manager has always the easy way to find the original project contract, which was signed by all of the parties. So it's always draft and in review. And if I move to the processing stage, for example, then we switch to the contract to active and confirm. This is the status you normally reach if you click the confirm button in the header, but it's also possible to set a status within workflow, which is linked in or which is attached to the business process flow. This ensures that most of the data is not longer able to be modified according to the project contract. So if we later on, I will talk about how to close that. You see there, I cannot move along to the closing stage, or I can do it right now. I can move back as well. So this switch to close completed. There are no ongoing projects, so I can mark that. So all projects are ended related to that project contract. And then I have some simple steps or some simple checks here. Are there unbilled sales records in the actual existing, yes or no? And if some of them existing, we cannot go further to the closure, procedure closure states. The same for the unbilled milestones or unpaid invoices. Are there some milestones existing or attached to one of the contract lines which are not which have not been invoiced to the customer, or are there some unpaid or pending invoices in the system related to that project contract? Then you're not able to close that project contract. And how I did that in the background is pretty easy. As you have seen here, I have just used some simple roll-up fields which counts the unbilled milestones, for example. And if this value is greater than 0, then I using a business rule to set the unbilled milestones check to fail, not to pass. So due to the fact that all the fields are locked, so the customer, the user who is working with that system has no chance manually override that. So the only way to do that is to change the unbilled milestones, to invoice them, or to delete them, or depending on security in the background, to change data. This ensures that if we from the start to the closure to warranty maybe, or to archive the project, that we can ensure that the important data we like to have in the right manner in the system are accordingly. So, have I forgot something? No. This is also what I meant with to enhance the views. All of you which are familiar with the default forms and views from PSA directly see that it's not really the default view, but everything which was changed is only to maybe some additional custom fields there, like for the upfront payment process or for the warranty area. But the rest, like the rate cards, is only a little enhancement to show directly the rates, not the price list or the price list entity. The billing area is the same. It's only what you normally have in the transaction area of the system with approved times, the journals, actuals, and so on, only to show them directly on a subgrid, so that I have one point of view and don't need to click to relate it, switch to that area, and find all in that. Okay, that list is not that much big, but in a real project life, this could be thousands of lines in the background, and then I have to find to search to filter that data or to export it to find the related lines. It's much easier to have it directly pre-filtered in a specific subgrid. If we go to the project area, it's quite similar, which we have seen on the project contract. So it's also the same to use the business process flows, for example, to guide the user through the project process. You have decided they need the way they need to go, and in the background as well to update the statuses. To have valid data from a status point in the system. This can then be used to answer some questions, for example, at which point you're allowed to start a project, or when it's allowed to track time against that project, or under which circumstances the project can be closed. So or can be set to close, or can be is the closing process from a project. This is a simple step. You say, okay, we're now in an active state, and then the next step is closed, or is there more or less some time? For example, now you're in an active state and you set it to a pre-close state. This is the ability for a project manager, to example, to close down all the tasks, to create a final status report, to approve all the remaining times, but prevent the colleagues for tracking new times, for example, against the project, that he has a chance to close down the project. And then the same we have on the contract to enhance the form, to visualize or to see all the related data that the project manager needs to be able to see on a project level. And I'm normally going to use I call it a settings area. So, because where the project manager can set, for example, for some project, it's not sensible to approve every single time entry. So for internal projects, for example, you can set an auto approval. This is not what we have done in the previous session. I'm going to use, or I have used a traditional workflow for that, and calling the default PSA action to approve a time entry. So the rest of the stuff is handled by that action, or to set all approved time entries automatically to ready to invoice. So as you know, there's the default process says, okay, first a colleague is submitting the time entry, then the project manager or another guy who is allowed to is approving that time entry, and then you need to set that to ready to invoice before it can be invoiced to the customer. And this is a step normally some of project managers like to have it, others not. So they say, why should I approve it again? If I say the time entry is okay, then it can be invoiced into the next billing period. So for those, we have added or often we adding here in the setting area just a simple field to say, okay, I like to auto approve all auto billing all approved time entries. Oh, let's take a look in the system again. Okay, so on the entry page, I'm normally going to replace the default actuals and estimates areas Microsoft has included, and replace it with the rest of the fields, which are all existing, so like the hours spent or the schedule variance, estimated hours, to see from our point of view, from a cost point of view, and from a sales point of view, to see, okay, what is the actual sales value, what was the planned sales in total for that project, what is the actual sales in number. Okay, this is a little bit doubling, but it's from it's more graphical, and this is the real number. And what is, from the current point of view, what is the remaining sales? And then we have also some others some other area at top. And yeah, let's go through. The activities is only the normal timeline entity, the schedule. I normally don't change. This will change by Microsoft later in the next version. Then we have all related time entries, unapproved time entries for that project, and I have already as well some approved time entries there. And then a simple chart which shows me the monthly progress, how many times I have approved in June, for example. Team and resources tab I have a little bit modified. So we have the default team member subgrid, which has some overview chart on the right side to see, okay, which resources is assigned to the project, to see the hard booked hours for that resource, to see the assigned hours, and as well as the required hours, if this is different from each other. And then we have the assignments to each task below, which is in the default, which is an own tab. It's for me only additional information for the team and resource tab, and as well the reconciliation view to see, okay, is there any mismatching between booking and assignment for each resource. The billing backlog is something similar we have seen on the project contract, to have, okay, what is the time material billing backlog, like expenses, time entries, and so on, to see, okay, which of them are existing and what is the billing status there. Are they ready to invoice or not? Same for maybe attached milestones. We can attach to that. And then we have a status tab, which is more or less, the only custom entities there is for the project status report and the project risk matrix, to have an easy way to create status reports. If I create a new one, I have a simple quick create form, which automatically maps the currently estimated hours, the estimated costs, and the actual values. I need to add a comment. This is only a simple demo report, and let's update the overall project status as well. And then we have there some new additional lines in the charts. So currently they are all for the same month. So the date will update it accordingly in the background with another flow. To have the today's date, the same for the project risk, and then we have below the original tracking app from Microsoft to have a good overview of all planned tasks, the remaining hours of each task. So all of those information are very useful for a project manager to plan or to manage accordingly the whole project. And this is the settings area, last but not least. So I have the same fields to check some values in the background. This is as well as we have some on the project contract. Some roll-up fields to have, for example, the number of not invoiced contract lines, to have the not approved expenses, the unbilled sales, actuals in background. Are there any ongoing journals in background that somebody has entered? If so, set this flag to fail, because as long as this is like it is, we're not able to close the project. And then we have some additional stuff here to have, okay, is there any restriction for the time entry? That means for me, or to have a flag to say, okay, is it limited or is there none? So everybody can track a time against that project if it's in the right state, or only those who are assigned as a team member are allowed to track time against that project. Or the highest validation is to only allow resources to track time against the task they are assigned to. So to prevent lots of correction later on may be needed. Then I have auto approval activated, yes or no. Is the direct billing activated, yes or no? If I have updated the plan, this is now important for the first steps. If we go to the business process flow, and the more is always possible. So to have a simple point of view to see, okay, what is turned on, what is turned off, and to help the project manager to follow the creative process. So if I'm in the preparation stage of the project, so has the project manager been specified? This is for me always important because in a default environment, the guy who is creating the project is automatically by default the project manager, and this needs to be changed to the real project manager later on. And this is only the double check: have we done that? Is the plan updated? Yeah, this should also happen at the beginning. And is the initial planning for the resources, is it been done? Yes. If so, we can start to initiate the project, the initiation process. You see the status on top, on the right top, is updating accordingly to the state of the business process flow. And then we have some, maybe is this an upfront payment agreement we have shown on the order as well. So if I change that, for example, if I say on the contract, yes, that's an upfront payment agreement. I need to do that. This is only a simplified version of upfront payment, but yeah, can be used. Now a flow is running in the background and is updating all related projects, but this can take some time. Let's see. It's not happened right now. Maybe one refresh, and then it should be visible. Okay, it takes some more time. Let's refer to that later. Then the same for that. If the project contract gets confirmed, flows updating all related projects that feel that, yeah, we have confirmed project contract. We can start with that. So that means we can ensure that billing can be done later on to that as well. Let's move ahead. And in the execute phase, I just have a simple field to say, okay, the actual start date was today. And then later on in the pre-close and in the close date, we have the check fields I have shown you right now. So that means if he is entering the pre-close date, we will not allow the users longer to track time against that project. We will prevent that. I can show it later on in the time tracking area. And but due to that, the project manager has enough time to double check all the rest of the time entries, to create the invoices before he moves on to the really closure state where we capture the actual end of the project. Then we maybe need to end a warranty phase for that project, maybe not. Then we can also have some conditions in the business process flow to show that fields or to show the stage or not. And then the last step is then the archive option to move the project out of most of the views, to not have it longer available. On a time entry, from a time entry perspective, for me, it's always important to have the ability to limit the project and the tasks which are visible to the user to track time against. So in default, the only limitation we have there is that the task lookup is limited to the selected project, but the selected projects aren't limited. So it doesn't matter in which stage, even the inactive states, it's not possible, but all active states are possible to track time against that project. That should not be in the real world like that, so it should be changed. Then, for a simple example, entry data against the project is not really there's no approving for the data before the project manager approves the record. So for example, the description, is it entered? So users should not be allowed to submit a time entry which has not correct data, because if we do so, a lot of information or a lot of approvals need to be rejected, and to refine. So this can be handled with a simple check with a workflow before we submit the time. And if we decide to double check the data, we need to be aware of that. We need to have it on several levels. So first level should be if the user creates the time entry, the first check should happen. If the user tries to submit the time entry, the second check should happen, and the last check should happen before or on approval of the time entry as well. Because in the meantime, the circumstances can change. For example, if we say, okay, it's only allowed to track time against a task as long the actual reported time is not exceeding the planned time for the task, and this circumstances change because and my colleague has already submit in 8 hours, and this 8 hours have been approved by the project manager, so maybe there's not enough space for my 8 hours anymore. For that, if you have checks like that in your system, you should perform all of the checks on 3 levels: on creating, on submit, and approve of that. If you decide to go for an auto approval for specific projects, for example, you can use the out-of-the-box actions Microsoft is delivering with PSA. You find them in the system under the approval steps in the classic workflows. Unfortunately, not in Flow or Power Automate, and there are all information available then, what you need to use them. Let's go to the time entry section. First on the project currently, so there's no restriction, so I'm allowed to track all time against all project tasks we see in the schedule. Nevertheless, I'm only assigned to the first task, so this is a really simple project, but for today it's enough. So I'm only assigned against the first project. The first task in the project, and if I enter a new time, I can select the project. It should be available. Here it is, and I'm able to select all of the related tasks. If we now change it, and it's only done by defining the filter criteria on the quick create for the lookup for the task or for the projects to allow the user to see those entries or not. The same if we decide, for example, let's make that first. So I say only. Let's go to the highest level. Saving that and creating a new time entry. Selecting again my project. And now only the first task is visible for me. And I have the WBS ID is 1, and the rest available duration for the task is 39 hours. So this is a simple calculated field which in the default, which is using the planned effort for the task minus the actual reported hours against the task is the rest available hours for that task, and so it can simply be shown to the user that he has an easy point to see, okay, is there enough space for my time, yes or no. If you don't, I have it on the third place. Maybe you can use it, can change it to the second place as well. That you have the WBS ID on the first or third or fourth information. Yeah, it can be changed. The same. I don't like to change that. What happens there if this could be really if I move it back, and as I mentioned, it's not in the execute stage of the project, I'm not allowed to track time against that. But if I create a new time entry, for example, for that reason, this could happen, for example, if I'm in a pre-close stage, if I opening the project lookup and the recent view is activated in the configuration, it could happen that I still see that that project, even if I mentioned before, I'm not allowed to track time against that. So you need to be aware of the fact that if you're going to choose to use the recent views for the lookups, it could lead to wrong data. So in that case, you need to validate it afterwards. For example, if I now directly open the lookup, you see the project is not available for me to book against. So if I really look for the records, I'm not able to choose it. If I use the recent view, okay, no, the recent view is not open. Okay, let's save that. It is available. And this leads to the first check. This is done with an synchronous workflow in the background to say, if I try to save that, there's a business process error occurred, as mentioned before. It's not really the nicest way to show an error to the user, but it's an easy to configure way to do that, and it's very effective because the record cannot be saved if the checks is not successful at the end. Well, let's move the project one step ahead. And due to the fact that it can change the state of the project can state between the point where I have created my time entry and where I submit my time entry, maybe a week or 2 weeks after that. In the meanwhile, the project can be in the pre-close state, so they're no longer allowed to submit time entries, for example. And this is the way how you can handle that. So now I should be able to track that. So now I have one time entry, and if you use the time entry grid from Microsoft, there's one point. There's no the only hint Microsoft is giving to us that the external comment is attached to the time entry is this blue corner in the time entry that we see. Okay, there is something attached to the time entry for that day. But this is rapidly overseen by the user. And if we open that, you see the external comments are empty. I haven't entered something into that time entry. And if I now try to submit that, another workflow is checking that. Is there a description is entered? Oh, okay, this is a non-working day error. This is another topic. Let's move it one step ahead. Yesterday and submit the time entry, then the second error queue which says, okay, does not contain an external description, submit is not possible, please update the time entry accordingly and resubmit it. That means if I now, like I've done it before, open that, say this is Dynamics 365 Saturday today, the presentation on that. Save it. Now we have the blue corner there, and I can submit it without any errors. If the auto approval is now turned on, it will directly auto approve the time entry, and will it directly set to ready for invoicing again. So for that, but because this website we need to refresh it. See, there was that line. It's now approved directly, and the same if we refer to the project, to the time entries and expenses. It's not listed under the unapproved entries. It's listed here under the approval stuff for today, and the same for in the billing backlog. If we refer there to the same entry, it should be that one. It's directly set to ready to invoice. There's only some simple stuff to ensure that the data entered via time entry or when is the project is able to be bookable, or same for the contract on a contract level. Are some examples how you can use out-of-the-box functionality to ensure the data quality inside of the PSA processes of the system. and to use another sort of form visibility of some fields which Microsoft is handling only in the background and do not show to the user. What I always love to use is to have some colorful PCFs, using PCFs for the progress, for example, or for the consumptions, to see there is some graphical, or to, if you have only 3 values inside an option set, you can use that default out of the box PCF control, for example, to include some charts inside of the form, for example, for the team resource, because it's easier to consume the data which is included there if I see it additionally in a chart. The same on the billing backlog or on the status perspective. There are some free to use PCFs available which are under the MIT license that you're allowed to use that. For example, for the risk matrix, to visualize the data, to have additional charts here, for example. Easy customizings, but can enhance enormously the data quality in the system. Other areas which can be used, for example, is what we have done now, the status report or the risk matrix. If you're going to use the status report, maybe you should think about to automatically create one per month, for example, to have enough data in the system to have a proper reporting for that. Or if you decide to keep it manually, then you should ensure that each project manager is really creating those reports frequently. Then you can use upfront billing scenarios. So if you agree with the customer that there should be upfront payment for that contract, and then that means the project work cannot start before that invoice is paid by the customer, then you need to prevent the project manager to set this project to an execute stage. In the same way, you can handle simple split billing scenarios. So if you have, for example, if you have an agreement with the customer and the vendor of the software is paying a little amount for the implementation part, which happens quite often, then it's also possible with customizable extensions to have that simple split billing scenario inside, but it's not a real split billing. The same for the expense tracking, to enhance that expense tracking in the system. It's not really powerful out of the box, but you can really good enhance it. For areas where you need extensions, which should be, or which affords a development of those, is for example the previously form as I've used for the entry point is the price list topic. To secure those price lists, for me, it's a pretty important part to ensure that nobody is allowed to change the default pricing, because this will affect all, or not all, but many projects. If this is accidentally happening in the background, the same to validate the time entries we have seen before. To validate is the role is set up correctly in the background, so that a not available billing method could not occur. Of course, this will lead directly to wrong data and need to be updated before invoicing. Otherwise, there could be lead into some trouble. The not available status should only be if this is a fixed price project, for example, for the sales is not available normally. And the same, some of my customers are trying to use always not the assigned role on the project. They like to use always the default role for costing. So to set that accordingly on the time tracking in the background, you can use a flow, for example, or you can use as well some plugin. Baselining and snapshotting of projects is as well. The project status report is only a simplified way to do that for some key values. But to have really a baselining and snapshotting in the background, you need much more technology in background. So this is definitely a development area. And the same for modify resources working time, like vacations, country specific business closures, and all the related stuff. It's a pretty hard thing in the current version to solve that. It's possible, but you need a pretty good developer to modify the calendar rules in background. Yeah, and then this list can be extended to many other scenarios. Yeah. Are there any questions from your side? Just looking to the time, we have 10 minutes left. Sure. You like to see the resource cost. That's a very good question. So you normally decide to go which I said, the classic workflow. So the old version before Power Automate. If I need some additional synchronous stuff needs to be happen, for example, for validating to really throw an error to the system, then I choose that way. Another option when I'm choosing the old way is if there's some things which maybe it's easier. For example, if I, like we see it here, if I move to the pre-close state, in that workflow, which is bound to that entry of the pre-close, is also a force calculate for all related rollout calculated fields included. This is pretty easy with the dynamic workflow toolbox. So you see there, it's all up to date. Otherwise, the rollup will only be recalculated every 12 hour, or it can be minimized to every hour, but it's not happening on entering a specific stage. So these are, if there's something is available in the old world, which it makes my life easier, I choose the old world. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I think the main thing that I actually just wanted to ask is because we've got a requirement where the project team wants to book the same resource during a project process, but at certain times actually at different rates. So I was just wondering how to get around that.
This sounds like more or less in the direction of pricing dimensions. Because if you're only allowed to have, for example, to have a specific resource, yeah, with one role on the project. So you cannot use the role, or from a calculation perspective, or you say, okay, the resource is changing the role accordingly by via time entry. It's also possible, but if you say, for example, the same person working as a lead consultant in a specific project, and if the project is in the starting phase, the rate is lower than if the project is in the execution stage, for example, then this sounds more or less like the need to be solved with pricing dimensions then, and some additional fields in the background.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
If there, yeah, yeah, this is what I. There are some slides related to my employee to the Promix AG, some of customers awards we've had. Then you find as well some solutions from us on app stores, for example, to have a multi-gun view to enhance time tracking, ready to use out of the box. Same for the approval. There are my contacts, but what is not mentioned here is my LinkedIn profile. You can also, like Priyesh in the previous session, directly connect on LinkedIn and send me a message, or you can use my email address shown here to drop a question, and if I am able to help you, I will do so. What is here? Then thank you very much for joining. Hope you enjoyed it and it was helpful for you.
Hi, do you hear me? How are you? Here it is. Do you see it? Do you see my screen? Okay. Yeah, yeah. My final slide has all my contact information. First of all, I want to share some anecdote with you. I woke up at 6 a.m. I travel a lot because I thought that I saw somewhere that GMT is 2 hours before my time. So I was at, let's say, 8 a.m. my time at a spot, and I saw no one was here. So I thought that this meeting was cancelled. And then finally, I asked my friend what's going on, and he told me, well, you are on wrong time, guy. You have 4 hours left. So yeah, I traveled back, then I am here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we are. It is noon now at my time zone. And here it is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Today I'm going to show you calendars in Microsoft Project for the Web, which is, I will not say slightly, but completely different to configure in Microsoft Project for the Web against the Microsoft Project Desktop application, which was much more easier. To show you that, I'm going to start the project. So here you can see that that we have project for the website, and I am going to create a new blank project. Okay, now when you create new blank project here and you have untitled project, so you can see, we have a wait for a moment. You can see that here you can choose calendar, and you will see that this calendar can be chosen only if you have already defined one by your own. Otherwise, if you didn't, then you will have a default work template, which is default, of course, as the word says, and you will not have you will not see this this type of the screen on the right hand bottom corner. But before that, let me show you some examples. First of all, I'm going to delete this project, and I'm going to make a case scenario. Let's say that we have a working time from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. Okay, to have that, first of all, what you should do is to create one resource, even real resource, which you have already created, or you will create, or you can do, as I'm going to do, create new generic resource. And I'm going to create new generic resource, which will be called here. So where am I? I am, first of all, I can go here and Dynamics 365. So how to get there? And on Dynamics 365, I will go down there to the project. And when I click to the project, I will come right here. So I will choose resources, and I will say, okay, I need resource type, which will be generic resource, and I will name it, let's say, work time from 8:00 a.m. to 4:00 p.m. and I will choose my time zone. be careful about time zone which you choose, because you can have different results if you choose wrong one, and I'm going to cover this during my presentation. So now I have my generic resource, which name is work time from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and I'm going to save and close that resource. And after the saving will be done, you have to wait a little bit. Then I will going to define work hours for the same resources. And now for the same resource, I will choose this resource. And as you can see, if I choose it, I have show work hours. So this is basically where you can create work hours for resource, and it is obvious, it is mandatory to do before you are going to create calendar template or work template for the whole project. Now, for the whole project. Now I'm going to go to the show work hours for that particular project. And after a little bit, and don't be confused, you have to wait a while for at the first time. I'm going to go to the setup and new weekly schedule. Okay, now when I have new weekly schedule, I will say that that my resource will work only during weekdays, so I will uncheck Sunday and Saturday. I will choose the same, once again, the same time zone, and I will say that this applies from the very beginning of this year, so basically from 1st of January. After that, I will go to set work hours. Okay. Do you see my screen? Do you see my set work hours and service restrictions screen? Well, it is a little bit strange because now, let's say, you can see this screen with, okay, so I should share it once again. Let me try to reshare my screen again. Okay. And I will say share, and I will share my desktop. Now you will see everything, guys, I hope. Okay, do you see now? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go through this once again. I will say new weekly schedule. Okay, I will check this Sunday and Saturday. As you can see, I have the whole, the same time zone as I have previous for my resource. And I will say, let's go to set work hours. And I will say, I want to work from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. here. And I will say, okay. Now I have my brand new work calendars for the calendar for this particular resource. Now I'm going back, and I'm going back to from project to settings. And now I'm going to create brand new calendar template. Okay, from settings to calendar template, I will say new one, and I will say a template for template from 10 to 4. Okay, and I will say that I will use template, which I will use resource, which is from 8 to 4. So for the creation of template, you should create to inherit some work hours. You should use resource. I create a resource from 8 to 4, and I will use it. So I have new template, a template for 10 to 4, and I'm going to say save it. Everything is good. Now I have everything what I need, and I have to go back to my project. And now you will see one strange thing. First of all, be aware that this is not from 10 to 4, sorry, from 8 to 4. This is mistake, from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Save and close. Now, I want to show you something when you use from 8 a.m. I will create new blank project, and I will say that this project has a name, project from 8 to 4. I will say that this project will start at the very beginning of next week, and I will I should wait for a little because it is not visible here. Okay, let's see if it's visible now. Here it is, from 8 to 4. So I will use for my specific project, specific template. Now you will see one strange thing, and you should be aware of that. I'm not even starting with my real presentation. I want to. This is what I'm showing you now is something which you be aware of, and you should avoid it. I will create task 1. Okay. I will add 2 columns: start time and finish time. Okay. And if I say that this particular task is going to have 1 day duration, it will start at 15th of June, and it will not be finished at the same date by the next day. Why is that? Because if you go hover your mouse here, you will see that this task will start at 9 a.m. So no matter if you have your calendar template, which is set up from 8 a.m., first task of the project, at the project for the web, in the project for the web, will always start at 9 a.m. So it will be finished next day, let me hover, at 9 a.m. as well. If I put, for example, here for duration, 7, but not days, hours, sorry, hours, it will finish at the same day from 9 to 4, because task cannot be started before 9, but should be finished according to my calendar template at 4 p.m. So if I choose 1 day, it will start at 9. It will finish first day at 4, it is 7 hours, and it will start next day at 8. So the problem here is that the first task for your project is always started at 9 a.m. So that's what I wanted to show you with this calendar template. Now let's go to achieve something very different. And this is, I'm going to show you that I will use project. I will create brand new resource. And let's say that we are working from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So as you already know, I should create one resource. And I will say that this resource is a new resource, which is generic, and I can say this is a generic resource for template from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I will respect my time zone. I will say 7 close, and I'm going to now choose my new resource. I'm going to set hours, and I'm going to say, okay, I want to set up new weekly schedule, which is going to be in my time zone from the very beginning of the year, just for example, and I don't want to work, my work days are not going to be Sundays and Saturdays, so I'm going to work during weekdays. And I'm going to work from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sorry, here. I will say okay, and I'm done here. It says that it is applied from very beginning of this year to the end of the life, especially my life. And I'm saying, okay, now I'm done. I have to create a new template. So I'm going back to the settings, to calendar templates, and I'm going to create brand new template, which will say template from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay. I will say template resource will be this one. I will say save and close, and I'm done. Okay, now I will try now to create a new project, and I will say new blank project. I will say project from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I will say that it will start next week, Monday, and I will try to, okay, to refresh it because it's not obviously visible still. So I'm going back and I hope it is visible now. Yes, it is. And that's it. Now I'm going to add one task. Task one. Task one. And I'm going to say that, of course, I need start and finish columns to show you what is really happening here. And I'm going to say the duration is 1 day. So it will start at 10 a.m., as you can see, and it will be finished at 6 p.m. Now, that means that for our tasks, we need 8 hours. But what about resources? Now, I will create resources here, and I will create in my project brand new resource, which I already have in my tenant, and I will say, okay, I need team. Sorry, is it here? No, sorry. I have resources here, new user, and I'm going to look for the team. Here is team, and I will say, be careful, very careful about here. That team is in my time zone, so I will say he is here, sorry, somewhere here, yeah, here, and that's it. And I will say save and close. Now, I can now choose team and say that team will have the same working hours as my template. So I will say set calendar. I don't have to go through each and every single resource and say this each and every single resource will work from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Instead of that, I can choose one or more resources, and I can say set calendar. So I can choose 100 resources if I want, but I will choose for this presentation only one, but you can choose as many as you want. And I will go to set calendar, and I will say team will work according to template from 10 to 6. Now, I will apply it. Okay, let's go back to my project. And I will say in my project, then I will assign this task to Tim. I will say, okay, I will need Tim. It will search for a while. It will find a team and it will say to me, okay, Nenad, you didn't create any group, because before you started with assigning your resources to Microsoft Project for the web, you have two possibilities. Either you have your own group. Okay, I have one, but this is actual one, so I won't use it. Or you will create a new one. So it's up to you if you are going to create the new group for each project, or you will create one common group, let's say a group, project group, in which you will have all resources which you need, and then you will when you open new project or create new project, you will choose that a group which already exists. For this purpose, I will just create a new one. Okay, and now I see Tim is here, and you can see that he will work from 10 to 6. But let's say that I have new resource, which is, I should remove this one, new one, and this user is Jim. Okay, but he's also in my time zone. So here it is. Here he's here, and I will say save and close. Okay, but since he is in my time zone, I want from beg your pardon. This was, which one was that? Tim. Okay, Jim. I will use Jim. Okay, and I will say, I will create calendar for Jim, but let's say that Jim is going to work from 10 a.m. until 12 p.m. I mean noon. So it is available only 2 hours per day. For this purpose, I cannot apply a template, because template says it is from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm going to create brand new work hours for a brand new schedule and calendar for this particular resource. I will go to new weekly schedule, and I will say, okay, he's not going to work from Sunday to Saturday. He is going to be in my time zone, but he's going to work from 10 a.m. till 12 p.m. and I will say, okay, now I'm good with him. I will close this screen. I will close this screen. As you can notice, I didn't choose that Jim will work from the beginning of the year, so it will apply from today. And I'm going to my project, and I will say I will create task 2. We'll have duration, which will be 1 day, but instead of him, I will say I need Jim. Okay. Now I'll put Jim. I will assign Jim to my specific group, which was here. And what you can see is that duration is 1 day, but start date and finish date are different. Start date are the same, but finish date is different. Why? Because Jim is going to work from 15th of June till 18th of June, because according to my calendar template, my one work day is 8 hours from 10 to 6. So to fulfill that task, Jim should work 8 hours. But since he is available only 2 hours per day, he is going to work longer than Tim. So if I go to the timeline, I will see that he's going to work 4 days. Why? Let's go back to the grid and I will say here, Tim. Tim is going to work 8 hours per day. So since, sorry, why didn't I see Tim? Okay. Since he is going to work from 10 to 6, he will fulfill his task 1, from 10 to 6, and he is done. But since Jim is available only 2 hours per day, and he should work 8 hours to fulfill that task, he will work from 15th of June to 18th of June. So he is going to work 4 days, 2 hours per day. What will happen if I choose that I will put Jim in this task as well? I can say, okay, Jim is going to work, and you will see that the finish date will be the same like the finish date for task 2. Why is that? Because at the dead task you will at task 1 he will Jim should work 8 hours as Tim has, but he's available 2 hours per day. Now, the third thing which I want to show you is that I can add here task 3, and I will say it will last 3 days. Now, let's say, for example, that by Jim, my resource, which is called Jim, is going to have time off. Now, once again, back to my project. He is going to work from 15th to 17th. Let's say that at 16th of June, he has a holiday. I will go to Jim. Okay, and I will choose this one, and I will say, let's say vacation. And I will say he's going to be off from 16th to 16th, 1 day, and once again, I will choose the same time zone. So vacation, I misspell it, vacation. So you can see that he is going to be off. What will happen? And you can see that he is off, he is on vacation. On the calendar, you can clearly see that he is on vacation. Okay, I will close this screen. It is for Jim, and I will put Jim on this task. Now you can see that this task is going to be from 15th to 1st of July, because he has to work 3 days. 3 days means, and I will show you that on details, 3 days mean 24 hours, and 24 hours, 2 hours per day. So he is going to work 2 hours per day until he's finished, but also he has here on timeline some days which are off. What you can see, what maybe is not obvious here, that if I go to Tim, I will show you about Tim. Let's say that Tim is going to be on the vacation. Let me show you. Tim has work here. I will remove Jim. I will say Tim. Let's say that Tim is at 15th of June at his vacation. I will say Tim, show working hours, and I will say setup, time off for Tim, and he is going to be on vacation on 15th, 1 day, and I will say also vacation. I will say you should be aware about time zone. Okay, now Tim is on vacation on Monday. What will happen on my project? You will see that Tim is going to work. What does it mean? And I will assign him again task 4. If I assign him to task 4 and I assign team to the task 4, okay, you will see that if you already have a task on which team should work, it might take a little bit longer until it inherits the new calendar. So be aware, when you change a calendar, vacation, or something like that, here, the project will be changed as well. You should wait a little bit, but as you can see, while I was typing task 4, start and finish date was changed for team because the vacation was applied. Okay, that's it. Now, one thing more. What if you want to add, if you want to change something? Let's say that I don't want for Jim to work from 10 to noon, but I also want, sorry, was it? Yeah, show working hours. As you can see here, I'm going to change this. And how I'm going to change this? I can click on any calendar date here. I will click here. I will double click and it will ask me, okay, you want to edit the schedule. What do you want to do? Do you want to edit the schedule for this date only? So let's say that Jim is going to work from 10 a.m. till noon each and every day except this one. No, I don't want to. Do you want to change his schedule from particular date which I choose? It was 25th of June and then onward, or you want to reschedule entire schedule from beginning to the end, from start to the end. And I will say, okay, from start to the end. And I will say, okay, I want to change this. And I will say, no. That was a mistake. He shouldn't. He should not work from 10 a.m. till 12 p.m., but from 10 a.m. till, let's say, 6 p.m. I will say, okay. Now it is changed, as you can see. Now let's go and see what happened to my project. I will refresh it. Here. What happens? As you can see, nothing. Why? Be aware of that. When you change work time, after you assign your resource at your existing project, any change which is made here will not apply to existing project. Let me show you. I will delete each and every of these tasks, each and every, okay. And I will say brand and I will say it is 1 day duration, okay. See? Okay, now let's go back to the project. Let's create a new one. And let's say my newest project. And let's say it will start at from Monday. And let's say that I'm going to choose this one. Okay, template. Of course, I'm going to put start and finish column here to be visible. I will add new task, which will call task A. I will say 1 day duration, and I will assign it to Jim. Of course, it will ask me, do you want new group? I will say, okay, yes, I want it. Okay, create and assign. And you can see that Jim is going to work here from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. But on the other hand, if I go to my previous project, Jim is going to work on task 1 from 15 to 19. So be aware of that, because if you make a mistake or if you made a mistake here and you create a very large and complex project here, you are not going to be able to do something like erase your resource and reassign him. So deassign and reassign, but it inherits these dates and this working time from this one, and this one is template. When you put when you choose your template at your brand new project, it collects everything what is written at a moment here, and it moves on with those data. So it can be very, very annoying if you find out lately or later when you created your new project that you made a mistake or you should do some corrections. Okay, now once again I showed you calendars. What can you do with your calendars as well? You can go here, show work hours, and instead of something like from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. I can create new, I can here change resource, change a working time, or I can do it for new resource. Let's say that this resource will not work from 10 to 6, but it will work from 10 to 2, then it will have, let's say, 30 minutes break or 1 hour break from 2 to 3, which I also can do. And then he will work from 3 to 6. So as you can see now, if I create a new project, because I must do that, because I create new work hours for that resource, so it will not be inherited in a project which already exists. So remember, he is going to work from 10 to 2. Then he has to he has a lunch break from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Then from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. he's going to work. Okay. We are going to create new project. Hello world. I will say it will start, let's say that I'm the project manager, and I'm going to start with project from Monday. I will say I will use this template, okay, and I will add new task, and I will say task, and I will say okay, duration is 1 day, start, finish, everything seems good. Now Tim, now okay, hello world, create and assign, and he's going to work from 16 to 17. Why? First of all, he's on his vacation, remember? Let's say show working hours. He's on vacation, so he shouldn't work at 15. Why is he going to finish the task next day. Why? Because one day, according to template, means 8 hours per day. Tim is at work 8 hours per day, but he has a break. So he actually works 7 hours per day. So he's going to work. Let me show you here. Show work hours. Let me show you here. Let's say here. Okay, just to show you, from 10 to 2, this is 4 hours. Then from 3 to 6, which is another 3 hours. In the break time, he doesn't work. So he's going to work from 10 to 2, 4 hours. And from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., this is another 3 hours. So he's not able to finish the task X in one day because he's going to work 7 hours and this task, and he's going to be finished next day with remain 1 hour. See, he's going to start at 10 a.m. next day, and since he has only 1 hour to work, because the only 1 hour is left for him to complete this task, he's going to be finished at 11 a.m. So be aware of that. Of course, your question might be, what if I want to have a break for each and every resource? Should I put it here? And the answer is, of course not. If you remember for the very beginning of my presentation, if I go, let's say here, to calendar template from 10 to 6, I can see that I used generic resource. I will click on my generic resource. I will be switched on resource tab, and I will go to show work hours. And I will now say, oh, I forgot. It is not from 10 to 6 p.m. It is from 9 p.m. to 6 p.m., but I have a lunch break. Okay, I will click on one of the date. I will say, no, for the entire time. I will now say it will apply to the whole period, and I will say it is from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I will say okay, but this is going to be from 9 a.m. okay, to 6 p.m., but I'm going to have a break from, let's say, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So as you can see, from 9 to 1 is 4 hours, from 2 to 6 is another 4 hours. So resource is going to work 8 hours, but it has a 1 hour break in the meantime. So if I put that, you can see here, and it shows that everything is good. Now I'm going to my settings, my calendar template, and I'm going to say I will apply this to generic resource, and it should work. So let's go again here. Let's go to create a new project, and I will say, and at the end of the story, I will start at 15th. I will say that I'm using template. I will say okay. I will say task. I will say 1 day. Sorry, this is not where I should put duration. I will set add column. I will say start. I will say end or finish. It works from 10 to 6, as you can see. And now, if I'm going to assign Tim, and create. He's going to work from 16 to, oh yeah, why? I made a mistake. I will go back and I will show you which mistake I made. If I go to resources, to team, and show work hours, and if I go back here, and if I say, okay, I didn't put the same thing for him, so I can say, okay, he's not going to work from 10 bar from 9, and that everything will be okay. Or I can say, oh, I have user, which is team. I go to resources. Now I don't have to create separate calendar for him. I will say, oh, for team, it is quite enough to take the template and everything will be fine. And now I have the same setup like I have for my template, and my template has the same setup like it is in generic resource template. So that's it. Since I introduced myself as a project manager. For project manager, it is always the good thing to be on time. So it is 15 minutes till 1, my time, okay, my time, and I am done. So to make a conclusion, be aware that it is not easy for you to create calendar template like it is for you who are familiar with Microsoft Project. For here, like here, project, change working time, and here go to work weeks, details, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now you can see the work time. It is totally different thing to create a calendar in project for the project for the web than in Microsoft Project. Why? Because in Microsoft Project desktop application, you could and you can create calendar template directly from the tool. On the other hand, when you have your project for the web here, you cannot, once again, you cannot create calendar template or working time for your resources. You should do it through PowerApps with resources and with your settings. In settings, you are going to use calendar templates. And once again, recap, before you do that, you should create, or already you should have one resource which will use as a template for your calendar template. Here it is, template resource. So for create calendar template, you should have template resource. And then when you have multiple template resources like I have here, you will save and close, sorry, you will see that, and in each and every project, when I create new one, I can choose between those which I already created. Like, for example, here, when I create a new project, I will see exactly, when I go to Untitled Project, I will see here in the calendar, I have to wait for a little, in my calendar that I have all those templates which are shown here. So be aware that you can create a template and you can assign these calendars to all your resources, and still you can change the working time for your particular resources if that particular resource work on different time or when you are going to create vacation. Of course, if you have national holidays which apply to all your resources, like for example, New Year, I don't know, Labor's Day, or etc., you should do it in your generic resource, and then all your resources won't work at that time as well. Okay, I'm all yours.
Thank you once again, Nenad, for that very interesting explanation. That was a really good use case of overcoming the limiting.
So either I was perfect or I was lousy. If you can see here, those are my contacts. This is my blog, my website. I'm writing only about Microsoft Project and Project for the Web only. And this is my email address and this is my LinkedIn profile. So if you want to reach me or ask any question, if you are hesitate now, don't hesitate in the future. So you can reach me anytime and I will surely come back to you. I will answer. I always answer to questions. Yeah, why would anyone use Project for the Web with all the limitation it has over a multitude of cloud-based project solution without them? Struggling with people use case of Project for the Web in its form. Okay, let me try to answer this question. Project for the Web is brand new project, brand new product. That's it. So in this particular moment, you cannot achieve everything what you can with Project Online, Project Server Online, or Project Desktop application. That's true. Okay, but if you consider future, in the future, Microsoft Project for the Web will be the main tool for project management. I think, this is my opinion only, then Microsoft is going to, sooner or later, I think maybe in a year or two, it will abandon Microsoft Project Online. Because with the I enjoy Microsoft Project for the Web. Why? It is integrated and it is much less complicated than Project Online without check-in, check-out. If you ever tried to administrate Microsoft Project Online, it's a really headache. So this is the strategy for Microsoft, and yeah, it is a little bit complicated, but it is integrated with all Dynamics and PowerApps stuff. So basically, it is the future. But yes, Marilyn, the answer is, for now, you cannot easily or at all achieve everything what you can do with Microsoft Project Desktop. One of the reasons you use a planner and need more capacity if you have outgrown planner and need more features. Well, let me show you something. Planner, okay, and Microsoft Project are two different things, okay? They can help each other, let me use these words. But on the other hand, if you use Planner, in a Planner you will not see dependencies, and you will not see how the particular resource is occupied, and you cannot go with costs, etc., etc. On the other hand, Microsoft Project is much more complex product, and I strongly invite you to see the next session, not the next one, of course, the next one, of course, but the one which will be in an hour, and Paul Mather is going to show you Microsoft Project from zero to hero. And I know Paul, and he is great, and I know that he will answer a lot of questions which you have in mind now, because you know this is brand new project, this is brand new product, and yes, it is a future, but no, it cannot be done everything which are we used to with I will say ordinary Microsoft Project. That's my answer, the best what I can do now. Since I don't work with Microsoft, I will tell you something. When you start with all those things which are covered today, the one thing which I will say, dislike is that there is no such a thing like from Microsoft, like a starting point. Where should I start from? Okay, why? Because if you are saying you should be aware that a lot of things exist and you don't know how to do it. I will tell you, I'm MVP, and I can say I'm good in project. Okay, I'm not being modest, but that's what I'm doing for my living, and I was struggled a lot before I found this one, okay? This one which I just presented to you, because I had a lot of problems, and I went to many sites from Microsoft, user forums, etc., and then I find I think from Antii, or I think from Antii that he has already recorded one video, but without that, it can be very, very hard to you to solve a problem. It's huge product, not Microsoft Project for the web, but the whole environment. Then it is sometimes, and most of the time, it's very hard to know where to start from. But Antii made a good point. Remember that Project for the Web is still MVP, minimal viable project. It's the project management tool moving forward, and you will see the majority of investment efforts from the project team moving forward. It still doesn't have ways to go. Okay, yeah, that's exact what I meant. It is a minimal available product, because you don't forget that PSA came much before years before Project for the Web. Project for the Web was introduced at November last year, and they are constantly growing. It is constantly growing. A Microsoft Project group is primarily focused on that product. So it is future like if you like it, you can like it or not, but it is the future of the Microsoft project as a tool. That's my point. Thank you for having me here.
Yes, yes, I am. Perfect, perfect. So it's nearly. Mhm. All right. Yes, I think it's practically speaking the hour. So I think it's fine for me to start introducing myself. Can I just double check, Ras, that you can hear me? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ras, for the opportunity to be here and to share with you what I've learned about discounts and markups in PSA and project operations that is coming quite soon to us. My name is Matthew Lazowski. As Ras said, I've been working with PSA for quite some time, meaning 2016. So that's 4 years already. And before that, I was working with another PSA system on the Dynamics CE platform with Assistance PSA from what's today Unit 4. So I started working with PSA effectively in 2012. So that's quite some time already. And I work here in the UK. I'm based in London, but I also work on projects in other countries. I work quite a lot with ProMX in Germany on their German and Swiss projects, and I've had the pleasure of working with many people there, including Manuel Hanak, who was presenting earlier today, Sebastian Sieber, and other colleagues. And yes, so I've my experience not only here in the UK, but also in German-speaking countries, also in Nordic countries. And I'm originally from Poland, so I also worked on projects there, on CE projects there, and also I have some experience from other locations. So yes, that's me. And as you can see, approximately 20 PSA projects since 2016. So that's quite a lot. And as you can see, I've also worked for the last 2 years. I've worked quite a lot with ProMX on their projects. So I think that's about me. I describe myself as a senior consultant and an enterprise architect, and I think I have the experience to prove it. So this topic is most of the presentation will be in the system itself. It will be more about the business process than the actual workings of it will not be very technical, basically. So what I really want to show you, actually Dynamics PSA is quite an advanced product that can help project managers, can help different personas to be more effective. So with as we know, Dynamics PSA is supposed to help bridge the gap between people who work in sales, people who work in delivery, people who work in finance, who sometimes seem to live on different planets. But with PSA, you can actually align the processes in those different parts of the business more. And one of ways of doing, a way to do it is look at one of the processes that probably should be aligned between sales and delivery is the estimation process. So when we, as a consulting organization that delivers projects, we need to be sure that our estimates are as precise as they can be. So what I'm going to show you today is the quote in the system, quote in PSA, and the project in PSA. Quote typically has been an entity that is typically worked with by salespeople, while project is an entity that's worked by people in delivery, people in delivery. So project managers, project management administrators, PMOs, who are working with projects, more set up projects. But those words shouldn't be separate. They should be related. So that's what I'll be showing, and I'll be also talking about particular ways of we need to get the estimates right, but also we have some other limitations. Typically, the client doesn't have has a limited amount of money. The budget is limited, so we need to often get the price right as well, which often means we need to get it lower. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about the different ways of getting the price down when you work with quotes and projects, and I'm going to say that custom pricing, so using custom price list and changing the rates directly is a double-edged sword. Is something that can be very quick to do, but may not be the only way of lowering your estimate. This is very much related to what Manuel Hanak said earlier today, that with price lists it's easy to make a mistake actually and update the standard price list rather than your project-specific price list. But we're going to look at it in more detail in a moment. So I'm going to cover a couple of alternatives to actually changing the rates. There is this edge when the client comes in and says, well, can you do it for less? Can you do it for less? And then sometimes it is the easiest thing to do is to actually either just change the estimate on the quote or change the rates. But there are other things we can do as consulting organizations to actually arrive at the lower price, but not cause problems further down the line when someone needs to deliver that project to that estimate. And I'll be covering those different options, different scenarios. So looking at how the scope can be cut down, looking at different roles on the project, as we can see here, also using non-billable roles, and I'll also talk about options that we are going to get when project operations becomes available. I'm sure many of you know that it is coming. We know that Microsoft has promised it, the preview of the product to be available in June, late June, probably early July, and the general availability in October. So this is something that's coming. And for those of you who are not sure about project operations, there's obviously documentation from Microsoft, and you can read about it on LinkedIn, in my posts, and other people's posts. And basically, project operations will be the new version of PSA. So we are on PSA version 3. Project operations, you could say it will be version 4, but actually it will be more than that, because it will include some other components that we haven't had before. So project operations will include project for the web that we were looking at a moment ago during Nenad's presentation. That was very informative. This is going to be the task scheduling engine for PSA. So definitely a very important component coming to PSA with, and as was said before, perhaps still project for the web is not as sophisticated as project online or project professional, but still it's an improvement to what we have had in PSA so far, and I think it meets requirements of a lot of organizations. But going back to the topic of my session, so what are different options out there we can use to lower the estimates for a project? So and some of them will include using a T&M quote line rather than a fixed price quote line. I'll explain why. And then we have the custom pricing feature, a very powerful feature, but we shouldn't overuse it, and other options as well. So I'm going to cover that too. And I have a couple of slides here about ProMX that I want to show you as well. ProMX is a partner based in Germany, but they also deliver projects in other countries, definitely German-speaking countries, but not only in those countries. And as you can see, they do also have, which is actually on the next slide. Well, first, the clients, you may have heard about the implementation of Software one of the largest PSA implementations, probably fair to say in the world, around 1,000 users. Are they here on this slide? There are many companies here. I can see them, yes, on the left-hand side, and on the top, well, second row. And then also add-ons that ProMX have, which can sit on top of your PSA. So there may be some components which you say are missing, and that they're addressed by those add-ons. So so I've done the presentation, I've done the PowerPoint slides, and now I'll move to the actual presentation in the system. And I want to start by showing you a quote lines, and then the project. So what we can see here is actually a standard quote. I haven't customized it much. It's just the standard fields. What you can see here is well, I will probably not be spending too much time on it. You have seen it. Basically, quote consists of quote lines, and then you associate projects to your quote lines. Typically, there are quite a lot of restrictions in PSA, how many quote lines you can have that are linked to projects. What I want to say is that if you have a project, you typically can only associate one quote line or maybe two quote lines. This is it because of the different restrictions. I will not be going into too much detail. So in my scenario, I do have two quote lines. And so when I think I closed it. Okay, doesn't matter. I can go to the quote header. On the quote header, we can see that we have those two quote lines. Right now, our project is linked to the fixed price quote line. So I'm sure most of you know that you can have those two different billing methods in PSA. The fixed price, where you bill the client for the agreed amount, no matter what. So if you do it for, if you spend less time than you planned, doesn't matter. The client will always be billed for 50,000. If it was time materials, this depends on how much time really was spent, and you bill the client for the total amount of time you spend on it. But we'll look at it in a little bit more detail as well. So that's my quote. We took a look at the quote lines. Let's maybe take a closer look. Well, let's just see what we have here on the quote line. So as you can see, we have the project that's associated with other information we store on the quote line. So this is where the quoted amount is entered. And when I say it's entered, you can either do it manually. This is the simplest scenario, but this is what you would do if you didn't have PSA at all. You would be entering it manually here. So if you were using sales, you can still do it in PSA though. And you have other options such as creating quote line details manually. So you go and create quote line details manually. I will not be showing that option. For some companies it may work. Some companies may decide that on some quotes we don't want to create an estimation project. And then we also can track the customer budget here. So we can say, we believe the customer, I'm going to remove the value for now in the quoted amount. Let's say we do not have a value here, but the customer budget, let's say it's 50,000. We can also say when we hope to start billing the client. So if we believe, we are in June right now, maybe it doesn't make sense to start the project in end of June. Maybe we want to wait till September. So we're going to say the first. So actually, in my case, when we look on the project, we'll be starting at the end of August, just on the Monday. So that's why we'll be billing the client from the 1st of September. But let's take a look at the add this information on. So this is my project plan. So now I have jumped from the quote line to the project that I created earlier. And this is my project plan, which you build on the schedule tab on the project with, with the different phases, analysis, design, so on and so forth, and then with particular tasks that are assigned to generic resources. So typically at the quoting stage, especially if this is a larger piece of work, you would like to estimate it in a little bit more detail. So you would be creating a project plan, you'd be creating those phases, the particular tasks that need to be completed, and then you would decide what kinds of resources you need. And at this stage, in some companies, people would decide what named resources you need, but actually a lot of companies say, actually, I don't want to decide about it yet. I just want to estimate it, how much it would take. Maybe the client actually will not be starting in September. Maybe they will start next year. So I just want to do the estimation, do the calculation. So I'm using those generic resources, as they are called, so a senior consultant. And in my case, I happen to know that there will need to be more than one. This will need to be delivered by more than one person, because I can see that there is some configuration and some development. It would take too long if I was doing first the configuration, then development. So I know I'm going to need a senior consultant A and a senior consultant B. And originally I assumed they will need to be done on site. So when I planned it before the virus started spreading, and I was assuming it will be done on site. And we can see it on some tasks I have 2 resources. And this is not very different from Project Professional. I'm not saying this project plan doesn't give you all those options, but you still have your predecessors. You still can assign resources. You can decide. You can specify what effort you have. So this is really useful. But what the system is doing at the back of it. So this is where actually PSA, I would say, is better from. Well, okay, it doesn't matter if it's better or not, but it's where PSA is really good, is that it calculates the amounts for you. So you can see that in terms of the sales value, in terms of the value that we could potentially bill the client for, this is the amount that this is going to be. So we can see here particular tasks. Right now I'm using the same row on all those different tasks. So senior consultant on site, there are 16 tasks when we use that row, and we can see the price per hour is 120 euros. So per day, if this is 8 hours, this is 960, and the system calculates it nicely for me. We can see what the total is. I need to refresh it so that the columns are displayed nicely. And right now this is just displayed per year, but I could display it per month, per week, and so on. But just to keep it nice and simple, I just display it in one column. So we can see right now that the total estimate is 67,200 euros. And the client, we happen to know, because perhaps either the client told us or believe that the client can only pay up to 50,000 euros for it. And what can we do? I mean, we could just go to the quote and just enter 50,000 here, and just send the quote for 50,000 without thinking about it. But what will be the consequences? The effectively, you could say we are. What happens then? Actually, firstly, perhaps we should look at other options that we have. If we just do it, it just basically we are selling our resources at a lower rate, and if this is a fixed price project, so if we sell it at 50,000, this will mean that our project profitability will be lower. So we estimated that the project is going to this is how much it should really cost the client. This is how much they should really pay for it. But if we sell it at 50,000, our project profitability will be lower because we have our costs as a company. We can actually take a quick look at those costs. So rather than looking at the sales values, we can also look at the cost values. And we can see that, in this case, it costs us 22,000. So even at 50,000, we would probably make a profit. But, well, we would make a profit, but, definitely it's lower profitability than if we were selling it for 67,000. So let's go back to that sales view. So let's look at what other options we have rather than just cutting the rate and this is something that to people who have worked with, who have sold projects and who have worked on projects, this is something that's quite obvious. But one of the reasons why I've come into the PSA world is to perhaps help both salespeople and delivery people to work together better. So if we just change the quote value to 50,000, then it's just passing the problem to the delivery team, who will then to the project manager, who then has to deliver that project, and that project will not be profitable. And actually, this may mean that his boss will not be very happy. People who are working on that project will be under a lot of stress. Well, actually, could be avoided to some extent. And we can do it in several ways. So, okay, this is our estimate. We can see it's 560 hours, and we know that it costs how much it costs. So one of the things we can do, we can look at the option of removing some of the items from the scope. Is post-go-fly support, removing it, a good idea or not? It depends. If the client doesn't have the budget for it, then perhaps it is a good idea, because we can then maybe sell it to them later. And I know that a lot of companies try to include support in the original quote, which makes sense. But if the client doesn't have the money for it, perhaps this is something we could remove. So it's a matter of removing the tag. So I just need to click here, and I can click on delete. So this deletes that task, and the estimate will go lower accordingly. So in a moment, we will see this disappearing. And when I come here, when I click on refresh, we can see already that our estimate has come down. But there are other options that I have as well. So why not use a customer resource? Typically, the customer says, okay, so yes, we know that we need to do training, but perhaps we could do it ourselves. Maybe you just train the trainer, and we do we train our end users. So why not use a customer resource? So rather than using our senior consultant sitting on site, we can actually use a customer resource. So so I create the project team member called Customer One, and this will be my customer resource. I need to remember to remove my senior consultant. And the DF was still 16, but when I again go to my estimates and I refresh them, the price will go down further. And what I can do then, I can look at other options, and now we're going to look at different types of resources. So yes, originally we planned to do it on site, but do we really need to do it all on site? Perhaps some of the tasks, such as deployment to UAT, doesn't really matter if we do it on site or we do it remotely. Why don't we do it using a remote role? So I can define those remote roles. So this is an interesting one. So basically, this would mean that you need to define your price lists for both your so for each type of resource. So for a senior consultant, you would have one rate for on-site and one rate for remote, which, when you think of it, it may make sense. I mean, I'm not saying it makes sense for everyone, but I think, especially today's world, it makes a lot of sense. So let's just select now I'm going to choose a senior consultant remote. So I can remove the on-site one. I can use the remote one. Okay, and I happen to know that actually this is a lower rate, yeah. So I will not be going to the estimates every single time, but I just know that it will drive the estimate down. In a similar way, I can use an offshore resource. So this may mean the resource based in a different country could most likely, yes, be working remotely. Well, they could be also working on site, but they, maybe they have lower costs. So this means that we can also sell them at a lower rate. So let's maybe change that to an offshore resource, which I will have here. So I'm going to choose an offshore consultant. So this is dependent on, as I've said, on the setup of my price list, on my sales price list, and this is dependent on the setup of my roles. And how I define my roles is a separate topic, but But if you really want to do it in a straightforward, I mean, out of the box, you can do it by, so you define your types of resource, so your junior consultant, senior consultant, solution architect, project manager, and then coming from different resourcing units, and then you could say that if the resource is coming from Germany, then you sell them at 1,000. If the resource is coming from Brazil, you sell them at 800 euros, for example, per day. So this is what you can do out of the box. But if you use custom pricing dimensions, for example, well, actually, before we go into custom pricing dimensions, you could also just, let's say you have five types of roles. So you have those which I mentioned: junior consultant, senior consultant, developer, solution architect, and project manager. And if you wanted to have your two rates, one for on-site and one for remote, you just multiply those by 2. So you would have 10 roles, and then you would define your prices for those 10 roles. And this is straightforward. And if you don't have many roles, this will do. You don't have to use custom pricing dimensions. But if you have 25 roles, then actually multiplying them by 2 would mean that you end up with quite many. Then you should look at using custom pricing dimensions. But in my case, actually, I use the first option. So I just create those. So I create a role called senior consultant on site, and senior consultant remote, and I'm not using custom pricing dimensions. All right, and another option that I want to show is use a non-billable role or resource. So right now, so if I wanted to do it, I would just change it to a pre-sales consultant. So let's imagine that, to be able to sell this project, to be able to, where is my pre-sales consultant? Do I have a pre-sales consultant here? I should do. Okay, I'm just going to use customer for now. It's not exactly what I want. Yeah, basically I want to use a pre-sales consultant here, a non-billable role. So, you could imagine that maybe to get the cost down, we have to do this initial presentation at no cost. So then we can use that the pre-sales consultant role that I should be having here. And then also, when we look at project operations, there will be some improvements. So we will be able to actually use non-billable tasks. Right now, unfortunately, and I know that this may come as a surprise or disappointment, it's not possible to actually for a given task to say this task is non-billable. You can't do it out of the box. You can use some workarounds. And yes, you could add a custom field, and then the custom field would drive some custom behaviors. But then still on your standard estimates tab, this would not be reflected. So the only way to actually to make a task non-billable in PSA version 3 is to use a non-billable role. But in project operations, we are promised that it will be done differently. You will be able to link tasks to items in your contract, and you'll be able to say which of those items are billable, which aren't. So we are really looking forward to that feature, and well, let's hope it will be there when project operations released in October. So now I've made my changes to my roles. Let's see what the estimate is looking right now. How's it looking? Well, it's still a little bit above 50,000. Let me just check. I seem to have a comment, possibly. So the question here was, is it possible to create multiple scenarios? So if I understand correctly, we are talking about, I think I understand. I think I understand the question. So so if the client is asking, okay, please give me 3 options, and then, well, in current PSA, we would need to create 3 estimation projects, and we would not be able to link it to the probably the same quote. So we don't have project snapshots out of the box that or baselines, as they are called in Project Online or Project Professional. So we cannot effectively have those multiple scenarios. So there is no versioning of the work breakdown structure. When we move to project for the web, I also think we'll not have it out of the box, but I think that there will be ways. There are ways. I mean, there are third-party tools already which offer that functionality. I think there's one coming from a partner in the UK, and also ProMax I think is working on that. So this would allow you to actually have those different scenarios. All right, so let's just maybe here we cannot use for this one we cannot use a non-billable task, so let's use a non-billable role, and let's hope this will make our estimate lower. Let me just yes, I should be using the pre-sales consultant. No, actually I have a pre-sales consultant. I don't need to use a customer. It was just hiding at the bottom. Okay, so I can use my pre-sales consultant here. I'm going to also use here a pre-sales consultant. All right, and I think I wanted to use a slightly cheaper resource. So perhaps the configuration maybe doesn't have to be done by a senior consultant. Let's maybe say it can be done by a junior consultant. So I have a junior consultant set up here as well with a lower rate, and I don't need the senior anymore, so I can remove him. And now let's see how it has affected our estimates. So now I can click on refresh, and we can see now the estimates below 50,000. And let me just take a look at the comments as well. Okay, so I have a question here related to, is it possible to apply a discount, let's say 10%? Yes, and let me, I'm going to cover it as well. So now and I'll just remind myself what I still want to show you. So we've covered those options, but we also have those other options that I want to show you. So if the client is telling us, let me go back to the quote maybe. So if the client is, so right now our project was linked to that fixed price quote line. If the client is saying, and so we know that the customer budget is 50,000, and actually by changing those roles, we have driven the price down below 50,000. So actually we are in good place. But if we're still above, what we could do, we could actually tell the client, we'll not do it as a fixed price project, but we'll do it as a time material project. So again, this is another way of giving a discount to a client, because if we do it as a fixed price, this means that the risk is with us, with our consulting organization. But if we do it as time and materials, then actually this is as if we were, so if the client says, okay, do it for less, then we can say, yes, we can do it for less, but we'll do it as a time materials project. So yes, we've estimated it, and we believe it will cost X, but actually, if it costs a little bit more, we'll bill you for a little bit more. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to move that project to the time materials line. So first I need to remove it from the fixed price line. That's fine. And now I'm going to move it to the time materials line. So I'm just going to select the same project here. So this is a way, so actually we need to remember that actually if we switch between, this is not, there's no functionality for it in the system as such. This is something we need to know, that if we are offering a project as time materials, this is less risk, so we can offer it a little bit more cheaply. So so for example, and I'm going to show how to do it specifically. And then, there was a question about, can we give a 10% discount? Yes, we can. So custom pricing feature, that's the feature that we have in the system that I wrote is a double-edged sword. So this is something that is so easy to do that a lot of people do it and they overuse it. But what I've been trying to show is that actually, rather than do it straight away, you should look at all other options. But yes, let's imagine we need to use it. So out of the box, when you create a quote, the system is using a standard price list. In this case, you know, we have those defaulting rules. I will not be spending too much time on them, but basically this price list, this standard price list got defaulted. And what I need to do is to use the option to create custom pricing. What the system does then is creates a copy of that standard price list. So if I now make changes to it, it will not modify the standard price list, but it will modify the price list for this quote only. And this is happening, so on the quote you need to do it manually, so you need to click on the button. When you come to the contract level, the system creates it automatically for you. And actually I believe it's a setting, so on the quote you should be able to say, each time when I create a quote, create a custom price list for me. So this would help to reduce the risk that you know, that someone by mistakes modifies the standard price list. So now if I want to see what's in that price list, yes, it would be really nice to display it here in the grid as Manuel Hanak was showing earlier. This makes perfect sense. Out of the box, I need to click on it. I need to click on it again. This will take me to my, actually not more. I just need to go to row prices, and here I can see my prices. So I can see I have resource in Germany, I have resource in Brazil, I have on-site resources, remote resources. Probably that list would typically look a little bit longer than that, but that's good enough for now. So if I wanted to apply a discount, yes, I could just click on update prices in here, and I can say, and if I remember correctly, I need to use a minus here. So if I want to decrease it, I type in -10, apply, and the system applies that discount for me. And then now, so you know, then if I go back to my estimates, this will now be also taken into account. So if I go here, however, here I just refreshing it will not be dated, if I remember correctly. You'll need to use the update prices button. So we've changed our price list. Well, we created a custom price list. We changed the prices. I need to click on update prices, and then this will be reflected on the estimates tab of the project. So now, you know, it will cost even less. So it looks like we are already below what the client is ready to pay. Let me just take a look at the question. Is it possible to calculate the price project-based resource and not based row? So basically, out of the box, the pricing is based on the row and the resourcing unit. So when we look at the price list, you know, it's based on the row and the resourcing unit. If we wanted to, and effectively by using the custom pricing, the create custom pricing option button, we have now created a quote specific, or you could say a project specific price list. So this is only, you know, the discount we've given is only applicable to this particular quote, which later is going to become a contract, and this particular project. If we wanted to actually give discounts to particular named resources, we would need to use a custom pricing dimension, because as I said, out of the box, it's just the role and the resourcing unit that's driving our pricing. But we could have another column here for the named resource, John, Susan, Helen, and then we could be actually having our prices based on that. And on a particular project, you could discount them, you know, as you want. But you know, you would need a custom pricing dimension for it. This is described in Microsoft's documentation, so this information shouldn't be difficult to get to. Okay, so I'm hoping, let me just double check. I think I've answered most of the questions, or maybe even all. So okay, so that's the other option to apply the discount. So use update prices. If you don't, well, sometimes you don't want to update them all. You just want to maybe go and maybe 99 is not the best price. Maybe you want to make 95. So you can go directly and make it 95. And so this is what you could also do in the previous version. In version 3, it's done quite well. If I understood correctly, this is not changing with project operations. So you'll still have this. And this is really powerful because, you know, obviously you can do it in Project Online. You can modify prices, but not in such a robust way how you can do it here in PSA. All right, I think I may have another comment. Yes, that's absolutely correct. So there is quite a lot of scenarios to consider when we look at pricing. So what we are doing right now is the pricing on the estimates. So this is the estimates tab, and this is right now we are using generic resources, and the pricing is based on those two criteria that I mentioned. But if we then start using named resources, then the behavior is slightly different, and then the actual cost. So basically, let me think. Should we do it? No, actually, no. Maybe we can leave it for now. But basically, so if I have my project team members, and rather than having a senior consultant on site A, I try to find who's available, and then I assign it, let's say, to Matthew. Then the cost will be coming from Matthew's default role, so basically I need to make sure that the role is what I expect it to be on the project team member. But and this is only the estimation part, but then also at the actual. So then later we have the second part of the story. We have the second side of the coin. It's the actuals. So and the behavior that we need to understand the behavior there. But this is probably a topic for another presentation to really do this justice. So just to finish off with the different other options that we have. So we look at the custom pricing feature, but actually there are other ways of actually what is a discount? So payment plan and terms. So if the client is doing a prepayment, this is effectively, if the client wants a discount, we can also tell them, well, yes, we can give you a discount, but you need to pay 25% in advance. This again reduces the risk on our side. And then the payment terms. So even if they pay after 30 days, not after 90 days, that makes a difference. Invoice currency as well. So I mean, we need to actually be quite. That's an important point. So we may not, or it will be very difficult to change the currency used during when the project is mid-flight. So basically, when you create your quote, you need to agree with the client what currency will be used for on the project. So basically, if you decide you will be billing them in you're agreeing to the terms in euros that you will be billing them in. And so of course, if you're in Brazil or if you're in Germany, then there may be different exchange rates. Let's say some currencies change against each other. So it's a decision to make. Do I want to actually run this project in Brazilian reals, or do I want to run it in euros? Let's imagine my company is based in Brazil. Actually, our scenario is the company is based in Germany, but I'm using Brazilian resources. And let's say the client is based in Sweden. What currency do we use to bill the client? So this may impact okay, we can say, yes, we're going to give you a discount, but we will be running the project, we'll be billing you in our currency, in euros, not in Swedish crowns or other currency. Co-founding. So this is an interesting one. We don't have an option. So this is different budget sources. I don't remember the specific name that's being used, but basically this is saying maybe we can get some. Maybe we have a party that could chip in, could pay for some of the costs. Maybe Microsoft, if we are delivering a project in that technology, or if we are if we were, for example, a design company and we were designing a shopping center, maybe the manufacturer of a particular component could actually invest a little bit in that. This would drive the cost down, and we will have that option. We'll have that option, and hopefully in project operations, that's what we've been promised. And I know that certain third-party products include that as well. So this is, what later results in split billing. So you define your bill to customers, and maybe you split the bill. So this effectively for your end customer, this may actually drive the cost down. And then, the different rates. So, this is about our presentations about discounts, but also about markups. So what you can do to actually, okay, now we have, it looks like our estimate is below 50,000, but actually we also know that some of the work may need to be done, over time, because that's what the client says. We need to do it within 2 months. So maybe we will need to work over time as well. We know that just adding 5 more resources on it may not necessarily make it quicker. It may more sense to actually for our 2 consultants to work a little bit more for a limited period of time will be more effective than actually throwing more resources on it. And actually that's something that some people do. So you may have you sign the contract with the client, and we say on the project we're going to use those consultants, and then we also offer solution architects, but and then in your price list, solution architect is not discounted, and then during the project you realize you need the solution architect, and the client says, yeah, okay. And so then effectively you can use your not discounted rate, probably not for long, but for some time. So so this is a way of adding a little bit of revenue. So these are different options we have. As you can see, it's quite a lot. It's not just only going to the quote and cutting the. So let me just go back to that quote and just changing the number manually here on the quote amount. But now that we have, and let me go to the time materials one. Now that we've done all those modifications, and I'm sure you've seen it many times, what we can do now, we can import the estimates, not the fixed price one, the time materials one. We can import the estimates to my quote line. So if I need to go to the quote line details tab, and in here I click on import from project estimates. I'm just using default settings. Actually, perhaps now, let's maybe just spend 1 minute. I know the time is running out, just 1 minute on it. So rather than maybe sharing the whole project plan with the client, which some people say it's not a good idea, they could just take it away and do it themselves or with someone else. So maybe we'll just show them, just summarize it by row. We'll tell them how much we need and how many hours we need per row without telling them what specific tasks we will be doing. So we'll say summarize by, and we'll say just work level, or maybe let's say the phase level. Okay, and now what is happening, the system is importing those estimates for us from the estimates tab on the project to the quote line. So as you can see, what the client's going to see, that we need to do analysis, we need to configuration design, we need to do some deployment, testing, training, but we're not saying specifically what tasks need to be completed, which may be a preferred way of doing it. We can see that on some tasks we are using non-billable resources such as a pre-sales consultant. But to cut the long story short, we can see the estimates. Let me just refresh it, just see if this is what I was expecting. Let me go to my project again. When we look at sales, update prices. Yeah, refresh. Okay, let's take a look, because these are my estimates, and I think that the problem that why it's not exactly the same is that I think in my setup I'm saying that the offshore consultant is non-chargeable, which is not the case. I need to change it to chargeable, which I can do on my price list. So as you can see, sometimes you may have a surprise, but we should be able to deal with it. So just I'll go back to the quote and see what we can do to make it correct. So I can see, what the problem here is. I can see. Let me just check if we have also some other non-chargeable lines here, which should not be non-chargeable. So this is pre-sales consultant. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is just a milestone. So the problem I can see here is with this role, everything else seems to be correct. So I need to think for a short moment. I think I may I may do it slightly differently. I'm just going to choose a different role here. And now our estimate is, practically speaking, I think it's either exactly the same or yes, it's exactly the same. So as you can see, we've used all those different ways to actually get the estimate down. So it's not only going to the price list and changing those prices in the price lists. So in here in project price lists, or just manually going to the quote line and changing it to whatever we believe is correct. It's actually much better to do it to still do your estimate using that estimation project, maybe use different roles, do those different things that we can do, and then import the estimate to your project. And as you can see, sometimes you may still get some surprises. If you have some missing setup on your price list, you may get and I think that Gustavo wrote here that at the quote line you have chargeable rows. Quote line, chargeable rows. I can double check it. Yes. So and then here I have a senior consultant remote, and it's showing chargeable. So I think that's the setup here seems to be correct. But let's not worry about it. I'm sure we will be able to get to the bottom of it. So that's pretty much it. And what I want to show you, it's just showing that PSA is quite a mature project when it comes to estimations, and what I really think is good, it helps people in sales departments and people in delivery to actually speak the same language, work together a little bit more, and and then later hopefully this will end up result in us having more profitable projects, and actually those projects being a little bit less stressful when actually the project manager doesn't have to work towards a unrealistic project estimate. And the same goes for resources who are given not enough time, but hopefully are given enough time to do a very good job, and then hopefully the client is happy, everyone is happy, and the project is profitable. That's what we want. We know that a lot of projects aren't, but some are. And I think that when you use PSA and you use it to prepare realistic estimates, we can have more such projects. So I think that's it from me, and I'm very happy to answer more questions if you have any. So I'm glad that I could answer some of the questions. Well, I think all questions that were added here in the chat window. In case anyone else has more questions, I'll be very, very happy to answer them. If not, I can tell you a little bit about my experience of using it. Well, I can tell you that people use it differently, and definitely that there are companies where people just still want to be able to go and on the quote manually change the amount, and they say, we don't know, the person who tells me I need to create that quote doesn't tell me how they've come up with that number. They just tell me just enter 50,000 there, and and that's not ideal, but that's how some companies do it. Other companies do it maybe the person working in sales or in the project management office, they create those quote line details manually. So they just say 50 days of a consultant, 20 days of a developer, 10 days of a project manager. So not a finger in the air estimate, but still not very precise, and that's okay as well. But I think that on larger projects, more difficult ones, you should be creating those, the project plan, the schedule, trying to use different resource types, resource roles from different parts of the world, not necessarily where you are based. Maybe there are very good resources sitting somewhere else you could use. And this may drive the cost down a little bit, but this will also allow you to share best working practices between different locations. So yes, on those more complicated projects, makes perfect sense to import the estimates from the project to the quote, and hopefully, yes, this will mean, as I said, more profitable projects and more realistic estimates.
Thank you, Matthew, for that.
Okay.
You've shared a lot of practical advice and a lot of insight.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you for your kind words. Yes, I've worked as a PSA consultant. I also worked for a couple of years as a project manager. Obviously, I worked as a consultant, so I did a little bit of pre-sales and sales. So I think that we need to remember we have those different people who use CRM and use PSA, and they have slightly different views. But I think PSA can help to actually bridge that gap between those different parts of our consulting companies.
Fine. It looks as though there are no questions, but there's lots of thank yous.
Yes, that's very nice to see. Of course, I would welcome questions as well. I'm very happy to answer them. And let me put my email address here too. So if you want to add, send me any questions, you are more than welcome as well. So what's the best way? I'm going to share both with you.
There's one final question. And the question is, will we be advised about PSA?
So it's not officially on. So when you look on the official document, official information from Microsoft, it's not listed as an option there. But I think on one of the YAML channels, I think Rupa Mantravadi from the PSA product team mentioned that it will be. So I think it's the question to ask to our Microsoft guests, Gurkan and Rupa, at the end of the session. They are probably the best placed people to answer those questions. I'm hoping that revised quote will become an option in PO. That's my understanding. And let me put my
Hello, hi there. Yeah, certainly. Can you see that? Yeah, sure. I'll start running through the slides because I've got a couple of slides just to who I am and just to explain a bit about me. So yeah, I'm Paul Mather. I'm based here in the UK, not far from London. So I work for a company called Corporate Project Solutions. So we're a Microsoft Gold partner in various competencies, one of which is projects and programs for Microsoft, as well as the SharePoint and CRM, etc. I've been working at CPS for probably 12 or 13 years now, so quite a long time. I've actually got a split role at CPS. I do a lot of project consulting around Microsoft Project, Project Online, and obviously the new project for the web, and supporting technology, SharePoint, Dynamics, CDS, etc. I'm a Microsoft Project MVP, and I've been an MVP now for, I think, 8 years, possibly, something like that. One of only 2 project MVPs in the UK. So I've got my contact details up there. So I regularly blog at my pwmather.wordpress.com blog. My Twitter handle's on there as well. And also, if anyone has any questions or want to reach out to me after, there's my work email address. So that's a bit about myself. So yeah, hopefully we can proceed. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, in terms of like the community contributions, it's a big passion of mine. I really do enjoy helping people out, whether it's on the project forums or through blogging or through events like this. So thank you. Right, so today's session, what I want to cover is an introduction to the new Microsoft project. Now, I've been working with Project Online for many years. Project Online itself is still an application. It's still an application you can sign up for today, and it has many project management features in there. It's quite advanced, as many of you will know, but it's also quite complicated to set up. For those customers just wanting to sort of step up from like Planner, where you're familiar with those boards, but you need a bit more project management capability. You need to have relationships between tasks, etc., and you want a Gantt view. So this is where Project for the Web, you step up to Project for the Web. So it doesn't have the full capability of the Project Online application currently. It is an early product. It was only released end of last year. But the beauty about Project for the Web is it is simple to use. You can go straight into the canvas and you can be creating projects straight away. And it's very intuitive as well. So the various features in Microsoft Project for the Web are simple to use. All of the data is stored in the Common Data Service. So within the CDS, there's various entities that Project for the Web uses that we'll have a look at later on in the presentation. And because of that, it's easy to extend with the Power Platform. So whereas before with Project Online, yes, you can extend it, no problem. There's the whole SharePoint app model or all of the APIs of Project Online, but typically that was coding or compiling code, etc. So you had to know how to write code to extend Project Online. Whereas with Project for the Web, with the PowerApps and Flow, you can easily extend the Microsoft Project for the Web application. Some of the key differences between Project for the Web and Project Online, some of the enhancements, some of the improvements that the project product group have made when they built this application, things like auto save and no publishing required. So those of you that are familiar with Project Online, you'd have to save the project, you'd have to publish it. So you might have saved all your data and then run your report at the end of the week, but realize that the data is not there, and that's typically because you haven't published the project. All that goes away with Project for the Web. It's auto save and no publishing required. So that data is live as soon as you enter new tasks, update tasks, etc. There's also no check-in, check-out. So that feature quite often catches people out with Project Online. So to edit a project in Project Online, you have to check the project out. And then when you're finished, check the project back in. Well, that is no longer required in Project for the Web. There is no concept of check-in, check-out. And because of that, that also enables co-authoring. So multiple people can actually edit the project at the same time in various different locations, whether it's from the Office project UI that we can see in the screenshot there, or whether it's in the model-driven UI. So you can edit the data anywhere. The security is a lot simpler than Project Online. Project Online security is obviously very flexible, but with that, it's quite complex to configure. With the project for the web security, it's all based on Office 365 groups. So to enable access to one of your projects, as long as that person's got access to that Office 365 group, that will grant them access into your project as well, which we will look at. And the UI, it's a very engaging UI. If you compare Project for the Web compared to Project Online, you can see it's very visual, and it's all fully responsive as well for various devices. So as mentioned, the Project for the Web is actually built on top of the Power Platform. So with that, it's very simple to build Power BI reports, PowerApps, or Power Automate flows to automate some of those business processes. All of that data is in the CDS, and because it's in the CDS, things like AI Builder and other connections to other tools is very easy. So quick overview of Project for the Web. So there's two entry points into Project for the Web, which we will look at. So we've got the Project Office UI, which is the main interface to Project for the Web. But you've also got a default model-driven app based on the unified interface. So we can take a look at that as well. As mentioned, the data is all managed in the CDS, all managed via project. And we've also got various entities that project uses, which are listed here. So we've got the projects entity, which obviously stores all the sort of project level information. We've got the project task entity, where all of your tasks associated to that project are stored. And then we've got various other entities storing all the project data. So Project for the Web and Project Online, I put this slide in there because there are many organizations that are using Project Online today and are considering moving across to Project for the Web. Now, there isn't any sort of migration approach to take your data from Project Online into Project for the Web. They are separate products. But what you can do is build reports that bridge the data together, and there's example report packs from Microsoft as well that do that, and also I've published various report packs myself that do the same thing. We've also got the project roadmap application as well, which I'll show you in the demo. So that enables you to bring in various bits of data from either Project Online projects, Project for the Web projects, or even Azure boards. So you can visualize some of that high-level project information in one canvas. And then Power BI, as I mentioned. The Project Professional desktop client, I've included that on there because it's key that actually only connects to Project Online. So there is no capability today to open up a Project for the Web project in the Project desktop client. So that is only for Project Online or indeed standalone. So with that, I'm just going to drop into a demo. So this is pretty demo heavy rather than slides. I don't want to bore everyone on a Saturday with too many slides. So let's just drop into Project. So what we've got here, we're at project.microsoft.com. Okay, so that is the default Office entry point or Office UI entry point into Project. And this is what's known as Project Home. So whereas previously with Project Online, you'll use things like the Project Center to see a list of your projects, well, that's moved away more towards Project Home. So this shows you all of your recent projects that you've accessed, and we can actually see here, so we've got different types. So we've got Project, which is Project for the Web, but as you can see there, I've got an example PWA project that I've accessed. And clicking these will actually open up those projects in the various applications. So we can see here that would actually open up into PWA, the Project Web Access. And these would actually open up into modern projects because they're modern projects. So if we just have a look at creating a new project. So we're straight into the canvas here. And the first thing we need to do is give it a name. So I'm just going to give this 365 Saturday demo. Oh, if I could spell Saturday. Okay, so that's our project. Then we can set the manager, the project manager. It defaults to the current user, which I'm logged in as a mod administrator. Set the start date, etc. And then we're straight into the canvas to be able to start adding tasks. So here we can just go summary task and task 1, task 2, task, and then we give a milestone. Okay, then we can select all of these, and we're just going to indent these to make some hierarchies within our schedule. Okay, and then what we've got, the default columns are displayed here. We've got assigned to duration, but we can easily add new columns into this grid view. So we click on add column, and I'm just going to add in some examples. So let's go with start date. Let's go with finish. I'm going to add some of these others as well. Okay, and then the first thing what we're going to do is just start adding some durations. So I'm going to say this is 2 days. It defaults to days, but if we want to add a different unit, we can go say 4 hours, and we can start typing 4, and you can see that it actually auto completes, and we've got a 4-hour task there. And let's say that this one is actually 2 weeks. So we've got 2 weeks there, and this one I'm going to say 0 because it's a milestone, so there's 0 duration there. You see you get nice icons and visuals to show you when tasks are today or whether it's coming up or late, etc. So there's nice enhancements there to the interface. So what we can also do, we've got a board view as well. So here we've got various different views within this board view. So we've got by bucket, which are on now as default, and we can add custom buckets in here. So bucket 2, and we can drag these in, as we can see. Nice and simple. So that's similar to the planner capability that we've got today with planner. We can also view by progress. So we can see that none of these are actually started, but if they're in progress or completed, they'd be in the various buckets. Or we can see based on finish date, so when things are about to happen. What we've also got is the timeline view. Now this is one of my favorite views within Project for the Web because it enables you to actually interact with the tasks. So let's create some relationships between these tasks. So we can see we've got this sort of drag handle here, and I can pick up the end of that task and link it to that one. And let's link task 2 to task, and then let's grab our milestone and put that at the end. So we can see that it is interactive, and actually I don't really want that to be a 2-week task. Let's just reduce the duration. So we can see that everything, that one is fixed. So we can then play around with the tasks as we like on the canvas. So going back to the grid view here, we can see that then that's added the dependents and depends on information there. We've also got the task panel. So we can see various bits of data here. Let's just say the % complete is 50. So we can update it from there. But we can also actually add in the % complete column here. And we can just go, let's say this is 100% complete, so we can complete those. At the moment, I haven't got any resources into my project. Now, as mentioned, all of the security is based around the Office 365 groups. And at the moment, we're not linked to a group. But as soon as I want to add an individual to a task, I'm just going to put this back to 0. So we click in here. And whereas before with Project Online, you'd have to add the resources into the resource pool, you'd have to then build a team for the project, and then you could finally assign a resource to a task. Well, with Project for the Web, we don't have to do that. We can come straight into here. Straight away, I'm the current user, so I can add myself to a task if I want to. And if I want to add another user, let's just add Adele in here. And now at this point, this is where it will prompt me to connect this project to an Office 365 group because I've added a user to a task. And I'm just going to go with the default, but we can associate with a different group if we want to, but let's just go to create and assign. So now this project is associated with an Office 365 group in my tenant. I can then also add other resources. So when I add other resources in here, let's add Alex. So at this point, it will prompt me or warn me that I'm going to add a new member to the project, and that's also giving them access to the group and everything that that group has access to. So I'm going to click add, assign and add. So now Alex is in my project as well. So that's a very quick intro to the Project for the Web canvas. One other new feature that's recently been released is the ability to copy the projects. So if I click on here, and click on the ellipsis here, so that's where you also delete a project if you needed to delete projects, but we've got this copy project option. So on here, if I click copy project, what this will do, this will take a copy of this and it will just append copy to the end, but it will be straight into a new project. So if I click copy project, the process will be running in the background, so using the project calculation service, because the project calculation service also sits between updating the data in this interface and actually the data being written to that task entity in the CDS. So that's why it takes a while for that process to copy those in. But as we can see, this created a new project for us. It's copied the buckets over. It hasn't copied across any of the assignment information as you'd expect, and it's not linked to a group. So it's a new project with just your task and bucket information. So let's go back to Project Home. So then what I want to show you is the project roadmap feature. So we've already got a roadmap here created, but on the drop-down menu, you can see I can create a new roadmap. But I won't create a new one. I'll just go into one that I created earlier. So if we have a look at this, so this enables you to visualize certain projects or tasks and key dates from various projects. So we've got some examples here. I've got a D365 project, I've got a network upgrade and Exchange Online. And these are showing various tasks from those projects. So if I click on this project, I can see that actually that's a project for the web project. So I can click on that and that will open up that project straight away. If I click on network upgrade, we can see this one is actually a Project Online project. And again, that will open up into PWA. So let's add our new demo project onto here. So all we do is add new row. We're going to give the row a name. I'm going to call it 365 demo. Give it an owner. I'm going to say that Alex owns this row. And then we connect to a project. So as mentioned, we can, for Azure, for project roadmap, we can either connect to Project Online projects or Project for the Web projects, or indeed Azure boards. So for this example, I'm just going to add that new project on there. So straight away, I can see the list of the recent projects that I've accessed. That matches what you see on the project home. So let's add, I'm not going to add the copy one, let's add the actual one. And then this will go and connect. And roadmap uses Power Automate behind the scenes to actually keep the data in sync, because all of this roadmap data is also stored in entities in the CDS. And then there's flows that run on a schedule behind the scenes to keep the data in sync from the source data, whether it's Project Online, Azure Boards, or Project for the Web, and updates that data in the CDS entities so that your roadmap has all of the up-to-date data. So here we're just going to connect to that. And that will go off and create a new flow in my Power Automate. So for I then select the tasks or the items that I want to see on this roadmap. And for the benefit of the demo, I'm just going to select all of them and click Add. Okay. So that has added those tasks that we've seen that I created in the project for the web. And then we can set various different statuses. So you can see these are color coded. You can build custom flows to maybe synchronize that status, maybe via a project level task level custom field in Project Online, for example, which I've blogged about previously. But for the moment, you set this manually. Let's say that this one is on track. I'm going to say that this one is high risk in no particular reason, but just showing that these can all be set separately. So that's the roadmap feature. So here we can maybe build roadmaps that are delivering a particular product. For example, we might have a project in Azure Boards doing some of the development side of things. We might have a marketing project for the new product in Project for the Web, and we might have part of the project running in Project Online. So this way we can get an overview of all of the components that are built releasing that new product. So that's the roadmap feature. So the other thing that I want to demo that's out of the box as well is the default model-driven app that you get as part of Project for the Web. So with that, I'm just going to drop into a different instance. So here we can see that actually I'm straight into the project app, and we can see that I'm on the tasks. Let's just go here actually. So here we're in the standard model-driven UI, and I'm just going to click on my example project. So we see that it's very basic, the example model app from Project, and then we've got this Tasks tab. Okay, so this is an iframe that's running the same capability. So when we're looking at that Project UI, the Office UI, we're in the full page experience. Here we've got the same capability, but within our model-driven app. So I can just as easily add new tasks in. So I'm going to say task 4. And I can still go to my timeline and open tasks, etc. So I can do all of that. I can scroll to the task. I can do all sorts of things if I want to. So here we can scroll to the task. I can then do the relationships. I can drag things out. So exactly the same capability, but within the model-driven UI. Then we've also got the other other entities that are surfaced in this default app. So we can see our resources that we've got available. We can see accounts, contacts, etc. Now, Project for the Web gets deployed to the environment via solutions. So I've already just preloaded this. I'm in the solutions area, and it's a managed solution. I've just filtered it to project. So we can see that there's three specific solutions at the moment for the project service. We've also got the portfolio service as well, so that's for the roadmap feature. But if we have a look at this, there's obviously various components for those that you're familiar with how you build custom solutions for the CDS. So we've got lots of files and components in here, from web resources, JavaScript files, etc. So we have a look at the entities that get deployed as well. So again, I've just filtered this to the managed entities and filtered to project. So we have a look at just take a quick look at the projects entity. So we've got various fields, as you would expect, within here. So we've got the owner, the name, etc., and some of the internal fields that you get for the CDS, and then the views and the forms, etc. So I won't spend too much time on that because it's just standard CDS entities. So now what I want to show you is actually demonstrating an enhanced app that I've built as part of a blog series that started many months ago now. So there's several posts. I think I'm up to about post 9 for extending the project for the web app. But I just want to walk through that one and show you that extended app example, just to show you some of the things that we can easily do with no code within the Power Platform. So I'm just going to drop back to my environment here. So what we've got here is, this is my custom model-driven app. So I've enhanced or added to the project for the web data. So I've built this concept of programs. So we've got the hierarchy. So the program, we've got various roll-up information. So some of this fields and data rolls up from the projects entity. So some of the costs that I define in the projects that we'll have a look at will actually roll up to this estimated cost on the schedule. I think it's every 24 hours. And then we're doing various calculations and things. But if we drill into IT, for example, so we've got various bits of metadata that we want to set for the IT change program. And here we can see when the roll-up fields was last updated. And then we can also see the related projects. So in this example, we've actually got many projects related to it. So if we have a look at our mobile app project. So in here, this is into the extended projects entity. So we've added some custom fields here in projects. So we've got project type, we've also got the related program, estimated cost justification, etc. Roll up from other entities as well. So we've created an issues and risks entity, and we're showing a count of how many issues or risks that are associated to this particular project. We can see the same tasks, project for the web experience within this app as well. And then we've got stage comments. So we've got a business process flow here, and part of that we just add comments in for as it processes through the various stages, which I'll walk through with our new 365 demo project shortly. We've got issues, risks, and status updates as well. So one thing on the risks actually, which I'll show you in action, is we've got the ability to escalate a risk to an issue. So typically, or a lot of the time, a risk might turn into an issue. And then rather than having to rekey all that data into the issue entity, we've actually built in here the ability to escalate. And then a PowerApp flow will run behind the scenes and do that escalation and create that entity. But I'll show that in action shortly. Then we've also got status updates. So this is just a custom entity to allow the project manager to provide weekly, monthly feedback, just their view on how the project's going. And we've actually got another flow running in the background to do the sentiment analysis, so we can work out how positive the comments are over time. And that just runs automatically in the background, which we'll see as well. We've also got the ability to create status reports. So here on the Word templates, let's just run this, and this will go and export my data into a simple report. So here in Word, so it doesn't look too pretty, but it's just a a quick example to show you how easily, with no code, we can build simple status reports for your project. So we've got some project level information, we've got the project description, we've got all the tasks that are currently in there with start and finish dates. We can see all the issues that are related to this particular project and the risks. And then we've got the status updates as well, including that sentiment analysis score on there. So all very straightforward with no code in the Power Platform. So then what we've also got is various dashboards. So if we have a look at the program, so we've added some charts in here so we can see various visuals all on the model-driven canvas. We can see that. We've also got some dashboards so we can drill in and etc. Let's open up the example dashboard. We can show some filters so we can start filtering this data. If we look at risks as well, we've got an example, some charts on the risks entity. So just add that visual effect straight through in the model-driven UI. And we've also got an example dashboard that we've created here. So we can see various bits of information from our risks, from our programs on this one canvas. So the next thing I want to show you is the Teams integration. So let's just refresh this. So obviously everyone, or typically a lot of organizations are moving more and more to Teams, certainly with the last 3 months that we've had with the COVID. Project for the Web can be easily embedded into Microsoft Teams. As you can see here, we've got this fully interactive project here, so I can update it. You heard the tick there as it's completed, and that's the full capability that we had in either the model-driven UI or the Project for the Web UI. Now, one thing I will point out here is that when you do add the Project for the Web project into a tab, it is just a website tab. But one key thing to always do is add this query string on the end for and Dynamics UI equals true, because then you get a much better embedded experience. Because if we go back to here and we look at a project, we can see we've got obviously the Office 365 Chrome at the top and the nav, whereas when we're in the team, we don't have that. So it feels more embedded within the Teams client. So we've also added more, so that's out of the box and available. We've also added the roadmap as well, and the same thing. So we can see here if we look at the settings, so it is just a website tab, but there's also that query string that we can add on as well to get the better embedded experience within Microsoft Teams. Also, yes, I'm back. We've also, as part of a blog series that I've given examples on how to use adaptive cards within Teams. So here we've got a flow running in the background that's telling me that all of these test projects I've got on my demo environment are overdue. And this one's pretty late, but just to show off some of that capability with no code, we can easily add these enhancements to your project management toolset. And then finally, just a quick demo of obviously Power BI. So when this loads, so I've just got an example Power BI report embedded in Teams here. So we're seeing some of that information from my custom app. So we've got some program information here. We can drill into the project summaries. We'll see Gantt charts, some various other visuals around some of that project data that we've added in. And we've got an example sort of status report, so we can see various counts and things of tasks for the Exchange Online migration project in this example. And then we've got some resource information there. What we've also got, which I'll show you in another project, I've added the ability to have snapshots. So as we run through this demo project shortly in my model-driven app, I've built in the ability to have snapshots. At various points in times, we can have copies of that data stored, so you can view how your project's changing over time. So different snapshots running on my trial environment. I've got one that's taken a copy of the project as the business process flow changes. So when I use the business process flow on that card to change the stage, I've got a button there to kick off a flow, and then that's what caused this data to enter into my snapshot entities. So you can see it's taken at the planning stage. This one was taken at the planning review stage, whereas these examples here are actually taken just when the project was updated. So I've also got a flow running. As soon as I modify the project, that will also take a copy of the project. So we can start building up a picture of how things change over time. So we can see here how the overall status has been amber, red, green, and we can start exploring some of that data. We'll also copy in the task history just as an example as well, so we can see that over time how maybe the percent complete has changed between various updates, or if you've got rags and things, any other bits of data that you've added to that task entity, we can copy. So that's the walkthrough of the sort of full end-to-end app and enhanced experience for Project for the Web. Now what I'm going to do is actually just run through the 365 demo project and actually start adding some of this data, and we can see it come to life. So if I go to projects here, we can see both the copies, that copy that we've created, but let's work with this one here. So I can start adding a description, so just test demo. We can link it to a program. Let's link it to our IT change program, project type. Now, if you notice on my process flow here, I've got initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and project closure. If I set that to simple, it's still the same. But if I set this to complex, we'll get an additional stage. So we've built in some logic there that, depending on a certain bit of metadata associated with the project, we've introduced a new stage. So we've got a planning review stage for a complex project. But let's just set that back to simple for now. Estimated cost. So using this estimated cost, we've also built some business rules in around some of these fields that we've got within the project entity. So at the minute, custom cost justification, isn't required. You don't see the red asterisk next to it. So if I just put that in at, say, 28,000, it's still not required. I've got some logic in there that if it's over 30,000, it's required. So if we go 30,001 and click off there, then it's required. So I have to add some data in there. Okay, and then we can set it to a department, etc. And let's set a rag. So I'm going to save that. So that's added the additional data into my project. And we can see the tasks as we did before. But let's add an issue. So let's just add a new issue. I'm going to call this test issue and test. And we're going to set a due date, and we're just going to save and close that. So we've added an issue for this particular project. And we're going to do the same with a risk as well. So a standard sort of risk form that we've got here, I'm going to call this test risk. Great imagination. I really need to come up with some better names. But let's go with test description, and let's set a due date. And we're going to set the probability and the impact, and that will calculate the exposure. We're going to set it to open. I won't click on the escalation at the moment. I'm just going to close that so we can see that that's calculated our exposure. And then let's say we want to escalate this particular risk, if we're in the real world, into an issue. So I'm just going to change that to a yes. Okay, and then I'm going to save and close. So if we give it a couple of seconds, and then we should see the flow run, and this will show that it has actually been escalated. Let's refresh. So that has now been escalated. So we can see that that's updated and it was escalated today. So now if we look at the issues entity, we can see that we've got the test risk that's come across as well, with our test description and various other bits of data that we've mapped. But we also look at the risk and have a look at the risk item. The flows also set the risk to closed. So just a real simple example of how to build that escalation type process between risks and issues. Now let's add a status update. So if we add a new status update here, I'm going to say week 1 test update, and I'm going to put a positive comment here, and we can see the score, and I'll add another one with a more of a negative comment. This project is great. Okay, let's save and close that. And then if we give it a moment for the flow to kick in behind the scenes, there we go. So it's already run. So the positivity or the sentiment analysis is actually giving us a score of 92%, which is great. Let's add a slightly a negative comment. So week 2 update. Let's just put this project is huge problems. Let's see what score that gives this project. So if we wait for that flow to kick in, 4. So that's given us a positivity score of 4. So we can see that clearly something happened from week 1 to week 2 that has had a negative impact on the project. So this could be your stakeholders, or it could be the project manager, it could be various people. And obviously you could have different roles in here. So you could have a pick list saying, you know, this is the stakeholder, it's the project sponsor, or it's the project, might be even team members, for example. So we can start collecting that information. So let's move this along to the next stage. So let's say project setup. That's great. Let's move it along. And then here we've got we're into this one, and then here we can see that snapshot. So we can actually run the flow to create the snapshot point in time based on when this project is moving through that business process life cycle. So let's give it a comment. Let's say project plan is great. Okay, and I'm also going to run the flow. And that should pop up and ask me to run the flow, and I'm just going to run that, and that will go off and do its thing in the background. And I'll show you the report that comes through for that. Okay, and let's go to the next stage. Okay, so I won't progress that through to the next stage. And then let's have a look at the example report for this particular project. So let's run another report, and then we can see that this one has updated here. So we've got our demo with all of the data that we've just entered on this particular output, including the scores and escalated risks, etc. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so now, okay, so that should have run. Okay, so what I also want to look at here is the snapshot history should have run. So I'm just going to open that in Power BI desktop. Let's just open that across there, and let's refresh the data. So just let that run, and we'll see the history for that 365 project when that decides to complete. And if we have a look at our 365, so we can see here we've got 2 updates because we did a project update when we saved it, so we can see that information was captured there. And then also when we moved that project along to the different stage, when we put it at planning, we took a snapshot of the data as well, so we can start capturing that information and building trend reports over time. So all very simple with a Power Automate flow. So let's have a look at some of these example flows that help build this solution. So with flow, there's also some flow examples that have been published by the project group recently as well. So we've got these 2 here. I've just come into the templates and just search for project for the web. But we can see that there's flows for daily project for the web task reminders. So you can set up reminders for your tasks, and you can also send email notifications for assignments. So when a user is assigned to a task, you can get an email sent to them. You can download add these to your flow and customize them, etc. But they are out of the box to have a look at. So then the first flow that we'll take a quick look at is the adaptive cards one. So where we saw within the Microsoft Teams here, let's come back here. So we've got these simple cards that are coming through, and this is just running on a recurrent. So we're setting it to run every week. We're using the CDS connectors and then grabbing all of the projects. And then for each of the projects, we're just looping through and finding when projects are late. So we've got a filter on here when the project isn't 100% complete and the finished date is less than today. And then we just set various time settings, and then we just post the JSON into the adaptive card here using the adaptive card builder. So I didn't write this JSON. I just use the adaptive cards interface, and it builds it all for you. And then I just plugged in the various bits of data from the content from the actions that we've got. So here we're passing in the project name and then some outputs from some of those calculations where we're working out the date differences in here. I've got a blog post that covers that as well. Then the other flow, so this is the escalate risk to an issue. So when the risk is updated, we're seeing that when that particular field, so we're only filtering for when the escalate to issue field is actually updated here. And then we're going to check that that field value is yes, because we only want this to run when the field is set to yes, so we want it to escalate, because if somebody sets it to no, you don't want it to run. And then all we do is go and create a new issue in our issues entity, and we pass in some of that data from the risk entity. So take the risk title, it will take the risk description, we set the originating risk, we set various other pick lists, so it's set to open, and then we also set the related project. And we also then update the associated risk. So we go and set the status for that to closed, as we saw that when that flow runs, it closes that risk, and also sets the escalated date to today or now. So that's that example flow. Then we've also got another flow here. So this is for that status update. So we've got the detect sentiment, standard action within Power Automate. So when the record is created, it uses the detect sentiment action, and then from the score that it gets from this action, it just updates the score. So really straightforward with no code, making use of the sentiment analysis feature. Now, the other flows that we used for the snapshots are part of this solution. So we've got the two snapshot examples that we had. So we had the one where the project was updated and we do the snapshot, and then we've also got the stage one. So we have a quick look at when the project's updated and edit that. So we're standard trigger when the project is updated, we initialize some variables because we create a new variable for the snapshot GUID. We've got that in there, and then we create the new record in our snapshots entity. So I've got a custom entity called project snapshots, and then we just fill out the rest of the fields with the data, giving it a name. So this is that project update, and it's based on today, and we pass in some of that data from the project entity, and that will create that. And then we do the same for the associated tasks. So we then use the list records and look at the project tasks and filter for the current project. And then we just do the same there and create the new task records in our task snapshot entity, passing in the data from the tasks entity. So we create those copies, really straightforward. And if we have a look at the other example that we do as part of the business process flow, it's a very similar concept, apart from the trigger is not on the project entity, it's on the project stage process flow entity. So when that is updated, we then again set some variables because we need the GUID for the snapshot record. We then pass that JSON from the business stage process flow. We then get the project, the flow information from the business process flow. And then for that, once we know which project it's for, we then go and get the project record. Then we create the project snapshot data. So this is going into our custom entity, and we reference the stage name where the flow was triggered from. And then we do the same for the tasks as well. So very straightforward snapshot process to enable you to build those project trend reports. So let's close that. Now that's coming towards the end of the demo and things that I wanted to show to you. So everything that we've gone through here, I haven't had to write any code at all. So it's all through the Power Platform using PowerApps and Power Automate with the custom entities and things that I've added into that model-driven app. Now I have got, let's just drop back into the slides. So everything that we've covered there, I've just added links onto the screen. Most of them are from blog posts and previous blog posts that I've used to actually build that app. So here we've got, as I say, we're up to part 9 currently, but it started back in December, and the last post I did for that was in April. I've still got a few more to do as I add more features into that example app. But if somebody wanted to follow that through, if you're new to certainly PowerApps and the CDS, it could be useful. But there's plenty of content out there for building model-driven apps within CDS. So also we showed the model-driven side of things, but because it's in the CDS, it's really straightforward to also build the Canvas apps as well if you wanted a more visual type app. So that's very easily possible as well with no code. come to the end of my session. Hopefully you've all enjoyed it, and thank you for having me on 365 Saturday. My contact details are up on the screen now, and please do feel free to reach out to me either via my email address or add me onto LinkedIn. My Twitter handle's there as well as my link to my blog post. So I'm open to any questions. There's a question there. This is the current version of Project for the Web, correct? Yes. So this is Project for the Web. So this is the Project for the Web canvas that we're looking at, and it's not the Project Online. So there are two products from Microsoft for Project Online and Project for the Web, and also the standalone Project Desktop client. What do you know about the enhancements coming for project operations? So I think there's some sessions on the project operations later. I know that there will be some of the Project for the Web capability within project operations, but I would probably look out for another session on the project operations to see the full capability of that. Can you describe the time entry user options? So there isn't sort of timesheet capability or task updates, if that's what you're referring to, for an end user. So say, for example, Alex here wanted to come and add some time into that, then we would just come in here and Alex would mark it as 100% complete, for example, but you could, I'm sure there will be sort of timesheet capability coming in the future, but currently today the end users themselves, when they're assigned to the tasks, would actually have to come into the project and progress the tasks that way. How do you do the adoption with your project managers without integration? So Project for the Web, as I mentioned sort of at the start of the call, it's a new product. It's been out for, it's less than a year old, so it is the sort of the first release. Microsoft are adding new capabilities all the time, but it was filling a gap in the market, certainly within the project space. Obviously, Planner's been around for a long time and has got great adoption. Lots of organisations use Planner, and there were some key asks for Planner to fill the gap between Planner and Project Online. So those organisations didn't necessarily need the full Project Online capability, but they needed a bit more than Planner. And that's where Project for the Web sits currently. It sits between the two and probably meets 80–90% of organisations' requirements. And it's kind of, you outgrow Planner for a certain project and you think, actually, well, I need some of this more complex logic with tasks, links and things like that. And that's where you'd step up to Project for the Web. But over time, there will be more and more features added into Project for the Web, either through the project UI or indeed from either Microsoft or Microsoft partners through the model-driven CDS apps. Regarding, is it possible to decouple effort and duration for a task? That is a feature that has been requested for a long time to break that, and I'm pretty sure that is either live now or will be soon. I'm pretty sure it is actually there. Okay, any more questions? So even if you sort of think of questions after the session, please do feel free to reach out to me. So I'll just put my contact details back up on there. Okay, so licensing, obviously, so project itself is licensed. There's project plan SKUs within Office 365. There's a plan 1, plan 3, and plan 5. For project for the web, you'd need the project plan 1. Project plan 3 and plan 5 give you the project online capability, as well as the project online desktop. But for project for the web, out the box, you would just need the project plan 1 license. But to then build on and enhance the capabilities using the CDS and model-driven apps and Flow, that you will need the PowerApps and Flow licenses, and it will depend on what other licenses you've got. You know, for example, some. Hi there. Yeah. So thank you very much for having me, and it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to attending more sessions later and hopefully having the opportunity to present at future 365 Saturday presentations. That's brilliant. Thank you.
I am indeed, Raz. How are you doing? Yeah, so I'm quite near Manchester. So for anyone who drinks Buxton water, I'm sort of about 20 minutes out in the sticks near there. But I grew up in Buxton. So yeah, I'm sort of based in the northwest, keeping busy with project service automation, which is hence the reason what we're speaking about today, and then doing a lot of Azure, a lot of technical Azure at the moment. So that's been quite interesting. So yeah, it's good to actually see a day devoted to the project side of Dynamics and project service automation, because it does seem to get forgotten about sometimes, I think. I think the issue I find with PSA is that it seems to be, it's not very well understood. There's a lot of initial questions in terms of, okay, how do I get going with it? How does it sort of work? We'll touch upon this in the session. The documentation's a little bit sort of all over the place, but once you sort of get your head around it and it all sorts of fits into place, you're sort of like, yeah, this is actually a pretty good system. So I think in terms of what's happening at the moment with project operations, as we transition across to there, there is going to be a pathway to hopefully getting people who are on PSA across to that. So really, it's actually probably a good time to look at it. If you've been on the fence a little bit, get stuck in, start to get going with PSA version 3, and then you can start to maybe leverage some of the benefits down the road and get migrated across as well, which would be even better. Now's the time. Just do it. I should get that Shia LaBeouf gif out. Just do it. Do it. Yeah, well, I'm quite interested to actually hear if anyone on the chat wants to just let us know in terms of what they're doing at the moment in terms of project service automation. Be interesting to hear. Are you sort of new to the party? You've been working with it for quite a while. Feel free to sort of share your thoughts in the chat. Silence. I think maybe it's sort of like anticipation. Maybe.
Okay, let me join in. Nenad is here. Okay.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. I jumped in. I'm in Microsoft project years and years. They call me grandpa. So you can imagine how long am I in. But anyway, this is the totally brand new story, and there is a lot of things to know, to learn. And I think it is we have to spend much more time than before in when we dealt with only Microsoft Project and Project Server, not only on premise but online, because this is the various things which are integrated. So if you want to manage your project end to end, from planning to invoicing, and like it was said, you should know CRM, etc., etc. So from now on, there is much more knowledge which you must have before you start and complete your work with this product. products. Yeah, that's my point of view.
Yeah. So really, as part of that, documentation becomes really important. Understanding how things work to end to end. Just building a picture in your mind of the story in terms of how project service automation works. That is really sort of crucial and things like that. I can see we've got a question in the chat from Josh. Apologies for mispronouncing that. Is it better to wait for project automation? What I would say is that, because Microsoft is saying at the moment that there will be a pathway. So if you are using PSA at the moment, when project operations comes along down the road, there is going to be a pathway to get you migrated across to that, and they're going to give you the tools to do that. So really, it's sort of what I would say is you can't lose, really. So if you are on the fence about it, you want to start getting some benefits out of it, then now would potentially be a good time to have a look at it. Yes, we are. Okay, yeah, we'll make a start. So today we're going to be looking at how you can start to get set up for success with project service automation. So in terms of the broad agenda, then we're going to first of all touch upon some of the key challenges that typically you may find when you're adopting PSA for the first time. We'll look at how we can sort of get around that and sort of set the scene in terms of what the objectives are for this session. We're basically just going to go through and show you all in a very sort of logical order in terms of all the things that you need to think about when setting up your PSA environment for the first time. So whether it's your invoice frequencies, your time units, product catalog, we're going to go through in sort of detail and discuss, okay, what are they used for, how you set them up, most importantly. So hopefully by the end of the session, if you're following things through, you can understand what you need to do, because often, it can be quite difficult to figure things out when you go into the system for the first time. And then we'll close things off, hopefully have some time for Q&A at the end. We'll also give some recommendation in terms of things that, okay, you've done all this, great. What do I need to do next to actually start using the system in a bit more detail? So yeah, we touched upon this already. So I've run a small Microsoft Gold Partner consultancy practice based in the UK. As you can see, I've got way too many shiny badges there. They're quite nice to collect, actually, so I think that probably makes up for it. So in terms of my background and experience, I've been working with Dynamics CRM and 365 for about 5 years. So previously, my background is probably more on the technical side of things. So working with things such as SQL, SQL Server, C#, Office 365. As I mentioned already, doing a lot with Azure these days, and and things across the whole Power Platform. So keeping it's an interesting time to be working with these tools. There's a lot to learn, a lot to get stuck in, which is really great. For my sins, I'm also a Prince 2 project manager practitioner, so that maybe explains a little bit why I'm quite fond of PSA and things like that. Also Scrum Master, also involved as well as part of the official user group for Dynamics, specifically the Northwest chapter. We're hoping to have our next virtual meeting at the end of July, so keep an eye out for that. We'd love to have you along if you're around and available. Okay, so when we think about PSA, project service automation, for the first time, I think it can be argued that it is a good system, and if you're using it correctly, it can be a really effective solution for for managing your project delivery across multiple work streams. But that's not to say that it's all all roses. There are some issues. We touched upon a few of these already. Certainly my experience when it comes to the documentation side of the system, it's generally quite inconsistent. So you have pointers to older versions of the of the product, version 2, which isn't basically correct with what's actually now happening in version 3. We've touched upon in terms of the development roadmap, arguably you could potentially, arguing on the other side of it, okay, well, why do you want to invest in PSA at the moment if things are going to be changing? As we've discussed already, there is going to be a roadmap to get you moved across to the new version. So, why not? If Microsoft are going to help you in that journey, then, potentially any concerns around where PSA is going as a product, can potentially just be discarded. And also as well with Project for the Web as well, so there's been some sessions already today, I believe, on Project for the Web. If you're looking underneath the hood of that, it's using a lot of the core functionality within PSA, and it's a very great product in of itself, but then there's questions in terms of how that sits within PSA, and arguably you could also say that if you are currently using PSA and want to transition across to using Project for the Web, it's going to be impossible because of how it's handling data behind the scenes. So when it comes down to it, I think when I'm looking at PSA deployments for the first time, when I'm speaking to clients and trying to get them equipped for success when it comes to PSA, it's really just about understanding what the process is. How do I get things set up from start to finish? How do I get my environment ready to go for success, so that I'm not missing anything? I'm not in a situation where I've not created a record and therefore wondering why my costs aren't filtering through correctly. And as a consequence of this, what you may find is, as an end result, it's a great system, but it's either being poorly implemented, not through any sort of malice potentially, just purely from a lack of, okay, I don't understand what's going on here. I don't understand how to set things up. And as with any business system, if it's been poorly implemented, it's going to end up being not utilized. It's going to end up in the bin, and the business just wastes a whole load of money as part of that, and time and effort around that, which we don't want at all. So really, what I want to try and address these issues as part of today's sessions. I want to try and give you a bit of a guide in terms of, okay, here's a checklist. Here's what you need to do to get going with PSA. We're going to talk through the sort of the core configuration entities that you'll need to work with and set up. Hopefully, as a result of this, we're going to be sharing out the slides and videos. We can give you a bit of a reference point that you can refer back to. We're going to get quite hands-on. We're going to be jumping in and out of dynamics as we create the records. We're going to build things out as well. In terms of things that we're not going to be looking at that's sort of out of scope for today, we're not going to be looking in detail around the sort of detailed sales process, the project delivery, or unified resource scheduling side of things. We will touch upon these at the end of them, but in terms of the stuff that we're setting up today, this all feeds into this. So really, so just keep that in mind in terms of what we're trying to achieve today. Okay, so you decided, okay, I want to get stuck in. PSA's the system for me. What do I need first of all? You need a current version of the application first of all. So by current version, I mean version 3. If you're spinning up a new project service automation, either sandbox production instance with PSA installed today, it will be version 3. If it has been a case that you've got something sticking around maybe from a few years back, you might just need to check it and make sure you transition and upgrade across to version 3. I believe these days it's now an automated process, but if not, you might need to get in touch with support just to help you along. So as you're getting started with anything, the recommendation is set up a sandbox, set up a trial, work through it in an isolated environment. Don't be letting this touch your production environment necessarily until you're happy and sure that this is all working. And we have got the ability to set up free trials as well. So use that to your leisure, set up a 90-day trial and just experiment further with there. So when it comes to our setup requirements then, so we spun up our new instance, we're ready to get going. There's a lot of different configurations that we have to do, various different records that we have to set up, things that we have to enable, depending on what we need to get out of the system. And the broad sort of order is sort of on this slide here. This is what we're going to be going through today. The ones we've got highlighted in italics are sort of purely optional. It really depends in terms of what your organization is doing. So if you're transacting across multiple geographies, across multiple currencies, then yeah, you may need to have multiple currencies. If you're in a situation where you're offering line item products alongside, services, time and materials type things, then again, the product catalog might be relevant. But just keep in mind, they're not strict requirements, the ones in italics on here. So just discard them. If they're not relevant, just discard them. Focus on the things instead that you do need. So for currencies and exchange units, then, for those who are familiar with the sales module in Dynamics 365, so when you're deploying out your instance for the first time, you have to specify what is your default base currency in the system. For any other additional currencies that you want to start transacting with, either within the sales module or within PSA, you need to go in and install those. The key thing you have to remember with this, though, is that you want to be populating this with your exchange rate values. So that way, from a reporting standpoint, when you're then running things off in your base currency, so let's say as an organization, you transact, your primary transaction value is in pound sterling, but you're also doing deals in US dollars or euros. You want to make sure that when you're reporting back at the home base in pound sterling, that things are being exchanged correctly. So make sure, pay some attention to that. You might need to, over time, go in and just update the exchange rate based on fluctuation and things like that. And really what I would say is that when you're starting out for the first time, do that analysis and, have some prediction in terms of, okay, maybe not necessarily straight away, but further down the line, what currencies ultimately are you going to be transacting in? And ideally get those installed, when you're getting started out, so you're not having to go through a process later on to get them added on. And that's just a recommendation from me. Feel free to add them on as and when, but just give some thought to it really, and you'll be hopefully in a good start. So this is one of these things that we have to go into the classic interface to basically get set up. So let's jump into our instance now and get that set up. So if I go down to my browser down here, so I've got basically just a very clean PSA instance over here. I've reset this. It's basically just empty. We go into projects, we can see there's absolutely nothing in here. So it basically just gives us a clean slate that we can start to build out. So at the moment for currencies, this is something that we still have to go into the classic interface to set up. So we click on the gear icon at the top up there, go to advanced settings. Then underneath here, we've got our currencies in the business management area. So by default, I've deployed this out with pound sterling as my main currency. So let's go in and just add in a few different currency values and just see how that looks. So we'll add in the euro, if I can find it on here somewhere. I think it's under the country name. Yeah, we'll do German as the euro on there. I'm just going to set I don't know what the current exchange rate is. Feel free to drop it in the chat if you do know. We'll just save and close that, and then we'll also add another one on there. So this is quite straightforward, really, in terms of what you're doing. So it's just a case of just identifying in terms of, okay, here are the countries you want to populate. So maybe I want to do it in also, Norwegian kroner as well. So again, add that in, set it up like that, save and close. And that's it. You've got not just your base currency set up in the system, but also the other currencies that we want to eventually transact in as we start to get resources booked out and things like that. Okay. So moving on then. Invoice frequency. So when it comes to generating your invoice documents within Project Service Automation, now I think the thing to mention with invoices more generally in PSA, they're not really sort of designed and built to basically spit out invoices that you can then just print off or email out to your customers. Really, you should be using your sort of, accounting system of choice. So whether it's Business Central, F&O, or maybe something else like Sage to do that. So, so the purposes of invoice documents within PSA is just to give you just a pointer in terms of, okay, here's what you need to put. Here's the value that you need to then put on your, F&O invoice. So just keep that in mind. They're not really designed to be able to just spit out things that you just hand across to the customers. But what we can do in PSA is that you can actually define how and when invoice documents are spit out using invoice frequencies. So typically, if you, as an organization, most accounts teams or departments will have their own processes in terms of when they want to raise invoices. Some will be, in the afternoon every Thursday they'll raise it. Others might be a little bit more fluid. It might be that you want to have it every week or at the end of every month, let's say. What you can do in PSA is specify these frequencies, and then that will then dictate how the invoices get generated out automatically. So, really nice, a helpful feature just to get things automated and to help us along, which is really great. So to do that, what we would do, we set up within the settings area of the application our invoice frequencies, and we've got a few options there that we can specify as part of that. So in this example on here on the screenshot, we can see we want to have it monthly. So 1 day per month, we want to run that. And in this particular case, we said, okay, the first calendar day of the month is when we want to generate an invoice each month. As an alternative option, what you could also do instead is you could have it so that, let's say, on the first Friday of every week instead, or the second Friday, or first Friday, the name's wrong on there. First Friday every month, I want to spit out an invoice instead. And again, you've got some more options there, first, second, third, fourth, depending on what you need to do. So let's get that set up now in our PSA environment, see how it looks. So get rid of classic for now. We don't really want to be using that as much if we can avoid it. We're going to go down into settings, click on invoice frequencies. We don't get any default invoice frequencies provided for us in PSA. It's something that we have to actively go in and set up. So let's just get that done now. So for this one then, we're going to do something, let's do something a little bit strange and freaky. Why not? So we'll do a bi-weekly invoicing frequency for this. We'll just give it a name value, specify our period, save that in there. And at this point, you can then go into, so this subgrid on here is enabled after you save the record. And through here, you can either customize the default record that's created for you by double clicking into it. So I could sort of say, okay, I want to have it so it's maybe the second Wednesday of each month instead, save and close that. So that's all fine. If I want to work with multiple invoice frequencies, then that's something that PSA also supports. So again, we can do something maybe just a little bit different here. We want to do a day of a period, let's say. Let's do it day of a period. we want to say maybe 4 runs per month. So day period example. So again, there's nothing there at the moment until we save the record. PSA then goes off and creates the appropriate records for us. And then again, we can just go in and just sort of tinker about with that. So maybe just sort of say this, I want this to be 12 instead. Maybe change this over to 1. You can see the forms adjusting based on what we've populated on here, which is really quite helpful. Okay, so that's invoice frequencies. So hopefully fairly okay so far. It's nothing too difficult. This is just simple creating and configuration of records in the system. So not just hopefully a too difficult for anybody to do really. So next then, so we defined our invoice frequencies. Now we need to give some consideration in terms of, okay, when it comes to additional transactions that we want to potentially expense, we need to start thinking about setting those up, the different categories in the system. So potentially as part of, let's say, a potential project, it might be that our resources need to go out onto site. We want to therefore factor in the ability to charge mileage, maybe even overnight hotel costs, meals, and things like that. So transaction categories gives us the framework to start thinking about this. And now, a key consideration as part of this when you're setting these up is your billing type values. These will ultimately start to dictate in terms of when you're recording expenses that match back to these categories, whether or not they get factored in as part of your various figures that get generated out. So you've got 4 options on there. So generally you would choose either non-chargeable or chargeable, complimentary or not available, or also options as well. And we're going to discuss these in a bit more detail shortly, but transaction categories can also be associated alongside unit groups and default units as well, which is quite nice. So just setting it up then, so again, it's something that we do in the settings area of the application. We just go in and we can just define it. So in this case, we're doing a category for meal. So because we're going to need this a little bit later on for some of our demos, let's just jump in now and get a transaction category set up. So by default, we actually do get a default transaction category set up in the system for us. This comes shipped out there. We're just going to ignore that one for now. And we're going to go in and just create a couple of transaction categories. So we're just going to select default unit for all of these. We're not really too caring about this. So we're going to say that our meals are sort of non-chargeable. It's something that we just sort of suck up as part of, when we do on-site, part of our jobs and things like that. So we're just going to click save on that. Whereas travel, for example, okay, well, maybe that is something that, I definitely want to be invoicing. If we're having to travel, 100 miles across the country to visit the customer, then, there needs to be some sort of charge relating to that. So again, we're just going to select chargeable on that, and that will then feed through later on as we're setting things up. Okay, so that's transaction categories then. So far, so good. So with our transaction categories then created, we need to start thinking about our expense categories. So these are what effectively people will start to select in the system when they're recording their expense values for the first time. As we mentioned already, you need to make sure you've associated these to an existing transaction category in the system, which is why we set those up first. As part of this, you can also dictate whether or not a receipt is required when the individual is submitting the expense. I would have thought in most situations, most companies I've worked with, I've never worked in a company where they've not asked for expenses, for receipts as part of expenses. If you have worked in a company that hasn't asked for that, please do respond in the chat, because I would generally want to join that company, because I think you'd be able to get away with murder quite clearly. So generally just always just enable that, because it's going to always be required. And then also what Microsoft do actually advise is for a new deployment, they recommend that you set up the following expense categories as default. This is just a guide, really. Again, just cater it to what you need in the system. You don't necessarily have to record that, but again, I thought I just mentioned that specific recommendation around that. So again, expense categories is in our settings area of the application. Again, just another record that we create, and we can just go into the system now and get that created. So jump down to expense categories down here. So in this example, I'm just going to create an expense category that very generically refers back to the transaction category, sort of on a one-to-one basis. Typically, you might want to make the transaction categories a bit more generic at the top level, but for the purpose of the demo for time today, we're just going to keep them fairly generic. So because I've actually set meals as a non-chargeable transaction category, it's not something I can actually select on here, because why would you want to expense something which can't be then invoiced back to the customer potentially? Just keep that in mind when you're setting up your transaction categories. For you to then have an appropriate expense category related to that, you need to make sure you check that field on there. So for now, I'm just going to do travel on this. We're going to link this back to one of the ones on here. So I'll just sort of say mileage is this one. And then again, we're going to say mandatory on there. So in fact, we'll call this one mileage instead, just to keep it fairly aligned to that. And just for the purposes of this, we'll create an additional one without our receipt required. So we'll just call this a car rental and link this back to our travel category again. Save and close. Okay, so we've got some expense categories ready to go in PSA. All good. So moving on then. So time units. So when it comes to booking resources out on your projects, you have to specify as part of that in terms of, okay, how are they working in terms of their number of hours? Are they working based on number of hours? Is it based on the day or things like that? So by default, when you set up PSA for the first time, it goes into the system and it creates some default time unit categories for both hours and days. What you can look at doing, so maybe you're in a situation, let's say, where you're doing work based on, let's say, half days, quarter days, you're doing it in maybe blocks of multiple days, for example. What you can go in and do is add on additional time units to suit your requirements. And this is just a case just creating the appropriate records underneath the unit groups that ship by default in the application. So we're going to jump through this now. I'll just skip through these slides fairly quickly because we'll jump into the system now. But this is, again, something that you have to go into the classic interface to set up. A couple of steps that you need to do as involved as part of that. So let's just go in now and we'll set up a few time units. We'll assume that, let's say, for our particular organization, we want to do things based on maybe half days or quarter days potentially. So again, we go into our advanced settings at the top up here. We're going to want to go into our product catalog and then unit groups down here. So we can see we've got our time unit group here, which has been set up for us already by PSA. It loads up the classic form by default. So what you have to do is actually click on this little button up here. It pops out into a new tab, and then as if by magic, you're in the unified interface. Wow, that's pretty good. And underneath there, we just click on related. We can get the units tab down here. And then we can see that by default, we've got hour specified as our sort of unit on there. So let's just add on an additional one. We'll call, let's say, day, let's say. We're going to give this a quantity of 8, and it's going to derive from our base unit of an hour. Save and close that. And then we'll also do, let's say, half days. So we'll call this one half days. And we'll say half days is 4, and it's based again off our hourly unit on there. So again, this might be something, again, it depends on how your organization is booking people out, but just give some consideration in terms of how you do that, and make sure that you've got your time units mirrored accordingly for that. Okay. So this is one of the optional features when it comes to PSA. So if you've spent any amount of time working with the sales module, you'll be familiar with how the product catalog works. So when you're generating your opportunity and your quote lines, you can add on your various products that you want to sell. The application goes off, calculates that out for you, does all that good stuff for you. So the great thing about PSA is that we can actually use that. We can actually use not only resource pricing, but also fully incorporate our product catalog as well as part of our system. So a really good example and use case of this, so in our case, we're a Microsoft partner, so we do consultancy, we do services, day rate stuff as well, but we also sell licenses. We're CSP, we resell licenses from Microsoft. So therefore, having a product catalog, that has all the various licenses that we wish to sell, is going to be quite useful. So by adding that onto it, we can not only when we're generating our opportunities and quotes, we can mix and match that. It is an optional requirement though, so only really use it if you need it, and it's going to be useful for you. And in terms of as a discussion in of itself, it's probably outside the scope of today's session. So instead, I'm going to rely on this. I think this diagram's been around for about maybe 10-15 years. I think it's still absolutely relevant in terms of describing what the process is for setting up the product catalog. So this, follow this through. If it's something that you want to do, this will get things set up for you, and then you can sort of go through from there. Okay, so now we can actually start getting into the sort of arguably the sort of the central component, the cornerstone of PSA, our resources, our individuals, our pieces of equipment, our external organizations, whoever or whatever it may be, the things that help deliver our projects. Now, it's not just a case of just going in and just necessarily importing a list of, of John, Mary, Jonas or whoever into the system, and then boom, you're ready to go. There are actually a few different steps involved to get things set up. So we're going to go through now. The order is sort of defined here on the slide, but let's go through and see what we need to do to get all of the appropriate scaffolding set up for our resources. So characteristics then. So this, in a nutshell, is just either your skills or your certifications. So for example, so for myself, you could say that maybe I've got skill as C# as beginner. Yeah, I'm a poser coder, so yeah, so I'd have that as my skill. Whereas for certification, so for example, MB600, MB400, I could have those on as well. As part of that, you can provide a description. Certification could also be, let's say, a degree or professional accreditation, whatever it may be. And again, you just define as many of these as you need, for your potential resources that you're booking out. So in this, for this particular regard, we actually go into resources. Rather counterintuitively, we have to click onto skills as opposed to characteristics. There is a little bit like this at the moment where some of the terms don't quite map up. So just keep your eye out for that. So go into skills, create that, and then boom, you're away on that. Next of all, we have our rating model. So this is perhaps more relevant for skills as opposed to certifications. So this is where you sort of define on a range basis in terms of how proficient a particular skill or multiple skills are in the application. So for example, as I said already, in my case, C# could be beginner, could be intermediate, could be expert, could be god tier, whatever you think is most relevant for your particular organization. So the key thing to remember with your rating models is that you can only have one of these records that have a value of skill in the application. So effectively just one rating model across your skills. Just keep that in mind. And then when you're setting up your skill for the first time, so your rating model for the first time, you then have to go in and give a few additional details, such as the name, and also define whether it's the default one to use across the organization or not. Now, for rating models, you could also use them alongside your certifications as well. So a good example could be for a degree, if you've got, let's say, pass, merit, distinction, but generally you'd want to use them more for skills. Oh, could you just mute your mic, please? Yeah, that's good. Okay. So again, rating models, we go in, again, the terminology is a little bit sort of not aligned. So it's actually proficiency models you go into. Then from there, you define, set up your minimum, maximum rating values, and then go in there and then populate the display label for that underneath that. So in this case, we've got, let's say, 3 values of familiar, good, proficient, with good being the default one that we want to use for this. So next, then, we think we need to give some consideration to our bookable resource categories. So these are roles, effectively. These are the job roles or the project roles that we want to use. So whether it's project manager, whether it's software developer, whether it's engineer, regardless of what it is, there's going to be potentially many different roles that you want to have people booked out for within the application. So billing type makes a reappearance on this. So again, you can define whether or not a resource booked out in a project is something that you ultimately charge into the customer or sort of including as part of your costings. And then when you're setting them up, you need to give some consideration as well in terms of what your sort of target utilization value is for that resource. Because that has some knock-on effects in terms of when you're then looking at the resource calendar, looking at your resource utilization, what red, amber, green category applies to it. So the details there listed on the slide. I think generally, for most people, you don't want to be setting it 100% all the time. You want to be hopefully giving people some time, breathing time for training or for other BAU type stuff. But again, you can just adjust that. And again, once it's set up, it will flow through into the application and adjust how things look later on down the line. So again, so you must say, so like with some of the stuff in the application, before you can start tagging characteristics to a particular bookable resource category, you need to save the record first. And we'll see how that looks in a few minutes when we set things up. So again, we go in there, example on here. So we've got software engineer, target utilization of 75%. Definitely somebody who wants to be charging, always charge out for developers because hopefully they can earn us the big bucks. And then we've got skills down here. So we sort of said that, okay, they're familiar with C#, but they're actually a bit better when it comes to C++. So hopefully we can charge a bit more for them then. Okay, and then finally at the end of it, we've got our resources. So these are sort of our individuals, our people, our even assets or external companies, the things that are delivering our projects. Now, in most cases, when you're dealing with sort of individuals as resources, you'll typically want to derive them from either a existing Dynamics 365 user. If they're not licensed, they're not in the application, then instead you can actually use contact records. That is a viable option. If you're dealing with external organizations, so maybe you're dealing with a third-party company that's helping you with a particular project, you can again assign it to an account record. You've also got equipment and facility for sort of non-physical resources, so where you need to book out a room or let's say a particular piece of equipment, a projector or something like that for your project. You've also got some other resource types as well. You can have generic, where it doesn't really fit into any category at all. You just need to have it in there. Crew is for when you've got maybe multiple resources under a common descriptor that you want to book out. Now you can also have pools as well. So this is where you can group across multiple different record types, account contacts, etc. Again, as one resource that can be booked out. So again, that might be useful if you're dealing with, let's say a team of developers. Let's say you just want to book it out at a high level. You're not really too concerned in terms of a detailed level whether sort of John or Mary are actually booked out specifically on the project. So you set up your resource. At that point, you can then define your skills and roles for them. Great thing about them is that you can use them in PSA as well, in field service as well. And there's some additional details that you may see on there which are perhaps more relevant for that instead. What you also need to bear in mind is that a resource needs to be in an organizational unit as well. So just keep that in mind. We're going to look at organizational units a little bit later on. Now, any discussion about resources, we need to touch upon work hour templates. So when you create a resource for the first time, they're going to be assigned the organization's default work hour template in the application. So this just basically tells you when you're booking the resource out, okay, what hours are they working, what days are they working each week. Now, in most cases, you may want to sort of override this. So maybe it could be, so for example, with COVID at the moment, maybe, the resources are working more flexible hours, just obviously, make sure that we can obviously keep things ticking over. So what you would typically do in that case is that you would override it at a per resource level. Or again, you can do it from the calendar view as well. So they made some changes recently. You've now got a really a nice up-to-date sort of PCF control that gives you a nice calendar view where you can go in and specify work hour patterns and things like that. So typically what you might consider doing is that, okay, so if you've got consistency around your work hour patterns across the board, set it up for the first time with one resource, then do a save calendar as. Then what you can then do is start to use that with resources in the future, if you so choose. So again, in terms of the resource setting up process, so in this case, we're setting up our good old Alan Steiner test user within there. We've said that he's got these particular skills on here. We've overridden the target utilization for him at the resource role level. So we're saying here that, again, it's 70% that we want to apply on here. And we said that he is a robotics engineer. We could add on additional roles as well. So don't be thinking that, okay, you can just have one role for one person. A role can have many, individual can have many roles tagged to them. And really, as if you're doing software delivery, agile delivery, then typically that it would be a preference for you to have. You want to be having multiple skills, multiple role teams to help deliver your projects and get the most value out. Then finally, once the record's saved and ready to go to show work hours at the top, and again we can just set up our particular our working pattern for that resource in there. Okay, so let's go in there and let's start to get things set up for all that. So first of all, then we need to set up our characteristics. So if we jump across into here, we're going to go to resources down here. So again, it's under skills, just to keep things nice and clear. So we'll stick to the software sort of theme and stuff like that. We'll sort of say, let's say, I'm a C# developer. Let's say that's what I want as my sort of skill on there. So I'll just save and close that at that point. Maybe add on JavaScript as well, because we do a lot with that at the moment with Dynamics as well. And then let's just say, okay, I want to have, let's say, a certification as well. So we'll do our good old MB600 exam as that instead. So you just go in, you build all of this out, individually in terms of everything that you're going to need. Now, at this point, then we want to go in. We want to start to modify the proficiency models that we've got. We want to align it a bit better for the skills that we set up. So when we set up PSA for the first time, we get a default rating model. We can either just disregard this entirely or set up a brand new one from scratch. What we're going to do today is we're actually going to just we're going to use it. We're just going to make some small changes to it. What we're going to do is we're going to maybe just increase the rating values for this by 1. When I save the record, not save and close, we can see it's going off behind the scenes and it's creating an additional rating value. Rather frustratingly, it does actually clear down our labels when doing this. Just keep that in mind. If you are making a change in the future, you might just need to record down that information before you do that. But let's just go in on here. We're just going to say, so our lowest one, we're just going to call a newbie. For this one, the next one up, we're just going to call, we're just going to say, okay, they're okay. Super proficient. People don't say super enough these days. Save and close. And then number 4, we're going to give sort of nice God tier status. Yeah, I want to be a God tier C# developer. Okay, so we've got our default rating model ready to go, and we can start to think about maybe using that alongside our skills when we set them up. So now we need to start to give some consideration to our roles. So again, when PSA set up for the first time, we get 2 roles by default: project manager and team member. You can use those, take those forward if you want, or maybe just tinker about them as you need to. In this case, we're just going to create, let's say, 2 new roles. So we're going to do our Dynamics 365 developer as our first role. We're going to be super nice to this particular role. We're going to say, okay, target utilization is 50%, and it's definitely something we want to be charging, because as I say, we want to be earning the big bucks with these guys. And at this point, then the subgrid becomes enabled. We can start to add on our skills or our competencies. So what we're going to do is we're going to add on C# developer. We're going to say, okay, we want a super proficient person on there. And then let's also add on JavaScript as well. So again, it's pulling through the same sort of proficiency models across multiple skills as well, which is quite nice. So that's all done and dusted. And then we'll get also our Dynamics 365 solution architect, let's say. We're going to be a bit more meaner to these people. We're just going to say we want them basically booked out all the time, and again, we definitely want to charge for them. We've got a little typo on there. Oh, more thumbs today. Okay, so let's add on. So for this one, we're just going to say we just want a certification for this particular one. So we're just going to say MB600 exam. We don't care about proficiency, because it is just literally just a pass or a fail for that. That's it. That's all ready to go. So now we can actually go on and start creating our individuals, the people who are delivering this. So now we click on resources at the top up here. Again, we get a generic resource deployed out for us. This is where we're not quite sure at booking in terms of where this is going to be going. This is where the generic resource becomes in use. We're just going to ignore that for now. We're just going to create a generic user. We'll create myself as a resource. Why not? So it should be, there he is on there. Joe Griffin. Again, we're going to be super mean. I'm going to say I want Joe utilized all the time. Give that a save, and now we can start to decorate this resource with the things that we've already set up. So for example, we can sort of say, okay, I want to make sure that they're a C# developer, and ideally we want to be targeting it as a, as an okay proficiency rating for that. And again, we can add in our certifications as well. Again, save and close. And as we mentioned earlier, we can tag on multiple resource roles as well if we so choose. So for example, I can go, okay, I want to say Dynamics 365 developer. That's Joe's default role in this case. But he can also, but because Joe's a versatile individual, I'm speaking about the figurative Joe here, not the actual Joe. So just to make that clear, he's also a solution architect as well. So at this point then the resource is ready to go, and now we just need to give some consideration as well to some of these other properties. So for example, we want to make sure that, okay, Joe is on the display board, we can book him out, he is available for availability search. We may want to change the organizational unit, we can just keep it as the default one for now, depending on our needs. Most importantly at this point, we want to actually dictate what the working hours are. So if we click this button up here, we now get, so previously this used to go out into the old classic interface, the old sort of work hour templates functionality, but now instead we get this beautiful, nice looking PCF grid to basically tinker about with. So we can see in this case that we've actually said that, okay, well, Joe is working for pretty much sort of every single day by the looks of it. 12 a.m. He's basically free all the time. So again, using this interface, we can start to tinker about with this, change things about. So it might be, I want to go, okay, well, I know that Joe's definitely not working on Wednesday. So I'm just going to mark that off. So Wednesday, the 16th, I'm just going to say Joe isn't working at all. Click save on there. We can see the time off on there basically changes. I want to change, let's say, a particular working pattern on one day. So I want to say that maybe, okay, on today, Joe's basically doing a half day. So therefore, let's just change that on to, let's say, 12 p.m. Save on that. So it takes a few minutes just to update. Yeah, it's that one there, it's updated. So typically the best thing to do with this is that there will be some commonality when it comes to working patterns across your resources. So do this as a one-time action, maybe just set things up, based on standard working patterns. And then for situations where you then need to go in and maybe, have time off requests and things like that, just do that as and when it sort of arises. And if you're feeling particularly clever as well, you can potentially do some automation behind the scenes using Flow or something else, so that when maybe a time off request is putting through your HR system, it then goes in and updates PSA automatically. Again, that is potentially possible to do. Okay, so just conscious of time, so we're just going to keep things rolling onwards then. So we talked about our resources then. Okay, so we've got our resources built out then. So now we need to think about how we can charge them out. And price list is our mechanism for doing this. This is, again, something else that we've inherited in from the sales module. It's got some additional properties that you need to give some consideration towards. So for example, context, you need to decide in terms of, okay, is your price list containing just your cost prices? What it costs you to deliver this resource to salary and things like that. Is it, your sales price list, what you're going to be charging your customers? There's a whole load of additional things around in terms of, okay, markups, expense categories, territory relationships, things like that. So really what you want to be doing is going through some of the steps that we've done already, minus organization units, which admittedly we haven't touched upon yet, but making sure you've done the work setting those up first before you start thinking about your price list for the first time. So as an example on here, cost price list. Some of this should look fairly familiar if you've been working with the sales module for any length of time. So we've just gone on here, we defined a couple of role prices for this, and some category prices as well for our various transactions and things like that. Again, let's jump in quickly back into PSA now, and we'll just build out a very simple cost price list. So we go into sales over here, navigate down to our price list at the top up here and click on new. Going to call this our cost price list. So we'll call this 2020 to 2021 cost price list. We want to effect it from June going up to June 2021. These two settings here are really important. Once you've saved the record, you can't change this. So make sure you make the right choice here. Because we're dealing in pound sterling anyway, by standard, we're just going to leave that as default. But at this point, I can save the record. You can see those fields a lot now. And now we can go in and start adding the role prices for the roles that we've defined already. So for example, for our Dynamics 365 developer, I can say, okay, for this role in this organization unit, I want to be charging, let's say, I don't know, £85 an hour for this particular one based on this unit. So save and close that. Do again for the second role. So again, we want to maybe just charge this up a little bit higher. Solution architects always bring in the big bucks, I think. So therefore, £100. So again, just go through each resource, just define that manually for each one you need. Role price markups are useful for when you want to maybe automate the ability to be able to do, percentage or fixed amount markups on the prices you already defined on here. It's not something we're going to get time to cover as part of today's session. I have blogged about this previously, so how you can get this working. So feel free to check that out. And if you've got any questions on that, just let me know after the session. But what we are going to do here is just set up a couple of transaction categories for our expenses. So we're going to do travel in this case. And we're just going to do for this one a price per unit. So we're just going to say, assume this is, let's say, mileage per mile. So we're just going to say, let's say 0.75 per mile, let's say we want to charge for that. Okay, so that's pretty much it for price list then. So let's steam on ahead. So next then, organization units. So we touched upon this already a few different times, sort of left it towards the end. It may be that you want to bring it forward and set it up a bit more earlier, particularly if you want to avoid having to go into your resources and update. And it really just depends in terms of how you want to model things. So the key thing to say with this is that these are not the same as business units. They're separate, completely separate. They work in a similar kind of basis in terms of defining distinct subsets of your organization where resources can basically existing. So for example, you could have, let's say, a UK division, a France division, a North America division, etc. But they're not the same. They don't enforce security and they're not hierarchical in nature. But what they allow you to do is to basically have different price lists, different sales price lists, cost price lists, across the organization, across different geographies potentially. The key thing to remember though with resources is that you can only tag a resource into one organizational unit. Okay, so don't be thinking that you can, basically have cross-divisional stuff. In that situation, you'd have to set up a brand new resource. So maybe have a duplicate. So if for example, for me, if I wanted to be in the US one in a US North America organizational unit, I'd have to be set up as a second resource potentially. Just keep that in mind with that. They may or may not be relevant for what you need in PSA. Typically, you can probably just get away with the one if it's a fairly small deployment. It really just depends in terms of what your preference is, how you want to be building stuff out. This is something that you set up in the settings area of the application, which we'll go in and see in a few minutes. So in this case, we've got one here, which has got our default currency of US dollars and a price that's associated with it. Then finally, the thing that you want to be reviewing is your project parameter record. So again, this is another thing that gets shipped out by default when you set up PSA for the first time. It's just a record in the system that defines lots of different settings. So for example, what is the default organizational unit to use when you're creating new records? What type of resource allocation do you want to be using in terms of either central or hybrid when you're booking resources out? Do you want to be using multi-currency pricing? Do you want to be working with custom amount and markup based pricing dimensions, so where you're bringing in fields from other entities to factor them in as part of your PSA calculations? There's a whole host of things on here that you customize. So having a look at this record and just doing a bit more of a deep analysis in terms of what each one is doing is going to certainly help you along. So again, it's accessed from the settings area of the application. And what we'll do now is we'll just jump in and just have a very brief look in terms of what some of those settings are. So go to settings down here. Organization units we can see is accessible down here. We can do new and just create it forward if we need to. You're definitely going to want to change that name when you set things up for the first time. It seems to be some sort of date time value with, I don't know what else on it. Answer on a postcard if you can decipher that. So let's just ignore that for now. We're going to jump into our project parameter record. So there's only one of these in the system. You can't create an additional one if so just always make sure you're working in this. And we can see on here, there's things that we can populate. So for example, the invoice frequency we set up earlier, we can define what our default one is on there. We can enable multi-currency cost pricing. We get a warning in the system when we're doing that. So just make sure you understand the implications of enabling that setting. We're just going to click cancel on that for now. We can change our resource allocation mode if we want to, our default work hour template. So if we have gone in and changed things or set up a brand new work hour template, this is where we would do it. I'm going to save the record at this point. And then through here as well, we then tag on the price lists that are available across the organization. So the one that we set up earlier, our 2020-2021 cost price list, again, we can tag that onto there. And then here is where you look at the amount-based pricing dimensions, markup-based pricing dimensions. Again, it's quite a detailed topic that you have to actually go in and do entity customizations to a certain extent to get that enabled. So not something that we're going to be able to cover as part of today's session. Again, it's something I have blogged about in terms of how you can get working with it. So for example, how you can work with discount markup percentages and things like that, or resource level markups and things like that. This is basically where you would do it. but we're not going to get a chance to cover it today, unfortunately. Okay, right, so quite keen to get to questions, so let's just round up then. Okay, so what we've seen then, in obviously at speed, so appreciate that. We'll get these slides sent out. The video will be available, so you can refer back to it if you need to. So you've done all this. What's next? What do I need to start thinking about next? So in terms of my recommendations, so the sales process is something that you're going to want to start looking at and thinking out. Taking some time to review how the desired out-of-the-box PSA sales process works. That's going to be really crucial because there are some important differences when you compare it to your default sales module. So for example, in terms of how opportunities and quotes work, it's a very different type of process. You would typically have one opportunity throughout your sales lifecycle and multiple quotes that sit underneath that for each project that you're generating. So be sure to go in and understand that process and tailor it around to suit your needs accordingly. Understand how orders, for example, orders are known as project contracts in PSA, so you're going to have to spend some time just understanding that. When it comes to your projects, give some consideration to your project templates. These can help speed things up. So if you're delivering the same kind of projects frequently, having them templatized means that you can more quickly set them up, not having to reinvent the wheel each time. Consider the project desktop app. So typically most project managers, if they're using PSA, they may prefer to be using the project desktop app. The great thing about using PSA is that you've got an adding for that. So you can work in project for the desktop, and at a click of a button, just update PSA with all of your tasks and resources and things like that. So give some consideration about whether you need to deploy that out, what you're going to need around that. And you also need to think about in terms of how the default project delivery process works. Again, there's a default process in terms of how PSA works. It has some bearing on the sales process. So again, understand that and perform the analysis to determine whether you need to start modifying or adjusting that to suit your needs. Then when it comes to resource bookings, consider your booking strategy. So do you want to be having people soft booked out at all? So where booking is sort of in the calendar, but it's not been confirmed, or do you want to also have it so that people must always book out specifically? Okay, that resource is booked out. Nobody else can basically occupy that time. Give some consideration to that. Think about how people are going to be going in and recording their progress towards tasks to projects once they've been set up. So you can go in Dynamics 365 via the model-driven app to do that, but it might be maybe you want to provide a more streamlined option for that, so maybe a Canvas app or something like that. Then finally, make sure you understand in terms of when it comes to your actuals, how they're generated in the system, and also how you can override and modify those using journal entries, for example. So it could be that, for example, actually there's some hidden costs maybe after the project's been delivered that you need to retroactively factor in. That's where your journals are going to be coming in, and the specific process you have to follow to get those applied in. So this list here isn't exhaustive. There's no doubt a lot more that you need to think about. And certainly these sort of topics probably could be devoted to whole sessions in themselves. So if it is something that you are interested in seeing, you think there's going to be useful, then do please drop me a line, let me know, and we'll see if maybe we can put together something like a video or a future session at a, say on Saturday event or UG or something, just to go through those in detail. So before we jump into questions then, just wanted to signpost some really great resources to help get you started out. Although I have slated the documentation to a certain extent already, certainly in terms of figuring a lot of this stuff out, the docs resources, is a go-to destination. The key thing, just remember that you always make sure you're viewing the version 3 version of the documents. Discard or take anything that references version 2 with a pinch of salt, because it might just be slightly out of date. This probably goes without saying, but Antie's blog and YouTube channel are absolute go-to reading watching when it comes to PSA. Really, the content there will really help you along. Deals with edge cases or specific scenarios involving PSA. So if you're not following those or watching those at the moment, then do please check them out. There's been a really good course that Gurdeep Gupta, who was speaking earlier, has released, Getting Started with Dynamics 365 PSA version 3. This is a completely free course that takes you through some of this, how to get started in the application, touching upon some of the things that we looked at today. So be sure to check that out. And finally, give some consideration to the roadmap. Have a look at what Microsoft are doing with project operations, what's going to be happening later on this year with the public preview. Get some visibility now in terms of what's happening and get yourself prepared. As I've said before, if you're on PSA version 3, then you're in a good position. You're going to be hand-holding, and you're going to be able to transition across to the new version when it comes out. But just obviously keep appraised and definitely watch out for the public preview that's coming out later on this year. Okay, so all that leaves me to say is thank you very much for attending the session. Now would be a really great time for questions. I think we've got about 5 minutes or a couple of minutes, have we, Raz, for questions and stuff? Yes. Yeah, so I think it's actually in there as a default one at the moment, actually. So if we go back onto here and open it up, we can see we've got day, PSA defines day as a default unit for you. Yeah. Oh, actually, no, we set that one up, didn't we? So by default, you get hour. Then what you would need to do is then set up your day and then derive it from your hours. So whether it's 8 hours or whatever it is type thing. So that's how you would do that. Okay, so we've got a question here. Does the organization unit in C equate to the legal entity in F&O? I'm not too sure on that particular one. I'm going to say a no. If there's any other F&O people on the call who can maybe advise on that. I think typically, so when it comes to, I guess, from a legal entity standpoint, I guess for organization units are more, how I see them working best is when you're dealing with multiple geographies. Or maybe let's say you've got a group and you've got maybe subsidiaries underneath that, where you've got specific employees or individuals underneath that. So in which case, it's probably useful for you to then look at it when you're dealing in those circumstances. In most other cases, having just the one organizational unit, so if you're like a 50 to 100 person organization delivering just work in the UK with UK based resources, then just a single organization unit is probably going to. Hope that's helped answer the question. Excellent. It would be non-chargeable transaction types would be applied based on either the resource or the expense category. So typically what you would, so in terms of setup, we'll just quickly just show you that again. So we just go into our transaction category up here. So this is for your expense items. This is where you would define that. So you just go non-chargeable up there. If you're wanting to have resources as non-chargeable, so again, you would go into your roles, let's say. So for example, go back into Dynamics 365 developer, and again, it's billing type on there that dictates that. So when it comes to applying it at task level, how you would go about doing that is making sure you're aligning your tasks to a non-chargeable resource. And then in terms of the expenses they're submitting, again, non-chargeable, align it to that. Thank you, Raz, and thank you for organising these great events even during lockdown. It's really great to get involved and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm around for the rest of the day, guys. So contact details are there, or just drop me a message on Teams. Happy to answer any questions you've got.
Hey, I am here. How are you, Roz? I am. Yeah. Yep. Resco in Atlanta. Yeah. Ah, yes. And now look at him. I like the look at the scruff on him. Look at that. Usually, I'm used to seeing him well polished and groomed and.
Okay. I do. So hey everyone, and I'm not the main guy. Everyone's here. Everyone here is a main guy and a main girl and a main person. Thanks everyone for their contribution and all the attendees for taking your Saturdays to join this amazing event. I have a very short announcement. So this is track one, right? So Scott is going to be the last person doing a presentation on track one. We originally had the PSA product team going to do a session, but they have some overlapping things. So after Scott's session, we will continue on track two, and I'm going to paste the link to chat for track two. So there's going to be a session after Scott's on track two. So be sure to join that. Without further ado, Scott, I'm going to give you the stage.
All right.
Have an awesome presentation.
Thank you, Antii. So good morning or good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are located today. Some of you, I think I recognize the names on the list, and some of you I don't. So I'll go ahead and just briefly introduce myself, and then we'll kind of jump right into really extending PSA from a project status reporting integration perspective, and we're going to do a little bit more hands-on. So hopefully that'll be good. I'll be able to show all of you the inner workings, especially with the data integrator, and some thoughts on dual write integration. So I am a two-time MVP, focused primarily on field service and project service. And for those that have not listened or heard, I actually have a podcast called Service Evolved, where we talk about all things service related. So project service, field service, customer service, and beyond. I've been actually I think I'm now 21 years in CRM, with the last 6 years focused on the D365 stack and platform. So I have you can see a kind of wealth of different technologies there. All right. Go ahead. Oh, it's not sharing. That's weird. That is bizarre. I clicked share. All right, let me click share again. Share tray. My bad. Is that better? All right. Fantastic. Okay. I guess maybe I double clicked. Okay. So now that everyone can see, we'll go ahead and put that in presentation mode there. And no, that was bizarre. Hold on one second. I don't know why this does this with 3 screens. All right. Let me just change that again. Always technical difficulties on a Saturday morning. All right. So hopefully everyone can still see. All right. Perfect. So I'm not going to go in my introduction again, but that was me when I had more hair. So some of you gotta have a little humor, right? So before we get in, I think everyone's probably seen this slide, and I wanted to show it for a couple different reasons, right? But what we see here is all these different pieces within the Microsoft stack, right? So we have, from marketing to opportunities, and we got Power BI, Office, Exchange, all these great tools and assets available to us from a project perspective. So we can do, our resource managers, our portfolio management, all these different pieces. The one piece that I've always heard time and time again is, well, how can we build a status report and do some additional metrics around that capability for project managers, where they can easily input information, or in theory, you could also automate it. And then we need to look above and beyond that as well and say, okay, well, now I have a finance and operations system, or I have another ERP system, right? It doesn't matter. It could be F&O, it could be SAP, it could be Oracle. How do I integrate those two together in a more seamless fashion? And of course, with F&O, it's a lot easier the way that Microsoft's done it. So we'll going to go into detail with all of those today. But again, the one thing you see here is that we have all these tools, and how do we make it easier for some of those resources that are in project service to unlock all of that power, right? So, what we saw there, right? We can plan, we can estimate, we can track and forecast. On the last presentation, right, you saw a lot of things about quoting and setting up the project pieces, right? And that's great. But I always hear again from customers is, well, how come there's no project status reporting functionality? How can we go ahead and do that? Or, how do we integrate to our finance and operations system and make it a little bit easier? So those are a lot of and I'm sure you've probably heard some of those same questions. You might have heard other ones. I hear plenty, but those seem to be the big ones that pop up time and time again. Okay. And so when I was going through trying to build this, so I've built a project status report accelerator, and one of the things that I thought about was, hey, what matters to a project manager when they're trying to build a status report? And back in my earlier days, I was a project manager, and building those and trying to find all of those different pieces of information was very time consuming, right? You had to go get your time entries. You had to manage that against, okay, what have we billed versus what's been said we would bill, and are we over, are we under budget? It was very time consuming. And then of course, what matters to you might be different than what matters to a customer, right? I mean, customers really, they want to know, are we on time, are we on budget for the most part, and how are you managing all that? And so when a project manager is looking at some pieces, they need to look at a lot of different things. They need to look at, how are they doing on the project from a resource perspective? Are they managing all these risks and issues? Who's got action items? And it may not just be internal, it could be customer, right? So these are all some of the things that I see quite a bit. And you might recognize some of these as RAID items. And so how about the capability to go ahead and put that into a project service platform to report on them? And there's a lot of different ways you can go ahead and do that. There's no one right way to do that. But we'll go ahead and jump into, some of my thoughts and how I went about in building that out. And at this point, I don't really have any automation in there per se, but you could absolutely automate some of these with some flows and some business rules and other logic. Right. So I'm just going to show a quick screen here about, this is, again, all PSA. And what I've done is there's literally no code built in here. It's just all configuration. So what I want to do at this point, just go to my next slide just to make sure. Yeah, good. What I want to do is kind of jump into a little bit on this functionality. So let's go and find the right page. Apparently that page disappeared. Second. Here we go. Perfect. Okay. So again, this is just all straight configuration. No flows, no scripting, no web resources, nothing. So the big thing here that I wanted to look at were a couple different things. Is one, where are we from a labor cost, actuals versus estimated? Right? Those are always the key things. A lot of times we need to look at is, what's our consumption, and not only what is our consumption of labor or expenses, but also where are we in terms of the progress on the project. So, you need to do a little bit of comparison, and this is where automating that may or may not be so easy. But obviously, if my cost consumption was 90% and I was only 21% done with the project, that's probably a problem. Unless the next task is all remote and it's but typically that would be a problem, right? So we have all this great information available to us within PSA. We see our estimates and our tracking. And so when we go into what I call status, I start with a blank slate, right? And one of the things that we have down here is I have this legend, and it's just basically, and if you are red-green color deficient like myself, sometimes this green looks orange. But it just gives us an indication of, hey, what should be considered on track, off track, or at risk. And again, this is all configuration, so you could literally change this to your heart's content. And Raz, I'll go ahead and make this. This project, this solution. It's an unmanaged one. I'll go ahead and provide that at the end, so everyone that wants to go ahead and utilize it can do so. I think actually I also sent it to Microsoft because they were interested. So, but anyway, so what we have here is just some basic concepts, right? Where are we with the project? And depending on how your organization or your customer's organization defines phases of projects, these could vary. Just a basic option set here, right? So maybe we're in the build phase. And here's where you could, if you wanted to, this is where you could get into some automation with the overall project status based on the statuses here, right? So all of these are status of whether it's on track, off track, at risk, and do I have the right resources? Maybe I have a resource that's sick or got hurt, and now we're at risk. Stuff like that, right? And we can put in some comments. And then the big thing here is, right, why are we off track? Has the customer changed the scope, right? So if we say yes, well, now we have some additional functionality and details we need to put in. Well, why has it changed? And will this impact, upcoming dates? And are there any issues that require, that need to be bubbled up, right? So all of these, if you say yes, and you could make these flip switches, things like that. That's, to make them a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. That's fine. But if you say yes, you need to put in these comments because they would show up on a status report, or at least be there from a record perspective, especially if you're doing audit trail capability and things like that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just put in, something here, just so we can go ahead and save this. All right. And that will fill in as well, that last status. And the nice thing is this status updated on is the out-of-the-box status updated on. So if you've noticed in the past, oh, excuse me, the overall, well, okay, so so basically if I update the overall status, so if I automate that, right, and I say I got 2 off track, I got at risk, so I'm going to sit there and say, you know, we're going to be red, all right, and I'm going to go ahead and save it. And so that functionality status is going based off of that overall project status, which is the out-of-the-box functionality. Okay. So now if I scroll down here, there's things I can do at the project task level if I really wanted to show. So the project milestones and the billing milestones, the billing milestones would come in from the contract, right? So if I had a contract on this particular project, those would come in here just from a, hey, let me go ahead and see that billing milestone. I could, if I wanted to, I could go ahead and generate one here because maybe it didn't come in. So I have some of that capability I could still see. And then if I have a new field on the project task that basically says it's a, actually I think we're using this is milestone field. So if we have any milestones, we can go ahead and see that just so the project manager can go ahead and know what's coming up and know it's pretty big if we're behind or if we're still on target. And then as we scroll down, and I kept this all on the same page, you could separate it out into different tabs. If you know, again, it's all configuration on how you want to do this, but I have the issues, the risks, all the different functions and features here. If there's any dependencies and action items that may be assigned. The nice thing about this as well is if you are if your customer, like many, at least here in the US, have project service, they're also field service customers. And so this can also be utilized on the field service mobile app. You could use the D365 mobile app if you wanted to, because I have the capability potentially to assign an action item to a resource that's on the project. So if I have for example, if they're also field service and that technician, maybe it's a technical install of a project, maybe I need an item assigned to them to go do something that's outside of, or there's an issue that I'm going to assign this to you. That could show up on their mobile app as well, and you could then set up push notifications within field service to let them know. So we're going to go ahead and just create 1 or 2 here, and let's just to kind of show you what it looks like. And again, it's you know, pretty basic here. We're going to go ahead and just say issue number 1 here. We'll just say you know, we're going to assign it to, again, in this case, we're going to just assign it to a user. So I'm going to assign it to myself, and you could make you can make different things required, not required. And then if we want to expose it on a portal. So I've taken into consideration, are there things that you want to share with a customer and have them see, especially if something is assigned to them. Right, so maybe instead of saying assign it to a user, you assign it to contacts or different key people on a project. So it all depends on how you want to go ahead and set that up. And then do you want this to show on the status report? Maybe it's an internal thing and you're just tracking it. It doesn't need to be on the customer status report, but it's more internal. So you have that functionality and that flexibility. Is what I really was going for here. Okay, and then as we progress, we can go ahead and say, you know, yep, it's assigned, it's closed, it's behind schedule. And again, some of these you can absolutely automate and say, okay, if it's due on, if it was due on the 12th, you know, you could go ahead and if it hasn't been closed out, you can sit there and say it's behind schedule. So we have some flexibility there, and all of these have an auto number functionality. So just so we can report on that and say, hey, it's, issue, 100 or issue 1 or issue 2, depending on how you want to go ahead and take care of that. Right. So now we have some of these different pieces of information that we can start seeing, okay, what's going on? And you just see some, so here's another example for, hey, do I have a dependency, right? And how critical it is, inbound, outbound. So is this a internal, external sort of issue? What's the deadline? What's our next action items and updates? So again, just different ways you can manage this if there's a dependency on anything, whether it's internal or external to the project, right? So maybe it could be, an example is, your project is dependent on another group that is outside this project, but they need to get some sort of infrastructure piece done or whatever it may be. Maybe they need to install a server. Those are all things that can be defined here. Okay. So all configuration. If we take a look at the solution, right? So I have the solution here, and what you'll see is, we have the project in there, of course, because we've added the items to here to that entity, and then we just have some different entities here. I've seen it where action items, issues, risks, all those are one entity and they're just a type. That could be done as well. I chose to separate them out just from a little bit easier of reporting, or if I was pulling it out. And again, it's just, I think in that particular case, it's a preference. I think because some of these have different functionality in different fields, I instead of having a bunch of different business rules to hide and show, I separated them out. You could, in theory, streamline them and go ahead and make them all very similar. And then this way, you just choose a different type field, and that would be fine. Again, this is an unmanaged solution, so you could, in theory, go ahead and change whatever you wanted to, and that would be fine. So now I go ahead and I've created this these records, right? So now let me go back. And so now, okay, maybe I have a bunch of details in here. Well, now what, right? Do I create how do I report on this? And there's a couple different ways you could go. You could certainly create a Word template if you wanted to, and generate that and attach it and do all that stuff, and that would be fine. I actually thought about that, and I actually had one built out, and then my environment got refreshed, and that was gone. But I've actually decided to do that, and then in addition a Power BI. So kind of unlocking, I think, what I call the power of Power BI, right? And that's really just showing us what this platform can do. So if I go back to my deck now, just real quick. So this is an example of one of the, and I'm going to explore it. I have a couple different templates for projects and project status, but you can see here that this looks very familiar to what you just saw, right? And so we start seeing some of the details on the project here on the right side. Sorry, so these are all the kind of, whoops. So these are all kind of the overall project pieces here. We have, and then this is all over here on the left side. This is all the status. And the more information I pull in or enter in, we start seeing the information would be here as well, right? So that's kind of the beauty of that. And again, you can do this in a Word template as well. I actually will rebuild the one that I have, or the one I had built, and I'll send that as well, because I like that I could also just automatically attach it or send it out, and then this way, and then I have that history of ongoing status that's attached to it, and say, yes, I sent that out, or you received it, and you can start tracking that with the email pieces. And if you wanted to see if they've opened it and things like that, that would obviously is a powerful piece of information. So if we go into now, I want to go ahead and pull up my, okay, come on, there we go. So this is, and again, I will share this as well. So you'll get the Power BI templates that I've created. And what you'll see here is just some basic configuration of this, and we can do our filtering by project. So if I wanted to choose any of the other projects that I had in the application, I could go ahead and do that, and then of course it'll start updating some of that information. So that's, again, you'll see the different configuration. Out there's my buddy Bar, who was on. So Bar, I just gave you some cred, so I need you owe me a little something. So this is a nice way, a nice snapshot, especially if we have a project manager. Again, we can start looking at this from of course, depending on what the role is and what they have access to. You know, since I'm a system admin, I can see everything. But maybe I'm a project manager, or I'm a practice manager, and I want to see, I want to just see what's going on. I want to see what's going on with some of my different projects, and I can go ahead and pull this up at a snapshot and make sure my project manager is doing what they need to do. So in this case, if Dan, I look at his project and I start seeing, well, all of these pieces of information are blank. How do I know it's on track if he really hasn't filled out all of the details? So I can go ahead and give Dan a call and say, hey, you need to start filling this out, because I see all these details here on the project, but you haven't filled this all in. So I'd like to be able to go ahead and see that. Right. And then if we wanted to, and this is where it started building this out, you can start seeing some additional schedules and details. And I'm going to show why I didn't build that out after. So we have that information, and now what we want to do is, let's just say, well, what else can I view from a project or project manager, from a status reporting, or any other details? I want to get a little bit more granular. So what I did was I've created some additional Power BI templates and dashboards, and if my screen would refresh, there we go. So let's go to this one first, so we can start seeing some of the details on what you really can do here within Power BI, and within the data of not just the status reporting that I've built, but just in general, the details that are provided. Once you start filling in, you have resources putting in time and expenses, and you start managing the project task, or aka the WBS, right? And you start updating those percentages complete and all that other functionality. Okay, come on. Yeah. Never fails. Never fails. All right, let's go back and log in, and if not, I'll just pull it up in the Power BI that I have. Let's go ahead and close this out too. Hold on one second. I'm going to close some of those because I think we're getting a little slow. So as we're waiting for my lovely system to respond, let me see. Let me put this over here. And I think that is my problem. All right. So hold on 1 second. I think I have frozen up. Can everyone still hear me? Yes. All right. I'm just gonna do one thing. I think I froze up. So let me. I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My screen's frozen real quick. So let me. Yeah. Let me just. Let me see if I can close something. I may have to jump off real quick and. Yep. Okay. Yep. So I'm back. I'm just getting loaded up here. That is correct. Yeah, the companies will come over, and I'll show a little bit of dual write later. You know, there's really not a whole lot for dual write yet for project, and there's a little bit for field service. However, we're going to show the data integrator, and so that could give you ideas on how you could build your own templates for dual write. Yeah, definitely. So let me go ahead and share. Come on. Oh, all right. All right, so now we're ready to rock and roll. So I apologize for that. Apparently, my computer and Teams sometimes don't agree. But here's another example of a dashboard, and I'm going to show some additional ones here shortly. But what we can see, if we scroll down, come on. Okay. What this will do is this will go ahead and show me the different projects. I could go ahead and I can filter this out as well. But this will show me projects, you know, and for example, on this one, it'll show me the different tasks, how many are complete, how many resources I have. And then of course, so here's all the tasks here. We can see that there's none complete, but as they start getting completed, that list will come over here. You could also do this by overdue. You know, what was scheduled and what should be completed and is not complete yet. So we have that sort of possibility to go ahead and see that. And what I'm seeing here is all the different projects by project manager. Right. So these are all the different projects that we see here. Yeah, this obviously my project is 2100% complete. That was, of course, that's just demo data. But what we start seeing is all the different projects that are assigned to people and what's going on and what's the status, right? So we start seeing, yeah, we have 300, and you know, here's the team. So if you set up different teams, maybe you had different organizational units or whatever it may be, you can then start setting this up by, okay, this group, maybe it's a territory. Depends on, again, how you want to set that up. But so you have a different ways of slicing and dicing it. Maybe maybe it's by manager or by, not by project manager, but by the group manager or whomever it may be, and how your customer or how your organization kind of groups those projects. It could even be by product, right? So maybe, right, if you're a consulting firm, maybe you want to group it by field service, project service, F&O, whatever it may be. Kind of group those by the different product offerings. For example, maybe that Dynamics has to offer. So you start seeing what that portfolio looks like. Right. Another example of a project portfolio and status would be this example here, where we're going to go ahead and pull up, and you're going to see here, this looks a lot like our status now, where we start seeing what's on track, off track, or even at risk, and we start seeing the different details here. I can go ahead, and if I wanted to, I can say, just show me everything that's on track, and I start seeing all those details here, right? As I scroll down, I could also then start looking at individual projects. So I can start seeing, well, maybe if I want to look at this particular one, I can see how many tasks are there, how many overdue tasks. We'll go ahead and pull up this one here. Whoops. All right. So we can kind of start seeing some details. And where we are from a project, project budget, hours, expenses, what's remaining, what's been our consumption. So I can start getting an indication of, hey, where are we and how are we looking from an overall project perspective. And then as I scroll down, I start seeing some additional details that would be very similar to what you saw on the online side, which is my actual status, right? So I could start seeing where we are from our different on track, off track, at risk, if we have any action items, risks, things like that. So now I can really start seeing some of those details at a more granular level, and get some of those pieces of information. One other thing, there's some I threw out a little tidbit that I wasn't going to show, but I actually I know everyone when they went to PSA version 3 was really upset that the Gantt chart was gone, and we keep hearing it's coming back and it's coming back. We don't really know when it is, but there is functionality you can do within Power BI. There's also solutions out there where you can do a Gantt chart within the application. I know there's some ISVs out there, but here's an example of one that I've built where you can actually do it within Power BI, and you could embed this into again. I put it into a dashboard. You could probably do a Power BI tile if you wanted to, and put this in here. But I can go ahead and start seeing some of those details here if I really wanted to, and you can change the colors of these if you wanted to by role or by individual, so that the colors here on the timeline could differ as well. Right, so just some additional functionality that I wanted to throw out there, because it's one of those things that I know individuals such as myself really like to look at the Gantt chart. And you could also look at the Gantt chart if you were using the PSA add-in for Microsoft Project. But if you want to just see it without going outside the tool and having that, this would be a nice little function for you. Okay, so now that we've gone through all of the status reporting, and we've gone through some of the setup and things, again, we hear about, well, now we have finance and operations, and how do we get everything set up within the application? How do we start integrating? All right, so let me go ahead and pull back up my presentation here for you so that we can, before we jump into the setup of how we go ahead and get started, we're going to start out with the data integrator. And the data integrator for those that are not familiar, it was the precursor to dual write. And so it was, different projects you would set up so that you could integrate F&O and CE, PSA, field service with together. So it is relatively simplistic, I guess. It's not terrible, but it has some steps that we have to go through. So we can see here, this is a slide, and I'm going to send some links in the deck, and it'll show you all this. This is all out there on docs.microsoft.com. But what this really is showing you is all the different pieces of information that could, in theory, that get integrated, how they get integrated, and what's the flow. And the flow is important to understand. And especially if you're not integrating, if you're a PSA customer or you're implementing PSA and you have a customer that is not using F&O and you're not using the dual write or data integrator, it is important to understand there is a recommended way to integrate PSA with an ERP. And so, I've had customers in the past that wanted to use Oracle ERP and send Oracle projects and WBS down to PSA. That is not supported. And you're going to have significant problems based on the dependencies and what happens behind the scenes with PSA when you set up a project in a WBS. It does all this magic and creates all these different records in different tables. That does not happen through integration. So please, please, please make sure you understand the recommended and best practices from an integration perspective. All right. So first things first, before we go ahead and get started with anything from a CDS data integrator perspective, we need to understand the requirements. There is setup. There's a lot of details when it comes to specifically project service automation integration. And there's solutions we need to install within our CE environment to get it to work. And so if you look at 3 and 4, all right, we can get prospect to cash solution that's on AppSource. And then I have a link here to the PSA to finance solution that also needs to be installed. That one will actually put the project number field on the project entity. It does some additional details, but that's the biggest, that's the project number that gets auto-generated is a requirement, right? So very important that you follow these directions. You look at all the different integration documentation, and that should make it a lot easier, especially if you start having some issues, to go ahead and troubleshoot what those issues may be. Because the one thing that I'll show you, and I have some errors to show you, is that the data integrator error log and error handling has come a long way, but in some cases will leave you scratching your head. So before we jump in and I just show you how it all works, again, these are from a less of an eye chart than that first diagram. This is how the flow for project service works to finance, right? So when we have to have first off, we have to have a project contract. You cannot, if you think you're just going to go ahead and do a project and project tasks and happy day, no, it's not going to work. You need to have a contract. So all of these things are required. You have to have a project contract, the contract lines. You don't have to go into a whole lot of detail, but they need to be there. Okay. And then we have our project tasks, right? Very simple, one way. We have our transaction categories. So this is a bi-directional, and we're gonna see that. This would be a great candidate, definitely a great candidate for dual write, because dual write, of course, we can specify, of course, with dual write, directions and things like that. But this one's an amazing candidate. And then we have our hours and our expenses that estimates, right? So we're sending estimates to finance so they can do their forecasting. And then we have actuals that go to F&O from a journal perspective. And then when they post, the actuals come back to PSA as with voucher, what they call voucher information and taxes and things like that. So don't get the big thing is that whenever I tell customers about details from a PSA or even a field service perspective and say, hey, we generate, example is a work order summary. So we have all the details on a work order, and it's got the hours, and it's got the products, and it's got an estimate. It's got a quote unquote tax. Well, if there's an ERP system, which hopefully there is, that is the system of record from a financial perspective. So we kind of call it it's the pro forma invoice, so to speak, right? It's not close to what you're going to get billed. It may not be exact. Okay. And there's ways you can get exact with different ISV solutions like Avalara and things like that. But if you have an F&O perspective, an ERP, I would leave it to the ERP. Okay. So let's go ahead and jump into our data integrator now. Actually, before we get into data integrator, there's a couple things we need to do. So if you've never set up any of the integrations before, the first thing you need to do is you need to make a connection to your finance and operations environment. And I actually already have one set up. Now, when you're using the data integrator, the F&O instance and your CE instance do not have to be in the same tenant. That is the nice feature about the data integrator. Dual write, you have to be in the same tenant. So if you're, for example, if I'm fsguru.onmicrosoft.com for CE, that I need to have that same tenant for F&O. Otherwise, it won't work. All right. But in this particular case, I have one here that my good friend Bar at Avanade lets me connect to, and so I'll give him a little shout out here because I know he's on, but I couldn't have done this without him because I am not an F&O person. All right, so I have my connection set up. I say where I'm going to, and I pick the tenant and the URL and all that stuff. So I have all of those set up. So I go to again I go to make.powerapps.com and I go ahead and connections and we're good. Now I go to my admin and I go to data integration. Right, and the first thing I want to do is I want to create a new connection set. What this does is it's telling the system what are you connecting? What two systems are talking to one another? Right, and so we kind of give it a name. So I'll just call this one D365 Saturday PSA FO. Right, and what you'll see here is when I showed you all those connections here, it's telling me what all my connections that I have set up. So I'll go ahead and select. I could select my common data service one. So maybe I'll go ahead and select that one. And here's my environments. Right, so I pick my environment, and then I do the same thing with my F&O instance. And the F&O instance, you're going to see you'll see a bunch of different ones. So you go ahead and just pick the right one. I'm going to go ahead and cancel because that list is long and I'll never remember what it is. But once you get that set up, so it looks like this. And so I'm going to just show you the details real quick. So it gives you an environment, and in F&O, once you select the environment, you select the organization within there. And so you'll see things like DAT, USMF, a bunch of different ones. If you're not sure which one to connect to, speak to your F&O person as to which organization you should be integrating to. Okay, you can select multiple, and that's nice, but just make sure you have the right one set up. And so you can see here I have mine is USMF, which I think is manufacturing. Okay, it'll automatically it'll add in different keys here that you need. In some cases, again, in that documentation for PSA, or if you're doing field service, or if you're starting to integrate other ones, understand what additional keys you may need. Right, and in many of the cases, they are here. In some cases, you may have to add additional ones. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and go back. And so once you're there and you have those connections set up, you have to go ahead and set up a project. And a project is essentially, what do you want to integrate? All right, and I know we're getting short on time, but I'm just going to show this real quick. We'll just say that. It doesn't matter. You select your connection. And then you're choosing a template that Microsoft makes available. There is an order to this, and again, it's in the documentation. And I typically will number them in the order that I want, and that's required. So you have to have an account first, and then you would do your project and contracts, project tasks, things like that. So you'll start seeing all of these. You'll see field service ones, and then as you scroll down, you're going to see all these dual write ones. And we're going to touch on dual write real quick, but dual write gets set up in F&O. So I wouldn't, once you get down to this area here, stop. These are great to look at, but all the F&O ones for dual write get set up get set up in F&O, and they actually just populate automatically. All right, so then I would go ahead and choose my organization, and then I go ahead and create. And I just chose warehouses for simplicity because I have all the other ones set up. Now, the difference with the data integrator versus dual write is dual write, once everything's set up and it's running, it's extremely near real time. And I say that because I've made changes in F&O, and it's come over to CE in seconds. The data integrator in and of itself, the way that works is, so let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick, right? So if I go ahead and say my account project, and you're going to see here real quick, I can see my mapping. So the nice thing is I can look at my mappings, I can add fields to it. So this will tell us all the details. What equals what. If there's a function, I can start seeing what that function is. And there's ones that it'll tell you in the documentation if anything is required to be done on your side. All right. I can see the execution history, and in this particular case, I see that there's 107 errors. I could go ahead and click on why, and I know why. It's because I've already ran this in the past, and it says there's an integrity constraint, which basically means, if you're not familiar with it, I already have those accounts there, and it's not going to allow me to since I had started over, it's not going to allow me to go ahead and resend them over because I haven't changed anything. But with the data integrator, I also, if I want to go ahead and set this up on a schedule, I actually have to physically set that up. All right. So how often I want it to run, how, does it end, how frequent, how many minutes. So it's different from dual write, because dual write, you don't set up any of that. It just, as you make a change, it sends it over. It sends it to CDS. And then it'll get picked up by CE or vice versa, right? So that's kind of what happens on this end here, right? So if I come back to my projects and I start seeing some of these details, let's just say we wanted to do projects and contracts. And so you can see there's a bunch of different mappings here because it's telling me what's required first. So we have the sales order, sales line, project. And if I wanted to, so let's just say I didn't make any changes to this. I just mapped it. Let's see what works, right? And it'll run and it'll tell me it's executing. And then eventually when it's done, I'm sure I'll have errors because, again, this is demo data, and I've already synchronized this over in the past before I refresh the environment. But it'll eventually update us with those details. And you can see here I have all the different orders. So accounts, I was doing products at one point. Products, you could have products in here, and that's fine. The transaction categories, again, those can go at any point in time. My projects and contracts, tasks, expenses, and then actuals, right? So you have a bunch of different details that again, I order them in the order that they should at least initially be synchronized. All right, and a lot of times what I would recommend is, especially if you get errors and you're not sure what they are, work with someone on the finance and operations side to make sure that, one, again, there is some setup you have to do in F&O initially to get the data integrator working, and that's in the documentation as well. But it's really a joint project. Unless you know a little bit about both systems, it would be extremely hard for you to troubleshoot this on your own, because there's so many different inner workings of finance and operations that, again, unless you're an expert, you might not know everything that is required. Okay, I know we're almost out of time, so I want to open this up for questions. So are there any other questions? Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let me go ahead and so that's a great question. So let me go ahead and I don't know what happened to my slide with my information here because it was there. So let me go ahead and just do new slide. So here's how you find me. So you can find me here. Find me LinkedIn.com in LinkedIn, and then Twitter. I am Field. There we go. So either way, feel free to reach out. But Raz, I will go ahead and I will send you. I'll probably send you a link to all the solution files because I know sometimes with zip files they don't go through from a security perspective. But I'll send you a link. And then if we want to get that out to folks, or if anyone just wants to contact me directly, I'm more than happy to provide that access. Because I think right now I had it somewhere, but I think right now it's on my OneDrive. But yep, that's yeah, excellent, fantastic, great, my pleasure. Great. No, my pleasure. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
heavy work for the PMs to accomplish here at this moment, because they are understanding the inputs that have been submitted by the team members and then processing that inputs to become an output. So then that output, which is the latest version of the schedule, the latest the most updated version of the schedule is available, and this is going to basically feed our reports and dashboards. So then our executives will be able to, as I said, understand them, make sense of them, and then take some decisions if needed. So if this process, which is a very complex process, because we will have many different people interacting and exchanging information back and forth. So if we don't, if we are not sure that all of this process is being correctly done and being correctly reported, then the decisions we make might be based on wrong assumptions, because the data that's there does not reflect the reality. So this is a situation that can happen, and we need to try to avoid that. We need to try to make sure that this is something that we can capture and that we can correct before any decision is made. So what we normally do and what we usually recommend to our customers is that we can put together some governance and compliance reports in a way that every week before the PMO meeting or the executive committee meeting, in which we are going to be taking some decisions based on the data, we can run some reports that will be telling us if there is something that we need to pay attention to, because maybe that's not something that that's something there that we need to correct or make an enhancement or make an adjustment before being able to go ahead and make the decisions and make things happen for the next week or for the planning that we have for the next week. So out of those elements, I have selected 4 of them, which I'm calling the key compliance and governance metrics. Of course, that can be more, so we can implement in our organization more metrics, more items that we should be checking every week as a PMO team, or as PMs. Even the PMs can go ahead and do this for their own projects. But the key compliance and governance metrics, the 4 key compliance and governance metrics that I wanted to share here through this presentation are the following them. So first one, and the first item that we see more often, is the lack of planning data. So in our mind, every time a project gets into execution, we need to baseline that particular project. So then when we baseline it, we will be able to really track any variances that we might have in our schedule, right? So we can have a schedule variance in terms of finish or start date. We can have a cost variance. We can have a work variance. And for all those variances, the way we are able to understand that they are happening and the way that we can make sure they can be tracked is by setting a baseline for the project. So then one of, or the first one of our compliance metrics is every time a project gets into execution, we need to make sure that that project has a baseline. If we have a project that is, 5% completed or 10% completed or 50% completed, but that project doesn't have a baseline, then this is a bad data for us, and we need to capture that. We need to be able to see that, to take some actions and make some corrections. So the second governance and compliance metric that I wanted to bring to the discussion is about the not statused projects. So when we are doing as PMs our weekly updates, when we are applying the weekly updates to our projects, we need to make sure that we are setting up the project status date, because the project status date is a very important item that we need to use to understand how our project is performing, because that basically sets a line in which we should be. So it basically determines where we should be in the schedule, based on this date, what's the progress that should be accomplished for the tasks in the schedule. And if we do not have status dates set in our projects, then we might be missing something in terms of how the project is performing and how the project is progressing. So same thing as the baseline, if we do have a project which is in execution, and when I mean execution, I mean, if there is a percent of completion that's greater than 0%, then a project must have a status date. So that's something that we need to capture as well. If there are projects that do not have status dates, we do have to see that. We need to be able to capture that information and to make take an action and make some decisions based upon that and make some corrections as well. So then we have the third key compliance and governance metric that I wanted to present, which is the aging projects. So this is pretty straightforward. So if I have a project that's in progress, I need to periodically update that project. So there are some organizations which will define in their process that the periodicity in which the projects are going to be updated is going to be, say, weekly. Maybe it's going to be in each 15 days. Maybe it's going to be monthly. So it's going to be depending on how our organization or how each organization defines its process. But in essence, when we have that definition, we need to make sure that in that periodicity, all projects are going to be updated. So if I open a report and I see that a project has been published last time, maybe 30 days ago, then this is going to be a problem for me, right? Because something that can be happening within the project might have happened, and the project that I'm seeing does not reflect all the things that have happened in the past. So I need to make sure that all projects are being updated based on the periodicity that has been defined by my organization. And then last but not least, for this particular subject that we are discussing here, I wanted to bring in the work left behind. So the concept of work left behind is we have some tasks that were planned to be basically happening in the last week, for example, maybe in the last month, but nothing has been reported. And if nothing has been reported, the work that's in the past will never get done, right? So if something is in the past, there's no way we can get something done that is in the past. So we need to be able to understand which work is in the past, and then based on that understanding, we need to take a decision. So maybe we will be moving this work into the future. So then if there's something that needed to be done last week and it has not been done, I will have to move this for the next week, maybe 2 weeks later, but I will have to move that into the future. Or if that thing is no longer required, then we will take an action, or we will have to take an action, which is pretty much end up the task. Maybe we will deactivate the task, or maybe we will basically zero out the remaining work because the remaining work is no longer needed. But the thing is, we need to be able to identify if there is work in the past, and if there is work in the past, we will have to move this into the future, or we will have to basically zero that out. So that's the decision that we will taking, in a case by case. So with that, with those four compliance metrics in our mind, in our heads, I will just jump on to the demonstration, because I will try to make this session as more effective as possible. So we will basically create all of those items within Power BI to create a report that's going to be a governance report, in which we will be capturing all of this information, and we will be understanding how we can manage them, which is the piece of data that we need to retrieve from Project Online to be able to create those reports. So that's going to be a hands-on session. With that said, I will end up the PPT deck portion, of the session. And we will just jump on to the Power BI. So let me move some things here to my second monitor. All right. And if you allow me, that's something else that I wanted to do here real quick, which is activate my Zoom platform. Yep. So then I can, when creating things, I can zoom in and out. So it's easier for you to follow. All right. So let me explain a little bit what this report is and what we are doing here. And then we can jump in creating our governance and compliance report. So let me move Teams to the second monitor here as well. So if there are questions, I will be able to basically see them and provide you guys with answers. Okay. Oops. All right. So I think I was just presenting my PowerPoint deck. So let me see if I can share. Okay, can I share desktop? Yep. All right. So you must be able to see my screen now where I have my Power BI deck, my Power BI file. So let me explain what it is and how we are working here, how we should be putting together this particular report. So the way I have configured this report is I have connected to 3 different data sources. So here in the right side, you can see the data sources that I have connected to. So I have connected to the projects data set, and I'm getting this data from Project Online. I have connected to my project baselines table as well, so I'm getting some baseline information from there. And I have also connected to the assignment time phased data set, so I can get some time phased data to be able to really understand if there is work in the past. So those are the 3 data sets that I have used in this particular report: projects, project baselines, and also assignment time phased data set. Okay. So first thing is, as I said, we need to understand if the projects which are in progress have been baselined or not. Okay, so I have created a table which has all of the project names and owners and start date and finish date. So this is just general information, starts date, the last time it was published. So just general data. But the first thing is, if a project doesn't have a status date, or if a project doesn't have a baseline date, if the project hasn't been baselined, maybe that's because the project has not started yet. So maybe it's a non-started project. It's 0% completed. And I have lots of situations here, or lots of projects which are available in my demo environment, which are 0% completed. So for all those projects, I don't necessarily need to verify their compliance, because they have not started yet. So I don't need to include them on my tracking, on my assumptions. So what I will do is I will go and navigate to the transform data, because I really like doing the things within the Power Query editor. So of course that you can do this, or some of this, you can do this by creating new columns within the data set, but I will just go back and go to transform data, because I will do most of the things here in Power Query. So the first thing I will do is I will navigate to the projects area, which is the projects table where I have all of the project information. I have not collected every single information, every single piece of information from there, so I'm just using some portion of the data information that's important to me. So things such as project finish date and start date, and the last time the project was published. I am also capturing the project status date to see if the project has a status date or not. So just a piece of the data. And what I will do is I will create a new column. So this new column, the first new column, is for me to understand if my project has been is in progress, or if the project has not been started, or if the project is even completed, right? So I will have to create a new column to understand what's the current status of the project. So to that end, I will click add column, and then custom column is what I'm gonna get created. I will zoom this a little bit so then it's bigger and we can have a better visualization. And I will call this column, for example, project status. Of course that we can call it something else, but I would just call it project status. We could call project state or something like this. And to that end, I will use the project percent completed, right? So I will start with an if function, and I will say if the project percent complete is 0, then it means the project hasn't started. So the answer here is going to be not started. I have to put an else, but I have to have another if because I have two other possibilities, which are projects in progress and projects completed. So then I will use the project completed again, and we'll say if this is 1, then I think it's 100. So if it's 100, then it means the project is complete. And if the project is not 0 or is not 100, so it's in between, it's going to be in progress. It's something very simple, very straightforward. Let me minimize here my zoom. Yes, should be 100. That's right. We'll click OK. So then we will have different status, right? So we'll have projects which are in progress. We will have projects which are not started. And we will also have some projects, or possibly have some projects which are completed. That's pretty cool, right? So we have our project status. So then the next thing is, how can I know if a project has a baseline or not? So we will have, or we do have in our queries, a query here that I used, which is the project baselines. So what I did was, in the project baselines, I just retrieved three columns. So we are using project ID, we are using baseline number, and we are using baseline finish date. And what I did also was I created a filter in which I only care about baseline number 0, because baseline number 0 is usually what we use to track the current plan for the project. So the current planning for that particular project should be placed in baseline 0. So what I will do is, since I know I have some projects that have been baselined and this information is available for me here in this particular table or in this particular query, I will come back to the projects table and I will use a transformation option here in the Power Query, which is the combine option that merge queries, allow me to merge queries. So what I will do is, I know that I have lots of projects in the projects table, and I know that I have some of them in project baselines, which are baselined. So what I will do is, I will combine the two. So I will use the command to merge queries. And I will pick from projects, project UI, the project ID, which is the one that I can establish a relationship with project baselines. So I will basically combine the project UID from the projects table with the project ID from the project baselines table. And for all the projects which are matching, that we do have a match, there will be a table here that I can expand, and I will pick the project baseline finish date. So in the projects table, I am now bringing in some information that's available in the other table, which is the project baselines. And what I wanted to see, or what I am interested to see, is the project baseline finish date. So with that piece of information, that's going to be pretty easy for us to understand if a project has a baseline or not, because we will have the project with a baseline the dates or the baseline finish dates are going to be displayed in here. And for all projects in which we don't have a baseline, they will just be nulls because they do not exist in the project baselines table. Pretty simple. So let me change the name of this column. I will say baseline finish date. And if I wanted to have like a yes or no flag to determine if the project has baseline or not, I would be able to just go ahead and add a new column. That's not something that we necessarily need to do, but we can do this. So then we have, lots of different columns which are going to be flagged for yes or no. And I will add a new column, which is going to be custom. Let me zoom this a little bit. And I will say project as baseline. So that's the name I will be giving to this particular column. So with that, I will pick the project baseline finish date, which is what I have just used. And I will use a if function here. So if this particular column is null, then this means we don't have a baseline. So the project hasn't been baselined. But if that's not the case, if it's not null, then it means the project has a baseline. So then I can use the yes here. So to that end, I have an if function that's working within a custom column in the Power Query area in which I can easily see and I can easily determine if a project has a baseline or not. So I can click OK. And then for all the projects in which the baseline has been set, they will be displaying as yes. And just before we go, I will just reserve some time to see if there are questions, but just before going there, I will add another custom column because now what I wanted to do is I wanted to basically apply the same rules to see if the project has a status date or not. As I said, if you are a more advanced user, if you are more familiar with Power BI and also with the project online data model, you would be able to just do this, in a faster way without having to create the additional columns here. But I will just, get started creating them because I think it's pretty helpful. So I will create another column, and this custom column is going to be called project has status date. So this is gonna be the same expression or the same logic that we have applied for the projects in which we were checking if we had a baseline or not. So I will use an if function and say, let's verify the project status date. If it's new, then it means we don't have a status date for this project. But if that's not the case, then it means we do. So same logic, now just changing the baseline finish date by the project status date. With that, we have a new column, and this new column is available here as well. So I can basically go ahead and choose close and apply, because I think everything that we need for this particular piece is ready to go. So we will need to just wait a few seconds until the data is loaded. All right. And let me save this just in case. And then what we can do is, I know, for example, that in this particular report, we have 63 projects, right? But the thing is, how many of them are in progress? Because that's what really matters to me. So what I will do is I will create a filter on this page by using my project status column that has just been created, this one. And what I will do is I will move the project status as a filter on this page. And when I do that, I will say I only care about the projects which are in progress. So when I filter this, all of my report will be just focusing on the projects which are in progress, which is what should be subjected to my analysis. So then the next action that I will take is, all right, so I have 25 projects. I wanted to see the percent of baselined projects. So how do I accomplish that? So if you see here, I have created a quick measure into my report, which is called quantity. So this measure here called quantity, what it does is it counts the number of projects that I have in my report or in my visualization. And here, this is basically what's being used. So this is the quantity of projects that we have. So what I will do is I want to see how many, not how many, but the percentage of projects that have been baselined. And what I will do is I will click and create a new measure. And when I do create a new measure, I will call this percent of baselined projects. And let me zoom in it. Let me put some zoom here so we can better see how this is going to be organized. And my measure is going to be using a calculate function, because I need to use a filter because I only care about the projects that have been baselined. So to that end, I will count the project ID, for example. Let me bring it in, project ID. So I will basically count the project ID. And I need to count how many projects we have. So I will use the counter function and count the project IDs. But to that end, I need to have a filter. And my filter is going to be if the project has a baseline, right? So then it's going to be projects. Project has baseline, because I just wanted to see if the project has been baselined or not. And my filter is going to be yes. So this is going to be basically counting the number of projects that have been baselined. And if I wanted to understand what's the percentage of projects being baselined, I just need to divide that by my quantity measure that I have already created. So this is going to be counting the number of baseline projects, and then I will divide that by the quantity of projects, and this is going to give me the percentage of projects that are baselined in my environment. So what I can do is I can kind of duplicate this to here, and then I will replace the quantity by this one, and I might have to just change the information to be percentage. So I know now that out of 25 projects that I have which are in progress, 84% of them have been baselined. And maybe another thing that I do here is create just a stacked bar, and maybe count the projects by the status of the baseline. Maybe something like this, real simple. Of course, that we can make it better, put some more effort to make sure that we are putting, the information or the design or the layout that our organization wants to see, but basically have something like this. Maybe it's going to be something like this as well. And if we do that, we then are able, let me just disable the interactions here. I don't want this to filter. But maybe if we say, all right, show me the projects that are not baselined and are in progress, for example, I can click no, and it's going to be telling me, or it's going to be showing me the projects that are not baselined. So I can, as a PMO or an executive, or maybe as a project manager, if I am filtering the projects to my projects personally, I can go ahead and take an action and make sure those projects are baselined, right? So then moving forward, the next thing is, okay, so how many projects are, what's the percentage of projects that are that have a status date, for example? So that's going to be pretty much the same thing. I will get started creating a new measure. And the new measure is going to be pretty much equal to the previous one. So I can define the percentage of status, and it's going to be basically the same logic. So we will use a calculate function. We will count the project IDs, and as a filter, we need to make sure that the project has a status date. So it's going to be status date yes. And after we get all of this, we can divide this result by the measure that we called, which is the quantity. So it's going to be exactly the same, no differences. And once we duplicate this in here, we do have the ability to replace. And we can see that for status date, we have a worse performance if compared to the publish, because out of the 25 projects that we have, only 76% have been or do have a status date is something that our PMs are doing. And the same thing can happen here. I can just add a new chart if I want. I can bring in quantity of projects, and I can define if the project has a status date. And maybe I will just disable the interactions. I don't want this to have interactions with my tiles at the top. And when I click no, I can easily see the list of projects that do not have a status date, which is pretty cool. That's just pretty straightforward. Right, so just going back to one of the other measures that we had, which is all the projects that have not been published in the last, say, 7 days. So if my organization is doing a weekly update, or if my processes establish that we have to do a weekly update on our projects, maybe having the projects being published in each 7 days is going to be our expectation from PMs. So what we can do is we can create another measure, and then let me just increase the zoom again, and we may call this percent of projects published last 7 days. Oops. And then it's going to be pretty much the same thing. So we will do a calculate. We will count the project IDs. And as a filter, the thing that we are going to be doing here is we are going to be using the today function. So this is going to be a little bit different, because we are going to be using today minus the day the project has been last published. So let me try to search for last published date. And the thing is, we are going to be basically deducting the day of today minus the day of the last day the project has been published. And if that difference is less than 7, then it means the project has been published in the last 7 days. So we are okay with that. And to that end, once we get this information, I think it should be less or equal to 7. And then we get this and we still divide this by quantity. So we will understand how many projects have been published, or what's the percentage of projects that have been published in the last 7 days. So if we do that, hopefully it's going to work, and then we can just move this on, and maybe we can bring this information here and change this to be percentage. And this is more disturbing, I would say, than the previous two, because we know that 85% of the projects are baselined. We know that 76% of the projects have status date, but only 40% of the projects have been published, which means that our PMs appear not to be so active in our environment, right? So let me change this status, and this is going to be published. So that's a pretty low number that I was not expecting to my organization, and I need to make sure that the project managers understand they should be publishing their projects periodically so that they are in compliance with our organization. So this is a number that I should be paying attention to very closely. And to get to our latest metric here, which is the amount of hours which are in the past. So what we can do in order to make this happen is I will go back to the query editor in Power BI, just real quick. And now what we are going to be doing is we are going to be using the assignment time phased data set. So the assignment time phased data set, if you are setting this to be captured on a daily basis, it's going to be having all of the dates for, in which you have data from assignments. And this is pretty cool because I can see all of the dates, the amount of remaining work. In this case, I am using the remaining work information, and I also have the task name if I wanted to know exactly which task we are talking about, right? So what I can do is everything, if I look at today, so today is the 13th, if I have anything that is past today's date, so June the 13th, so if I have anything that's in the past and still have remaining hours, it means remaining hours is something that's, sitting there waiting to be done, waiting to be complete. And if it's there, then we should take an action, as I said, to move it forward or just to go ahead and zero out those remaining hours, because we all know that work in the past doesn't get done. So what we are going to be doing here is pretty simple measure, not a measure, sorry, but a new column. And I will add a custom column into the Power Query editor, which is going to be past date. I would just call this past date. And I will say if the time by day, which is the column that basically determines what's the date in which that work should be done. So if the time by day is less than, and then I can capture the local time. Oops, let me close here the window. There appears to be some fight here between my boys. So I can take the date and time local now. So if we get the time or the day in which the work should have done or should have been done, and if it's less than the local time now, and I should use a if function here, I'm sorry. If that's the case, then it's in the past. That's not the case, then it's not in the past, right? And maybe we just need to change this if to be something like this. Yeah. Okay, so if the time by day is less than what we have today, then the date is past, the date's in the past. If not, then it's not in the past, right? And if we do this, I will see all of the information. We will see that all of this that's in the past, back in the month of April, back in the month of May, we have some dates here which are, in the future, so then they are set as no. So we have a flag that tells us if the date's in the past or not. And based on that, what we can do is we can go back to Power BI. And once the data is refreshed, once we have the newest data based on the change that we applied, we would be able to go ahead and create a chart that would be basically telling us which projects have worked in the past. So I can go ahead, create a new chart, and it's going to be a stacked bar, stacked bar, and I can bring in, for example, the project name, and I can bring them the remaining work, And what I can do is, instead of keeping all of the remaining work, I shouldn't be doing this because there might be some remaining work which is in the future, which is okay. So then I will filter this particular visual to use that past date flag that we had added, which is going to be placed in here. And I will say, I only care about remaining work which is in the past. So then it should be just filtering past dates. So then based on that, we can discover this project here called Northwind Traders Data Center has pretty much 3,000 hours which are in the past, remaining work in the past. And we may need to work with this project manager, the responsible of this project, to make sure that he gets all of this work corrected, either move the work to the future or zero out the remaining hours so then the work is not in the past and we have a correct visualization of the demand that's going to be happening in the future for the resources we have in our organization. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share with you guys. Of course, that this is the initial insights that we can get started using in our portfolio to make sure that people are really using the system and people are following the processes, following the governance that has been established. But we have, more metrics that can be used for us to have a better understanding of our portfolio. We could put some more things here, some more thought. We could understand, our processes and understand how that information can be captured here. So there are lots of space for us to improve this kind of chart, to improve this kind of information. So then as an administrator or as a PMO manager, you do have the ability to open this in a weekly basis and really understand if there is something that needs to be corrected. And we have been often seeing this or using this as an input, for example, for training. So if we understand that people are not doing something, maybe that's because they don't know that they have to do that, or maybe because, or maybe that's because they don't know how to do it. So if we understand what's causing this, we can also be proactive and work with our customers or work with our project managers to have them participating on trainings and understanding the importance of following all of those guidances so then we can trust the data that's available in our organization. But now, just wanted to see if there are some questions here that have been raised. Let me check. We'll just take a quick look at the conversation. I'm not sure. Yep, there doesn't appear to be any conversation. So back to you, Antti, and the team to basically wrap this up. And then I don't think there will be any other session moving forward, but just wanted to, take it over. Antti, maybe you are muted.
I was, at the end of the day. Yeah, so anyone with any questions, feel free to unmute yourselves and just ask away. And the good thing about Teams Meets is that you can, kind of pass the event, you can come back and ask questions, and those can be then answered later on in the meeting, even though the sort of like the live part is done. Raphael, if there's no questions, thank you so much for giving an hour of your time for the community. Really interesting topic, and this isn't specific to a tool. It's equally important, whatever tool you use, whether it's Project Online, whether it's PSA, MS Project, Azure DevOps, whatever it is, it's equally important. And for all the attendees, once more, thank you for joining on a Saturday, for taking your time to learn. Thanks for the team behind the whole event. It wasn't me. It wasn't one person or two people just putting this together. It was a group effort. So thank you everyone for helping us proctor, helping prepare for the event. And it was the first project management event that we've had. I would say that we will probably have other events down the line. It was a success from an attendee point of view, from an attendee number point of view, anyways. So again, thank you so much. I wish you all a very good Friday, Saturday, wherever you are, evening, morning, afternoon, night, and yeah, we'll see each other in the community. With that, I'm signing off, and have a good one.